Took a trip, took a boat, took 3 friends. This bitch said it's open season. Miss been alone and she been looking for some gentlemen. I'm hoping he been feeling when I fit up in the rope, but he can chill up in the villa for the whole damn weekend. Just coax with her, put your hands on the figure, now you're groping her, groping her. Listen now, hip you now when I whistle out. I'm gonna switch you if you get when I hit you. With the smile, I'll make you out now with you now. I can't forget you now. I swear, I'ma treat you good, baby, keep on my air. If you're leaving, baby, it'll be a nightmare. I'ma nick your name and keep it right here. Oh, hi. I'm making you words, you know what I suppose. Boy, you're looking lovely, you know, boy, that's why. Wanna be your lady, love. My ex, you are a, you know what I would. If I could. I'm gonna switch you if you get when I hit you. With the smile, make you out now with you now. I can't forget you, get you now.
Baby girl, you know what I want. Let me do it to you, do it to you. Let me do you like Baby girl, you know what I want. Let me do it to you, do it to you. Let me do you like Childish Gambino, got that swagger. All these pussy niggas round here don't matter. All that I know is that I wanna dance with you. Moving closer before I gon' kiss you. Know that you know me, don't act stupid. You seem different, tired of these groupies. I'm on fire, won't find bigger. Got big shots saying that's that nigga. Hobie with glasses, Weezy for geeky. Girls in the lobby trying to meet me. I ain't afraid to say yeah, I love these hoes. In the glasses and the jacket and the hipster clothes. Yes, I'm always on tour, what you mad at that for? I'm slamming that thing like a Cadillac though. I love fast women, Jackie join a curse it. Have your cake and eat it, baby, it's your birthday. Baby girl, you know what I want. Let me do it to you, do it to you. Let me do you like Baby girl, you know what I want. Let me do it to you, do it to you. Let me do you like It ain't tricking if you know, baby, you know. Mama, you are with the right man, Juno. Tell me what you wanna do, I will make it happen. I just wanna get you home and yes, I'm drinking whiskey, baby, I am gone tonight. NBC is not the only thing I'm coming on tonight. Gross, why the fuck I say these things? It isn't over, haven't heard a chubby lady sing. Everybody love me, call a nigga Raymond. These weak niggas always in your face like Ray-Bans. Yes, I bring the heat, girl, fire for fireman. Baby, I'm your hero, Donald for Spider-Man. I'm in love with you, but this is not tennis. And baby, stay stacked like she bad at Tetris. Rude boy, Ariana, that vagina. Tell your boy good luck trying to find ya. Find ya. Let me do it to you, do it to you. Let me do it like Baby girl, you know what I want. Let me do it to you, do it to you. Let me do it like Baby girl, you know what I want. Let me do it to you, do it to you. Let me do it like Baby girl, you know what I want. Let me do it to you, do it to you. Let me do it like Baby girl, you know what I want. Let me do it to you, do it to you. Let me do it like Baby girl, you know what I want. Let me do it to you, do it to you. Let me do it like
My J-Pack, a player, that's down for my crown, man. If you fool step, I'ma be downtown, man. 4th floor bound, man. That's if I get gold, man. Push me to the edge, so it really ain't my fault, man. See, I gotta die, man. Don't you even try, man. Suckers gon' be once I let these poppers fly.
embrace. And I in love with just a theme. Or is it life's just a dream? Chill and fuck. A misty memory, a haunting face, as she alone embrace. Somewhere across the sea of time, a lovely mortal such as mine will call to me eternally.
Immortal she, return to me.
Bottega, new Bottega, new Bottega, new Bottega, Prada, new Bottega, new Bottega, new Bottega, new Bottega, Prada, 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 new Bottega, Prada. I'ma beat my boots maraschino, cause I'm a fucking diva. Baby, I don't rock Moschino, Versace, Valentino, real Italian, mama, new Bottega, Prada, new Bottega, Prada, Prada, new Bottega, new Bottega, new Bottega, new Bottega, Prada, new Bottega, new Bottega, new Bottega, new Bottega, Prada. I like the Gucci, the Miu Miu, mi sogni, new Cavalli, vintage Armani, Ferragamo, amor Milano.
Hey chat, how's it going? Do you like the look? I did my nails. I can't Vogue. I can do the closest thing to voguing though, which is... Oh, slaying the fuck out of this. That's right. We're doing this together. This is the stream. We're gonna enjoy it. We're gonna be harassing children in Roblox. What better could I do than harassing children in Roblox? Lots of controversies going around Roblox. They're saying Queso's no longer playing Dress to Impress. It's fallen off. It's just for grooming. It's just for sexual predators who use Roblox. But like, if it's on the internet, you know, like, honestly, what harm could there really be? Am I serving cunt? Thank you. Appreciate it. I love it. This is gonna be a cunty stream. You might never see this side of me again, but this is gonna be the cuntiest stream you ever seen in your life. Ain't nothing gonna be like it. I've never played Roblox before. I would not say that I've got a very looks maxed or looks matched Roblox avatar. Cause I don't think I'm gonna... Am I, like, for real? Would I spend money on this fucking game? I'm not sure I would. Maybe the Dress to Impress, like, premium draws me in, but I'm a little skeptical. You don't need to worry about it. You don't need to worry about the specifics of what the song is that we're playing. Oh, who's your DJ? Girl, where'd you get that playlist from? Bitch, I made it myself. Bitch, I made it myself. How about you get your broke ass some fire fucking tunes to listen to? No, you can't do it. You can't do it. No, I can't just make my head yellow and my body green. I am who I am. Maybe I should have color maxed the hands to be a little more thematic, to be in it. You know what I'm saying? Anyways, I got a quick story. Not last weekend, but a couple of weekends ago, I went to the movie theater for the first time in a long, long time, and I watched Zootopia. The new Zootopia. Zootopia 2. Now, generally, I'm skeptical of sequels, but Zootopia 1 was pretty fire, not gonna lie. Zootopia 2, also pretty fire as long as we skip over the snakes being Jews. And I don't have, like... Here, let's get a little bit of music going while I'm yapping. I don't believe... No. I've seen the articles. I've seen people saying the same thing. Oh, it's an allegory for the Jews. It's an allegory for Israel-Palestine. Superman is an allegory for Israel-Palestine. Whatever the fuck. Everything. Anything with some sort of power relation, critique, or dynamic in the media is going to be conflated with a critique on Israel-Palestine. Even if it isn't. But I'm being genuine right now. The snakes in Zootopia 2 were Jews. And here's my primary piece of evidence for that. Let me bust out the cunty nails for this, because this is a take and a half. Whoa. This is a take and a half. And it's a take and a half that does not involve me locking my background. It's because the photos of the snakes before their colonization by the lynxes, spoilers by the way, they were all wearing shit straight out of like a Warsaw ghetto. It's a small moment, but like everything clicked at that point. I got it. I understood. But like, of all the cultures in the world to emulate, you know, in a pre-modern animal sort of fantasy, is like the Warsaw Ghetto really the aesthetic you want to go for? It could be coincidence. It could be coincidence. I'm not exactly confident, but I would say it's far more accurate than the lynxes being the Jews. Just because they're like scheming and they've got a lot of money. No, I don't think that's enough. I mean, it was a great movie though. Great interaction with the former movie. Lots of interesting dynamics between species, but you know, you get into the same problem with the original Utopia, which is, you know, human relations aren't necessarily like different species who predate on each other. Although, you know, the sociopath, we all know the sociopath, the schizo, and the normie feedback loop. So maybe there is a little bit of an ecosystem between human identities. Who knows? Consider it. A couple of other things are on my mind with like movies, media, and I guess Zootopia was, you know, Israel-Palestine, not really about sex, but you know, she's the sexiest rabbit out there besides Lola Bunny, besides that Pokemon, and so we could segue inside. What is it? Side insert a little bit of media analysis from Austin Powers. I finished watching Austin Powers recently, and fuck, what a solid series of movies. I've only watched. Where the fuck is my mod? Who's the fucking guest of today? To delete these people selling me shit. Hold on. I got sidetracked. Can't I be a little bit bird-brained sometimes? Isn't that okay? Ain't that fine? Let me be. Anyways, Austin Powers is such a wild movie. In the second one, he loses his mojo. But like throughout the series, his like sexual appeal is something that I think would upset most people like Clavicular in the modern day. Like, I think even Hasan wouldn't like it. I'm not sure. That's a tough one. But I mean, his appeal is just like his raw positive energy, always looking to do something. And there's like sort of two archetypes, I guess, for males, for attractive males. There's what's his fucking name from The Sopranos? There's the Tony Soprano archetype, the Stavros Tony Soprano archetype, and then there's like, you know, the sort of like cis heteronormative on like Greek statues. And obviously, you know, Greek statues had really small fucking dicks. So times change, fashion values change. But then there's like a million different like body types for women, like, you know, hip to shoulder ratio based on like fat percentage. Oh my god, genuinely fucking insane. But Austin Powers, he's like he's like insanely hairy, which I'm not even sure that's part of his appeal or part of like the satire of James Bond, who's like an ape usually in like the films. But you know, he's good at what he does, and he cleans up for like the final shot of the movie when there's an explosion and he's jumping out of a window. I did see two interesting ads from the movie section, from the previews. They're doing a Super Mario Galaxy movie after the success of the Mario Brothers. I'm gonna be honest, I'm here for it. I'm here for it. I haven't watched the first one. I'm probably not gonna watch this one, but Super Mario Galaxy, super awesome. Love the aesthetics. Good vibes all around. Just sort of pop futurism, small planets. It's like a small, cute Petit Prince. I think it's gonna be awesome. And then they're also doing a live action rendition of Moana, the first Moana. Now, the preview for this live action Moana looks exactly like the first Moana. And I was confused for a long time watching this fucking preview. 3 minutes or so of this preview. Being like, hold up, isn't this just, didn't we already see this? Isn't this exactly like, I couldn't tell a difference. I thought they were just rebroadcasting the original thing. Whatever the Streisand effect or whatever bullshit, where you think, where your memory is faulty and looking backwards, it changes. No, it took me a while to realize that the animation, the style that they were going for was live action. It was only once I think they brought like Moana herself onto the screen that I got it. Because it just looked like CGI almost. But I think here's the thing. I think they literally just ran the entire first movie through an AI to realify everything. And then they like cleaned up the edges or something afterwards. Which is fucking insane. And if that's true, I'm so fucking black-pilled about cinema, if that's gonna be it. Or maybe about Disney cinema. Disney's reached a new low. Just churn an entire movie through an AI to make it photorealistic. Bro, imagine the fucking shareholder meeting, guys. I've got it. AI is the new biggest thing. Everybody's using it. It's gonna reduce labor costs. Let's just put one of our most successful movies through an AI and just slop that shit back out to the consumers. Holy fuck. Now do it with like all the classics, like, you know, the original Cinderella, the original Snow White. Holy shit. That would go hard. That would be a cultural moment. And I would relish in that cultural moment, whether the reaction's good or bad, because fundamentally I hate Disney adults. There's actually nothing that gets under my skin more than a Disney adult at a fundamental like level. I think you value yourself too little as a human being if you're a Disney adult. Because the Disney scheme is like, I feel like one of the most obvious things in the world. I read Baudrillard's description of Disneyland, and once he puts it into words, it started to make sense why I hated Disney adults. These people who will like make it a personality trait of theirs, even like Carnival cruise people, I think are very similar, who make it their personality trait to go on to like a vacation like this once a year. Disney or on a cruise. The cruise is for the swingers. Disney is for swingers if you don't have kids, and then primarily families, right? Because you need to pass on the delusion and the hysteria of Disney tattoos and bullshit. Like if you have a Disney tattoo, that's not Looksmaxxing. I'm sorry, that's not Looksmaxxing. That is copyrighted material. Disney will fucking peel that shit off your fucking skull if they see you. They will skin you. They will blood eagle your fucking ass if they catch you with an Alice in Wonderland cat tattoo. That smiling motherfucker. They will kill you. I'm not even being funny. But yeah, Disney, it seems like, has stooped to a new low. They've gotten caught up in the AI craze. Walt Disney is probably like turning in his grave, but we'll see. Who knows? Actually, in my my Fordism videos, I should have looked into Walt Disney a little bit. He might have also been a solid competitor for biggest anti-Semite, you know, along with Hasan and Henry Ford. Right. But I mean, I don't know. We did it. There was a purpose. There was a theme. We've got our own theme. And then the final movie preview that I wanted to talk about was one called Hopping. And Hopping seems like it's gonna be a movie sort of about transhumanism, posthumanism, non-human, human relations. Like, this is a pretty classic man versus nature sort of theme, dramatic theme. But it seems like it's coming up more and more where we've got anthropocentrized animals, like in Zootopia, or we've got what's going on in Hopping. Hopping is the name of the movie, where they're transplanting a human mind into an animal mind, and it's stable. It works. They can speak in English. They can do human things like interact with phones. They retain all their memories and intelligence. I've got a problem with this. I don't have a problem with relating humans to animals or bringing value to animals with human characteristics to, deepen the relationship we have to our ecosystem, our zoosystem, as some people might say. But this, I think for the first part is, it reinforces our Cartesian perspective of the mind, where you can extract the mind separate from a human being. You can put it into a computer. That computer can then put it into a lower order creature, and I'm using heavy parentheses, a lower order creature, like the rabbit. And it's the same sort of mindset that people have with transhumanism and AI. Like, the idea is, if you can just record enough things, you can replicate the human mind into a new system, when the fundamentals of the system are entirely different. You've got neurons, cerebral spinal fluid, blood, neuropeptides, dynamic like plasticity on the one hand, and then on the other you've got weights, eigenvectors, recursive neural networks. It's you can't do that. It's almost like trying to put a human mind into a rabbit body and expect the rabbit to then organize a natural revolution against humanity, because that's what the preview was working up towards. Very similar sort of like open season plot, over the hedge sort of plot, where the excesses of human society have gone too far, and nature organizes to overthrow it, and somehow they reach a new synthesis together, and they reach peace at the end. I don't remember if this is a Pixar movie or some shit, but if it was a Disney movie, yeah, obviously they would live together happily and sing songs together. And it's not like a new plot device, but it got me thinking about posthumanism and transhumanism a little bit. So I asked a beloved member of the pond, Knees, for their opinion, and I actually have not read this. Sorry, Knees, I haven't. I skimmed this, but I will say almost anything Knees has to say is valuable. Almost anything. Critical support. Alright, I'm going to turn down the music for just a moment while I read out their response, because they recommended to me a great book that I'm reading about the posthuman condition. So I asked Knees, what's the difference between posthumanism and transhumanism? I'm halfway through Bradody's Posthuman Knowledge, and it seems like posthumanism oscillates between a return to ape and kill them all mentality. A return to ape and kill them all, or appreciate the spectrum of modifications that would result in the posthuman crossroad. And the posthuman crossroad is the crossroads between the ecological lapse of the world, pollution, human excess, and industrialization, and the second arm of industrialization, which is technological progress enabling humanity to change their forms. And the most recent is transhumanism. Now, it isn't exactly to say that intersex people haven't existed or trans people haven't existed before the modern age, but the ability to get away with this, to have incubator babies is advancing at a ridiculous rate, and it's going to require us to take a critical look at what it means to be human, what the assumptions of humanism is, what the assumptions behind liberalism are, and what do we want going forward. And to me, with Bradody's post-human knowledge, it felt like a lot of it was about just like letting things happen, you know, like we gotta make sure the global ecosystem, the geological ecosystem, and the technological ecosystem are working together towards egalitarian, embodied and embedded principles, whatever the fuck. It feels like, you know, we should just appreciate that there's going to be a lot of like variety that comes from the post-human moment. Some people are going to have, you know, like jet lags. I mean, this is my most sports ball adjacent take ever. For one, and I don't think this is an unpopular take, so I'm going to give you two takes. First, not so unpopular take is that we should have the Olympics for where people just like drug dope, or they blood dope, they do all the fucking tea that they can. We literally just push humanity to like the absolute brim, like just destroy your mental and physical health for an unachievable standard that is going to burn you out faster than you can say. Posthumanism. That's a popular opinion. That's a very popular opinion. And then, oh, what was the other one? Damn, I forgot it. Oh well. So actually, no. I remember. I pulled on the thread again, and it came back to me. You know, fishing, sort of. I think football players, and honestly, like most players that require some sort of juking, sprinting, something like that, we gotta reinforce these people's fucking ankles. Like, this is not sustainable. I'm thinking from a purely capitalist, which is what the stream is. This is a highly marketable stream. Capitalist mindset. These players are paid way too much to go around breaking their fucking heels, ripping their ACLs. There's all these delicate little tendons and muscles in that shit. Putting that shit together, it was a fucking miracle from God. Thank you, Lord. But this shit is not sustainable. You can't be juking each other out like this. You can't be fucking holding up plays because you got an ouchie on your fucking foot. This applies to American football and international football. You can't be hopping on your foot just because you got stepped on slightly. Remove the excuse for these motherfuckers. 1, to delay the game. 2, to prevent injuries. 3, to make it more exciting. Give, like, football sprinters the portal, like, boots, right? The portal boots, it goes up to their knees, reinforces their ankle, they can move faster, they can, like, jump higher. 300 pounds of man jumping 2 feet into the air. Insane. And they don't bust their fucking ankles. Love it. Maybe they crack, like, what is it, their femur. Fine, that's okay, you know, it happens, but at least it's a real injury and not some made up bullshit to delay the game, like, you know, like Ronaldo fucking holding his foot on the green. Why not trampoline pitches instead of enhanced ankles? Okay, I like where you're going. This is an adventurous and curious idea. I do think that instead of fucking breakdancing like we had at the last, what was it, the Paris Olympics, breakdancing with that Australian motherfucker, they had 5 people enroll into breakdancing. We can get so many more people to do, like, trampoline dodgeball. That shit would be so fucking sick. Trampoline dodgeball, like, nah, for real. That's gotta be so cool. And it's also probably just more sustainable. Like, how would you get a trampoline for an entire, like, football field? Or, like, would you have, like, rows of really narrow trampolines that would correspond with, like, the yard lines? And so you jump from trampoline to trampoline. No, I don't think that works. Like, the appeal of football is big guys, tight pants, jock straps, running around really fast, catching a ball, jumping, sprinting, They need traction in order to get the appeal of the sport down, and you're not going to get that with trampolines. Like I'm sorry, you can't run across trampolines. Yeah, we need more trampolines, for fuck's sake. We need to induce demand of trampolines. Fuck the interstate system. We can replace the interstate system with a series of complicated trampolines and like boosts. Almost like a maglev. I think that might work out well for us. Public transportation just becomes like you get shot out of a mortar in like a spherical ball that's reinforced that just bounces from trampoline to trampoline like a Dude Perfect fucking video. That would honestly be. Maybe we could get away with that. Maybe we can get away with that. Maybe it's just me. No, I think we probably could. All right, let's return to knees. We'll return to knees in probably just a moment, though. Oh, I gotta get rid of that, because that doesn't need to be there anymore. All right, I'm gonna be right back. I gotta take care of a couple things. I'm gonna check up on our guests, see how they're doing. You all hang in tight for just a moment.
Direct work whose crown will weigh heavy.
Hello. I didn't leave you for too long. Hey chat, I'm back. Quick refill on food, because this might actually be a pretty long stream. Let's take a look. So we were talking about post-humanism with Utopia and the ideal male physique, which I'm sure will come up later in the stream. So I asked Angry Knees what their distinction between post-humanism and transhumanism, because it felt like, at least Brododi's post-humanism was just sort of like, let's just let things happen, develop, a new ontology, destroy Cartesianism, great stuff. So Knees has to say, transhumanism is more of a singular thing, but post-humanism is really a number of things that share a name. Brododi generally falls into the critical post-humanism, which I tend to add a hyphen for clarity. Critical post-humanism, which is to say that it's generally a critique of the Enlightenment philosophy of humanism, which informs most modern Western philosophy. There we go. Conversely, transhumanism tends to be more of an extremification of the logics of humanism. This is highlighted in how they approach the Cartesian dualism, which is central to humanism and holds a strict separation between the mind and the body. Also, anthropocentrism, a very key part of Cartesian dualism. Under humanism, this dualism informs the idea... Yeah, okay. I was just worried that I missed a sentence. Informs the idea that the separating man and beast the ability to be rational through an intellect fundamentally separated from its physical context, and generally comes with the idea that non-human animals don't have a mind and are only a body. Transhumanism takes this dualism to a more extreme direction, saying that the mind can outright be separated from the body and still fully exist, to the extent that you can upload your consciousness or endlessly modify every aspect of your body while the mind maintains its own identity. Critical posthumanism, however, problematizes this dualism and takes an approach where the things we call mind are fundamentally embedded and embodied in their physical context. This is Merleau-Ponty, who developed these, who's sort of... Merleau-Ponty is like the MF Doom of post-humanism, I think, right? The embedded and embodied in a physical context. And then there is still like a transcendental context to the posthumanism, and that's in the idea of transitional objects, where objects refer to greater motifs and themes and identities and relationships beyond just themselves, in whatever the semiotic or the symbolic regime behind it. Some bullshit like that. There's the use regime, the semiotic regime, and then whatever else. All right, let's see what else does Knees have to say to us. Embedded and embodied in their physical context, both in the body and environment. This further problematizes the anthropocentrism of humanism, as it invalidates the premise that allows the separation of man and beast. And Braidotti would argue the separation of man and woman, or man and colonial subject, etc., who have been historically viewed as less than human because they were viewed as less than rational. Why the fuck did I think it was a good idea to type all that on my phone? Lol. It was great. Thank you, Knees. Shout out. No, I completely agree. Hi, hello. What do I refer to you now? Now, I mean, you're back in chat. You've swapped up your name. Like, what am I supposed to call you? Like, you cut me off. Like, brah. Not accepting friend requests. Yeah. This is, I mean, look, you can be a post-humanist. We can be a transhumanist. I asked Knees after that lovely paragraph. I'm not... Oh, I see. More like dip spell. More like... slay spell. Put it up. That's right. A little bit of a post-human stream. A little. I asked Knees afterwards. Semi-ironic question. Is it post-human praxis to call cops pigs? It's dehumanization, but it is like dehumanization in like an us versus them. It obviously... Knees didn't respond because I was not engaging with the effort post that they put up. So I'm leaking DMs. That's right. Sorry. But I feel like I got it. I got the gist. I understand it. I've gone back to reading it. We'll see if my perspective changes. But the book is pretty good. Post-human knowledge. Grab it. The drip spell, not the stream. I don't got a chain. I don't got nothing like that. We will be reviewing drip this stream though. We absolutely will. But I guess the problem with like modern fashion is that it's become, and this is sort of a trend that we saw with the standardization of like fashion logos. Everything in like Times New Roman, whatever, like sans serif fonts, minimalism, black and white. But I feel like minimalism in the modern context is like a psyop for... Oh, it definitely is. It's definitely a psyop for like techno-feudalism. 100%. No, it's all branding. Like just the fact that there's a label to the like the aesthetic means that it's fully compatible. Almost any aesthetic, if it's got a name, you slap core onto the back of anything, and you got like a marketable aesthetic. Dispel core. Marketable core. We can do that. But that's sort of the thing, because it's hard to say whether or not a particular like aesthetic or because broadly the modern idea of aesthetics is wrapped up into not what is practical and useful anymore. It's what's cheap, what's mass produced, what's replicable. And this is also sort of exacerbated by social media, which encourages people to share an experience or replicate the feeling of having that experience and performing having that experience and enjoying that experience for other people. And the performance, I guess, is like you know, your individual spin on a fashion trend. But in the broader context, yeah, I can't say that there's a particular fashion that's like punk anymore, right? If it's got a label, it's got an SEO, it's got search engine optimizations, it's something that can be tagged with like slop. And so probably one of the things that is also very important for politics is trying to understand what your fashion is going to look like. What materials work nicely. But the problem for a lot of men is they don't like the idea of learning to sew. Very useful skill though. Stitching wounds. Closing holes in fabrics could be useful one day. We might not have, not everybody's gonna have a tailor down the street that they love and can talk to and banter with for all time. It's not gonna happen. And, you know, sewing machines are super expensive. But I think, honestly, mid-emo guys could probably get away with so much more with, like, some deep eyeshadow. Maybe this is me. Because I saw recently, luxury boutique store, a cardigan hoodie that looked identical to something that I fucking bought off, like, the shittiest fucking, I mean, disgusting fabric. But the cut was pretty much, you know, the White Witch of Lord of the Rings. Or the Night Witches, right? Their cowl. Yeah, hella goth. Hella goth. And I saw this shit in a luxury boutique for bitches. Man, bitches do be ruining everything. They grab styles and rockets while, you know, nah. While yapping and get their nails done. Crazy. Crazy. Alright, let's take a look at what's on the docket. Or, we can do a little bit of... I'm kind of interested in digging into a little bit of Dress to Impress. We've got a long playlist that we need to get through. Lots and lots of material that we need to learn. Uh-oh, not that song. Not that song, fuck. Okay, I need to close that. No. We're gonna organize it a little bit. Actually, there's one other thing that I wanted to banter with you guys about. Is, JoJo's Bizarre Adventure. I feel like JoJo's Bizarre Adventure has such, like, a low-key impact on society. And I realized it recently. Because Araki, author of JoJo's Bizarre Adventure, he beat Nick Land to accelerationism. Part 6 was all about accelerationism. About, like, our relationship to justice, Christ, agency, our, you know, family relationships. And then the villain, spoilers to part 6, or was it part 5? Part 7? Oh. Is the villain gets essentially a superpower that allows him to accelerate the world. But of course it's Araki, and this is a plot device for a combat between, you know, superhero and villain. And so he tries to reset the world. And that is sort of the goal of accelerationism, it feels like. He beat... Land was beat to accelerationist textbooks? The textbook for accelerationism is not Fanged Numina. It's JoJo's Bizarre Adventure Part 7. Stone Ocean. That's what it is. Sorry. And he beat you to it. And that's really what counts. In accelerationism, it's about beating somebody else to it. It's about accumulating that sort of clout. There's a reason why Araki has cooperated with, you know, the likes of Gucci or whatever to make looks. I mean, I think Gucci's like a really shitty brand, but, or maybe it was Louis Vuitton that did it with Iraqi. Once you start slapping a logo on top of like basic bullshit and put it all over, it better be a damn cool logo. Fendi, not a cool logo. Fendi can fuck off and drown. Sorry, a little aggressive. We'll keep it down. We'll keep it marketable. We'll keep it chill. All right, let's see. I'm going to grab this playlist now. So I need to go to it and turn it to unlisted. Save. Share. Here we go. We could also do the article that was everyone is hot but nobody is having sex was also very interesting to me. We could do that this stream. And it's sort of been on the back of my mind for a while. But I feel like it's just going to be the classic, like, people feel alienated because of capitalism and whatever. I literally don't care enough about it. Maybe I do, actually. We'll consider it. But I need to grab a window capture before I lose my shit. Beyond. This is what we got on the docket for today. It's quite a bit. It's actually a lot. We need to organize this a little bit though, because it's a little schizophrenic. And I would need to actually do it in another window, so you might not. Actually, I think that I'm not sure how this video relates to the themes that we've got going on in this podcast. Futurism, posthumanism, the alienation of humanity from their identity, referring to more and more things that are not human to generate an identity of human. There's this is actually what we should watch while I'm organizing this fucking playlist. Let's bring the fucking hype slaying cunty ass music down for a moment. Let's figure out why is the decadent West falling? No, bring it down. Bring the funk down. Bring the clubhouse down. This video right here. I watched this a while ago, and I remember vaguely it being insane. Vaguely. Let's run it. How does this relate to our aesthetics and posthumanism? Well, the idea is, in a scarce... The idea, I guess, this experiment was if you give animals everything that they need without want, they become incredibly lazy. But extrapolating animal mouse behavior, especially mouse social behavior, to human behavior is a massive fucking leap. An insane leap. What can you do? I mean, already, like, extrapolating genetic interactions within cancer, translating it from mouse to human, huge leap. Much less social interactions. Hold on. Let's put this here. Alright. If everybody's beautiful, nobody wants to fuck. Everybody's got their sex machines.
Of the strange research
doing the
to come out of
Gigachad.
mid-1900s America, there is little with a legacy as enduring or as terrifying as the mouse Utopia experiments. Taking place throughout the 50s, 60s, and early 70s, the grim fate of the subjects was published in the national magazine Scientific American, and the experiments themselves were largely taken as apocalyptic portents. In a post-war United States,
So a really interesting thing about I was actually reading the the Wikipedia page on one of the Wikipedia pages associated with like a degenerate art, and maybe related to Nietzsche. But the turn of the 19th century to the 20th century, right before the First World War, was when futurism as an artistic movement started to proliferate, and people started to get these apocalyptic feelings about the end of the world, which was tied to the liberal imagination surrounding the idea of evolution. So somehow Darwin's Evolution of the Species, which were very quickly translated not just to a genetic context, but also to a social context, where mental illnesses or undesirable social traits became pathologized. And a lot of them have yet to be depathologized. But obviously these pathologies are embedded and embodied. This is the post-humanist perspective of mental illness. There is a genuine biological cause for social maladies, for people to steal, but it's not, one way, one directional. There's multiple factors, and some more ethical to intervene in than others. So all these apocalyptic feelings of distress, the world ending, welling up into World War I, is such an interesting reflection. I don't know what to make of it. Maybe the dawn of liberalism is just intrinsically linked to periods of hysteria, manic episodes, and then destruction. Maybe.
Language used to describe the results, such as behavior sync, became synonymous with fears of an overpopulated world and violent, deviant behavior in cities. Today, they are preserved within fiction, such as Channel 4's conspiracy thriller Utopia and the classic animated movie The Secret of Nim.
Lovely member of the community has been trying to get me to read another post-scarcity book. What was it called? Don't Bite the Sun. I'm thinking about it. I'll consider it, maybe.
So what were the Mouse Utopia experiments? Shortly after World War II, a group known collectively as the Environmentalists were making a large push to prevent environmental degradation, as well as overexploitation of the planet's renewable resources. Among these people were a group specifically known as the Neo-Malthusians, a term referring to the 18th and 19th century English scholar
Neo-Malthusians,
Thomas
not
Robert
based.
Malthus. Malthus proposed that while the world's population may increase exponentially, food production can only increase linearly, leading to an eventual subsistence-level existence for the human race that became known as a Malthusian catastrophe. While advancements such as the Green Revolution saw that this didn't come about, the Neo-Malthusians acknowledged his concerns about overpopulation and feared that this pattern would result in the collapse of civilization or, at best, have extreme adverse effects. These fears were given a platform in writing of the time, especially in works such as William Folkt's Road to Survival in 1948, and perhaps most famously, Silent Spring by Rachel Carson in 1962. Before the movement's explosion of popularity in the 50s and 60s, however, researchers had already begun work investigating the effects of population growth, and among them was a man named John B. Calhoun. Born in 1917, Calhoun took an early interest in science, specifically ornithology, publishing his first...
That's me! Wait, ornithology? I wasn't even gonna pause the video to comment on ornithology. He's a researcher of ornithology. That's crazy. He loves me. He loves me. Another fucking... I need to stop doing that. God damn it. I can't fucking slay. Well, oh my god. Where were we? He's an ornithologist. Yeah, Rat Utopia. His name is Kowloon. He's got the... Maybe this is just like an odd coincidence. Fuck, what is it called? Convergence? What's that Freudian thing? What them Freudians doing? When like two seemingly unrelated events come together?
Calhoun took an early interest in science, specifically ornithology, publishing his first paper on birds when he was 15, but over time, his interest would change. By the time he received his PhD, his focus had turned to ethology, the study of animal behavior. When his education was concluded, he moved with his family to
evolutionary
Towson,
human
Maryland,
biology,
to begin research
sociology.
at Johns Hopkins University in nearby Baltimore.
That's probably what the field
The
actually
research
represents.
itself would be conducted much closer to home. In 1947, shortly after he arrived, he approached his neighbor about using some of their neglected property for an experiment. The scope would be massive, and according to Calhoun, his neighbor probably didn't expect such a scale when they agreed to let him use the forested area. Taking over a quarter of an acre, Calhoun constructed a massive habitat, complete with food, water, ample shelter, and protection from predators, with the only limiting condition being their restriction to the quarter-acre living space. He affectionately provided his enclosure a name, Rat City. Unfortunately, no publicly available images of Rat City exist.
So he
Calhoun
made,
was
by the way, he did not make an ecosystem which sustained a population of rats on a closed piece of land. He made a rat city.
very familiar with Norway rats, having performed research on them for his doctorate, and he estimated that Rat City could sustain approximately 5,000 individuals, though if they reached this
By the way,
number,
I support these sorts
population
of
density would be tight.
what
He
humans might
began
call
by placing 5
unethical
pregnant
experiments on
females in
rats.
the enclosure,
I'm a bird,
providing
though,
ample genetic
and
diversity,
the ornithologists
and soon the
didn't want to do this
population
sort of
was
experiment with
increasing
birds
exponentially. But then
'cause we're just too
something
valuable.
surprising happened. Rather than the population increasing to fill the space of the enclosure, it quickly leveled off at 150 members. He also noted some behavioral peculiarities. Despite the large size of Rat City, the residents seemed to gather around just a few places, forming social groups of 12 and limiting themselves to specific feeding locations. He would conclude the experiment after 2 years and 4 months, during which the population never grew over 200. Careful observation revealed the cause: high infant mortality. For some reason, as the experiment progressed
They
and
just
the
needed to wash their
population
hands.
increased, the mothers were not caring for their young properly, leading
Oh,
to most of them
they
dying
were aborting
before
them.
reaching maturity. Calhoun had his theories as to why this was, but to prove them, he would need more data.
Okay. When women get everything, they just stop caring for the young. That's cool. Love the 1950s and their sociological conclusions. Yep, uncritical. That's what I'm doing.
In 1954, about 5 years after his initial experiment concluded, he was hired by the National Institute of Mental Health, often shortened to NIM. Within the laboratory of psychology, Calhoun was given ample resources to continue his work. With a team, he began feverishly designing and constructing habitats, sometimes referred to as universes, where he performed numerous smaller-scale and more controlled versions of his original rat study on a domesticated strain of albino Norway rat. These rats would want for nothing. All physical needs for a healthy rat lifestyle would be provided for them, including food, water, climate control, and nesting material. Calhoun spent 8 years perfecting his enclosures and methods until finally, in February of 1962, an article of his writing was published in the magazine Scientific American. The article was entitled Population Density and Social Pathology.
Oh, fuck!
The opening paragraph
Oh, it's loud as fuck. Hold on, I gotta mute this shit. I'm sorry, I'm interrupted. I'm getting... yeah. What the fuck is this? Oh, I have to unlock chat? No. Music needs to shut the fuck up. Where's the options menu? Edit my skin tone? Yeah, I'll get to that in a moment. Hold on. Where the fuck is the volume? Are you kidding me? I got... They don't even teach these motherfuckers digital literacy anymore. Okay, we brought it down. Look how quiet it is now. We're chill. See, no one's ears getting blasted out. Hi, Caramel. How's it going? Pleasure to see ya. We need to get a game capture going. Is this gonna work? Work the first time. Now. Work the first time. Fucking motherfucker. Capture specific window. Roblox. Is it gonna be a window capture? It's gonna be a window capture, isn't it? It's completely... Oh. Alright, we're gonna... I might just end it all right here. And by end it all, I mean continue the video. While I fuck around and figure out how the fuck to capture
In
Roblox.
the celebrated thesis of Thomas
God damn
Malthus,
it.
vice and misery impose the ultimate natural limit on the growth of populations.
Vice
Students
and
of the
misery.
subject have given most of their attention to misery, that is, to predation, disease, and food supply as forces that operate to adjust the size of a population to its environment. But what of vice? Setting aside the moral burden of this word, what are the effects of the social behavior of a species on population growth, and of population density on social behavior? Unquote. To answer this question, he cited 6 of his experiments in particular, all with similar composition and concerningly similar results. The design of these habitats was simple.
Monitoring
The
this
layout was a
situation,
rectangle
very
measuring 10
concerning.
feet by 14 feet, divided into 4 equal sections by electric fences. 3 of these fences sported bridges over which the rats could climb, while one fence lacked such a bridge, essentially creating one long space that wrapped in on itself. Each section
What's the point
was
of this?
equipped
Why
similarly
this
with a
design?
food hopper, water, and nesting areas accessible by spiral staircases. But
Why
Calhoun,
spiral staircase?
leveraging his experience with the rats, made special changes to encourage specific behaviors. He enticed the rats to use one of the center pens by making the spiral staircase to that pen's living spaces shorter than the others, though he admits this was a comparatively small factor. But the more
Oh.
insidious change was to their food supply.
So he
In
induced,
half of
like,
the experiments, Calhoun
inequality.
supplied powdered food, but in the other half, he placed feeders of his own design, consisting of hard pellets behind
Feeders!
a wire mesh. Half of his experiments began with 32 mice, the other half with 56, of evenly male and female composition, and all having just reached maturity. Calhoun estimated that approximately 40 rats could comfortably be housed in these enclosures, but he would allow these populations to increase to 80 before he would cull them. Almost immediately after introduction, things began to go awry. The females, unsurprisingly, spread themselves out somewhat evenly through the pens, but after the males...
Unsurprisingly, spread themselves out pretty evenly. Why the fuck is that unsurprising?
them. Almost immediately after introduction, things began to go awry. The females, unsurprisingly, spread themselves out somewhat evenly through the
What is going on with how this dude is stressing the words? What do you mean it's no surprise that women distributed evenly throughout the pen? Was that one of the hypotheses of the experiment? Is that what we were working with the entire time? The only manipulation that we got out of this experiment so far is that he induced inequality within the environment and gave them a post-scarcity setup.
pens, but after the males jockeyed for
What are the
dominance and
predictions?
those of highest rank were determined, they began to distribute themselves strangely. Less dominant male rats will typically awaken earlier and begin to wander and forage for food, and due to the design of the pen, this meant that they usually would end up in the center sections to eat. During this time, the dominant males of the outer
That's
pens
right, I got
would
it
wake
working.
up and begin guarding their respective territories. Since there was only one entrance ramp to either end, the dominant males of either pen would bar the return of the less dominant males, forcing the male population to clump in the center pens, while the dominant end males protected what came to be their harems. Only a few other deferential males
There's
were
no
allowed
male
to
version.
remain.
I thought there would be
These
one.
few remaining males began exhibiting odd behavior, though they
How
would
do I-
spend
oh,
most of
it's
their
right
time in the
click.
burrows with the females, hiding
Theme
away from the
green?
dominant
What are these
male.
bitches
They would never
wearing?
attempt
Oh
to
my
mate with
God.
any of them. Instead,
Broccoli ass
perplexingly,
bitch.
they would try to mate
I
with the
did
dominant
not
male, and even more
press
perplexing,
to
the dominant male would
impress
not
anything.
fight these attempts. At the same time as this was happening, the effect of Calhoun's
Oh, I gotta
special
do the
feeders was
fucking
taking
poses. How do I do the
hold.
poses?
Since procuring
Where's the
food
hotkey for
was such a
poses?
lengthy process at the hard food feeders, it was common for one rat to join another while in the process of feeding. By this method, the rats slowly became conditioned to eating in the company of other rats.
If I knew what was going on in this game, I would do the fucking Grinch. I would slay the fuck out of the Grinch right here. Holy. This would be me, but the Grinch. Literally. Awful outfit. Get the fuck out of here. Oh, I need to be rating them too. Fuck.
Until, eventually, the rats would refuse to eat
No.
unless another rat was
Not
present.
it.
Since more rats tended to
Two.
be in the center pens,
You're welcome.
this behavior meant that, over time,
Generous.
more and more rats made their way there, further condensing
Oh, girl,
them.
no. You're
This
going back
heightened
down
the
to a 1 after
proximity
that.
of an already cramped population. In the experiments with the powdered food, this effect was far less pronounced. With these factors combined, Calhoun noted what he called a behavioral sink, or an increase in pathological activity in the rats due to the stress involved in such high population density.
Increase in pathological.
For the females, the behavioral sink manifested in reduced capacity for nest building and
Wait, that was a
young
really good
rearing.
outfit. I should have.
Infant rats
that
are
was like
extremely
a
dependent
wicked
upon
outfit.
their mothers for nearly all things. However, under the effects of the behavioral sink, the mothers would often be
baddie
interrupted in their
chain?
nest-building
Oh, boy.
practices
Fine.
to engage in some other social activity. As time wore on, this led to sparser nests which could not house the young properly. If a mother decided to move her litter, she often would only move some of them or scatter them about the pen in separate locations. What's more, when female rats are ready to mate, the males can sense it, and the enclosed space meant that a female could not escape the continuous advances of the males during these periods. Even when they would enter their nests for a reprieve, they would be followed in and
That's
harrowed.
part of having a
These
closed
factors
system.
together resulted in an extremely high infant mortality rate, in one case reaching 96%. For the males, this manifested in different ways. The dominant males would occasionally lash out in violence against the other members of the pen, including infants, often biting and wounding their tails. Among the lower class males were three groups.
What were these? What was the
first he
background of
described
these
as the homosexuals,
animals?
which he immediately corrects as pansexuals, who would not compete for status but would often attempt to mate with any other rat, regardless of gender or age.
This is the Andrew Tate of the rat world. Yeah, go ahead. You get a 3-star. This is the Andrew Tate of the rat worlds, where as a man, you're not fucking women to fuck women, have a good time. You're there to, like, flex on men. Damn! Ain't nobody's on that podium.
Much like in the end pens,
It should be
these
me up there.
advances went unchallenged. The second group he described as somnambulists, who moved slowly through the pen without interacting with other individuals
Somnus,
in any
coming
fashion,
from the Greek
and
god
the other
of
rats, in turn,
sleep?
ignored them, except in rare circumstances. These rats, externally, he described as fat, sleek, and healthy-looking. But to him, the strangest group was the third, which he named the probers. These rats were hyperactive, hypersexual, and pansexual. Despite violence from the dominant males, they would viciously pursue females in heat, eschewing any sort of courtship ritual and following them into their burrows to mate. Later on in the experiments,
What
they
the
would often find the corpses of the improperly cared for young, which they would cannibalize. In time, one of Calhoun's
This experiment just feels like it has informed all the modern understandings of the degenerate society. Oh, there we go. The degenerate society that people claim that we live in.
would publicly describe these pens as hell. At this point, Calhoun ended the experiments, but he predicted that these pathological changes would have eventually led to the deaths of the colonies. At their conclusion,
Electric
he would
look?
take the
Holy
4
fuck.
healthiest males and females and allow them to breed, but their behavior had been so inexorably altered that none of their pups survived beyond weaning. This short
Who's getting the
article
shock
enraptured
collar?
its U.S. audience, and the effects on both the scientific
What does
world
Hasan
and
wear?
popular culture were immediate. People began to relate Calhoun's rat experiments to modern city life, and in an era where fear of social deviance was reaching an extreme high, it was largely seen as a reflection of the current time and where society could be heading,
I don't
egged on
need
by
this hat.
Calhoun's provocative language and allegorical design of his test environment, made to look like a city. Population density quickly became a common topic. Psychologist Carl Rogers, in his work Some Social Issues Which
do I get
Concern
rid of
Me,
it?
stated that, quote, "The resemblance to human behavior is frightening.
Oh, there we go.
In humans, we see
No!
poor family relationships, the lack of caring, the complete alienation, the magnetic attraction of overcrowding, the lack of involvement which
magnetic
is so great
attraction
that it
of
permits people to
overcrowding.
watch a long, drawn-out murder without so much as calling the police. Perhaps all city dwellers are inhabitants of a behavioral sink." Unquote. Soon after,
It
studies
is
of dense urban
not
environments
a
were conducted
behavioral
to see if
sync.
these
Maybe
effects
it's late
translated
stage
directly
apathy.
to humans, but what they found
Perhaps.
was inconclusive and unsatisfying. Despite the
I need a
suggestions
top. Where
of
the fuck are the
Calhoun's
tops?
rats,
What's an
humans
electric
in
top?
cities reacted differently or sometimes opposite the manner that researchers expected, depending
this
on
is
the
kind of a-
location. No matter how they tried,
Play
no
5
evidence
rounds
of a
to equip? You're
widespread
fucking kidding
behavioral
me.
sync could be found in urban areas. But this did not dissuade Calhoun. Even as others explored the problem of overcrowding, Calhoun frantically continued his research. Now a celebrated success and emboldened by the public acceptance of his ideas, he resumed his work at NIM on an even larger scale, though again away from the public
you can put
eye.
on
He spent
oh.
his time on new
That's how.
subjects as he continued to perfect his enclosures and experiments until finally, after
Honestly,
11
this is kinda
years,
just a look. Fuck it,
Calhoun
black and white.
revealed his magnum
Or-
opus through an
or, like,
article he
do I
entitled
need hair?
Death
I need a
Squared,
face.
which was published in the journal
Death
Proceedings
Squared.
of the Royal
That is
Society
such a
of
dramatic
Medicine
name.
in
There's no way
January of
that ain't like a
1973.
pseudoscience.
The lengthy opening to this article was undeniably apocalyptic. Calhoun
Oh,
wrote,
vitiligo.
I
Holy
shall
shit.
largely speak of mice, but my
There.
thoughts are on man, on
Um,
healing, on life and its
color wheel?
evolution.
How do I get a
Threatening
face?
life and evolution are the two deaths, death of the spirit and death of the body.
Tone.
Evolution, in terms of ancient wisdom, is the acquisition of access to the tree of life. Unquote. He goes on to heavily reference Revelations and of the riders of the apocalypse,
that'll
using
do
them
it.
to proclaim that the Hippocratic Oath applies not only
Yeah,
to the
that'll do it.
body, but to the spirit. After this dramatic introduction, he described his tests. For the most part, these new experiments were similar to his 1963 trials, including unlimited access to food and water,
keeping it.
protection from the elements and
actually
predators,
keeping
and safeguards against disease. Many parts, however, were drastically altered. As Calhoun mentions in his introduction, the Norway rats used in his first publicized experiments were
Holy,
replaced
what
with
is going on with
albino
my
house
forehead?
mice, which were taken from a
No, that
breeding
ain't it.
group from the National Institutes of Health made specifically to prevent communicable disease. To fit his new
By the way,
subjects,
these mice are
Calhoun
like
designed an
inbred and
entirely new
literally
enclosure.
insane.
This version was much more vertical, with 16 wall-mounted housing
Where's
areas
the current
for
ones
the
that I'm
rats
hold-
at
oh,
the
yeah, I
tops
don't-
of
I don't need
long
the
metal
fucking-
tubes, which Calhoun called
that
walk-up
ain't it.
apartments. At the bottom of each apartment was a virtually unlimited supply of food, water, and nesting material. With the space provided, Calhoun estimated that it could potentially hold
This is VIP?
3,840
There we go.
mice. He named this enclosure Universe 25.
Wait, that's not bad.
Calhoun's methods also had changed. Rather than instituting population controls, he would
Wait.
interfere far less.
This is
His
kind of a
plan
look.
was to place 8 mice
I need
in
to
the
change- how the
enclosure,
fuck do I
4
modify the
male and
head?
4 female, and simply watch and wait. Calhoun observed 4 distinct phases in the ensuing experiment. Phase A was predictable, constituting the time period before the first new mice were born, which ended up being 104 days. For the mice, these days were, quote, marked by considerable social turmoil. After the social order was established and the first brood was born, the population began Phase B, which Calhoun named the exploitation phase. During this time, the mice doubled in number every 55 days as new young
exploitation
grew to
phase? They
maturity
started to-
and had their own young. This doubling continued until day 315, after which the doubling rate slowed
do I
to a rate of
move this
145 days, nearly 3 times
It's doing
as
too
long.
much in the back.
By this point, the different broods had clumped into one side of the pen, exhibiting the same sort of clumping as the Norway rats,
can't
but
move
this
it.
time
Fuck.
without any coaxing from Calhoun's designs.
Whatever.
This
I'm
change in
actually
the rate
keeping
of
it.
procreation
This
marked
is electric.
Phase
I need
C,
fucking
which
shoes, don't
Calhoun
I?
labeled as the stagnation phase. This is when the most notable events occurred, and they eerily mirrored Calhoun's rat experiments.
Oh,
In a
hell
natural
no.
setting,
Where the
those
fuck are the
mice which
shoes?
find no social niche will leave the colony,
fuck,
but in
fuck,
this
fuck.
experiment, emigration was impossible, and so those forced to remain
Give me-
withdrew from society.
Yeah.
These dejected males
We-
formed
we
a
did
large
it.
pool in the
We
center
put that
of
shit
the
together.
enclosure.
That's
They
right.
quickly became characterized by both
Eh.
their inactivity and their many scars and
Basic
wounds.
bitch.
Occasionally, they would grow agitated
Fine.
and attack one another, and with nowhere to retreat, the recipient
that's how
of
I do it,
these
that's how I do
attacks
it.
would simply lay still and endure the assault. The outcast females,
Eh.
rather than joining them,
Not
would
it.
retreat to the
Not
highest
electric.
apartments and live quietly among one another. It was during this time that the behavioral sync manifested, with mice gathering around specific food hoppers in
Ooh.
large numbers, while others remained almost entirely
Yeah.
untouched, showing how, again,
Where the-
the need for social
How is voting
interaction
complete?
had become so intertwined with the need
Oh.
for food that the former had overtaken the latter.
Oh
the
my.
males who had won the initial
Oh
fights
my.
also were placed under extreme stress. As more and more mice reached maturity from
Oh
within
my.
and without, the leaders of the social groups
Oh my.
continually had to patrol and defend their territory. Eventually, they reached the point of exhaustion and could not defend the females within their
Who
group.
does it?
These females were
Who did
therefore
it?
forced to defend the
This
nest
is a
themselves,
My Little
even
Pony
while
outfit,
nursing
girl.
their
You're
young,
not
leading
you're
to
not doing it.
generalized aggressive behavior. This aggression would inevitably be misdirected
ranch
onto
called,
their young,
bitch.
who would be wounded by their mothers and forced to leave the nest before they were finished weaning. Much like the rats, the mother mice would also forget some of their young when moving from one
This is
nesting
not
site
this is
to
not
another.
electric.
Due to the added stress of defending
No,
their
this is
territory,
sloppy.
sometimes the mothers would reabsorb unborn mice in the womb,
Your makeup's doing
further
too much.
reducing the fertility
Too many
rates.
neon colors.
Calhoun writes, for all practical purposes, there had been a death of societal organization by the end of Phase C. Finally, there
Okay,
was
so-
Phase D, which Calhoun entitled The Death
Girl,
Phase.
you are not
This
wearing
phase was
anything.
characterized largely
This is
by an entire
this is
generation
no,
of
this is
young
not
who had been
slaying.
rejected by their
Wearing
mothers
nothing is
early
not an
and
electric
forced to
look.
leave the nest,
This-
and they
you-
were
you look
therefore
like-
unable to exhibit
I'm
normal
not gonna say it.
social
I'm gonna be
behavior.
nice.
This
I'm not gonna
manifested
be-
in
I'm not
numerous
gonna be too
ways.
cunty.
The females of this generation had far fewer children, and those that did have children lacked the maternal instincts necessary to raise them.
They
beyond
lacked the maternal
weaning.
instincts,
Calhoun
or they
goes
just
on
didn't want to.
describe the
That's
males
right.
of
Who's
this
on that
generation.
fucking podium?
Quote, male counterparts
First
to
game.
these non-reproducing females were soon dubbed the beautiful ones. They never engaged in sexual approaches toward females, and they
Oh,
never
wait, this is the
engaged
important
in
part.
fighting, and so they had no wound or scar tissue. Thus, their pelage remained in excellent condition. Their behavioral repertoire became largely confined to eating, drinking, sleeping, and grooming, none of
Based?
which carried any social implications beyond that represented
grooming
by
does have social
contiguity of
implications.
bodies. Unquote. As the last mice
I
with
wish
reproductive
I didn't have that
instincts
thing on the
aged
back of
beyond
my
their
head, and it was
fertility,
just
Calhoun
this
declared
lay.
that the
Wow.
last male would die around day 1,780 of the experiment, effectively rendering the colony dead, as it would be unable to produce any more young. His present tense language implied
Unlock.
that, when the article was published, the colony was still technically alive, though its final fate
Oh, I don't
was
have a camera.
practically sealed. Calhoun closed his article with a call to action.
I don't have
For
a
an
camera.
animal
I
so
would have to do it on my
complex as
phone.
man, there is no
Never mind.
logical
Not
reason
grooming
why a
children.
comparable sequence of
I'm
events
calling the
should not
grooming session
also
off.
lead to
We're just
species
doing just to
extinction.
impress.
If opportunities for role fulfillment fall far short of the demand
Oh,
by
fuck.
those capable of filling roles and having expectancies to do so, only violence and disruption of social organization.
Hold on, what is this shit saying? Bro, I'm not even I'm so fucking theme patterns. Oh lord. How about political patterns? Holy. Yeah, that's what we're doing. Gone. Yup, not happening. I'm gonna need to change this. Let's get that going. These bitches don't need to be wearing that sort of shit anymore. I mean, that was not bad. This is too much. Yeah, probably something like this. Yeah, something like that. And then I need she's got to cover her shoulders. You can't be having that sort of shit out in the year of our Lord 2025. Oh, it's fucking broke bitches. Holy fuck, it's $10. Oh my god. Chat, dono $10 and I'll literally do it. I need to put OBS on the screen because fucking what's it called? Stream Elements is broken as fuck. Give me $10 and I'll literally do it. I'll slay all these bitches out of this fucking this needs to be on. But that's kind of cute though. I need to change the fucking makeup though. I need a jacket. Like this? Like that? No. She's still showing shoulder. Alright, I'm just putting fucking everything on, I guess. How are all these shirts are still showing shoulder? Do I just need to grab this? Yeah, fine. Whatever. I need to change my makeup because I can't be doing an electric outfit skull every single fucking time. Patterns. What's the most depressed look? Why the fuck? Get chat out of here. Yeah, all of these are pay. Are you fucking kidding me? Where's my... Get rid of... Oh, here's my free shit. Yep, clown. Wait. Yeah, that might be doing it. That might do it. That might do it. How do I need to get... Hold up, I gotta get my perm going. What is this? Oh, those are my nails? Oh my god, that's like not worth the time investment. There we go. Wait, perfect. We did it. We do need to change the palette a little bit. Gray. Everything gray. Hold on. Can we like copy and paste this? This. Gray. Well, it's like a bluish gray. I mean, actually, no, we cooked. We're done. We honestly cooked. We did it. The dress is a little bit skirt, but if you know, you know. You know, you know. What's in here? Wings? I don't think I need Charlie wings. Holy fuck. Gilmore Girls wings? Is that really it? Currency collection. I can put on currency? Okay, that's incredible. Is there anything else? Maybe if this was on the back, yeah, sure. Patterns, patterns, patterns. That's not a bad one. Probably like this though. Nah, that ain't it. See ya. Bitches do be shopping. I do need a purse. Yeah, for real. There we go. And then, yeah, obviously we need, yeah, 100%. There we go. No, we cooked. We're done. All right, what's going on with this fucking mouse experiment? Hold on.
Follow.
For an animal so complex as man, there is no logical reason why a comparable sequence of events could not also lead to species in... Shut up. Shut the... That is the exact opposite of a reason why your results are generalizable, or not generalizable,
born under
rather.
these circumstances will be so out of touch with reality as to be incapable even of alienation. Their most complex behaviors will become fragmented. Acquisition, creation, and utilization of ideas appropriate for life in a post-industrial, cultural, conceptual, technological society
Oh, I still need to do
will
fucking
have been
shoes.
blocked. Just as biological generativity in the mouse involves this species' most complex behaviors, so does ideational generativity for man. Loss of these respective complex behaviors means death of the species.
Any critical examination of this, Frederick Knudsen? Girl. Okay, yeah, fine.
But
it's
even
a
as
nice
Calhoun
outfit.
was
It's a nice
performing
outfit.
his research on mice, others had been at work applying his theories to humans.
Oh, God.
By this point, researchers had
Who's
moved to more
applying it?
specific locations of overcrowding rather than the generalized location of cities, testing the effects on
Student dorms?
students in dormitories and patients at
What
hospitals.
about prison?
But the most fruitful example
Holy
they discovered
shit.
was in prisons.
That's right,
Paul
I am
Collis
stunning
from
it.
the University
I
of
am.
Texas wrote that prisons
Ooh.
were the perfect place for this sort
Ooh.
of study, describing the social
Yeah.
interaction between inmates
Yeah.
as intense,
that's right.
prolonged, inescapable,
right.
and realistic.
Unbothered
The prison and the study
by the
also
current state
offer
of
the
political
closest
affairs.
analog to Calhoun's rat experiments, since the prisoners could not escape the company of others, even in their
not it.
communal cells.
This looks
there,
like shit.
they found connections between
You look like a fucking
over-socialization and suicide, violence,
ramen
psychopathy,
bowl.
and stress. After such studies, environmental psychologists began to discover the problem. They identified two different kinds of density: physical density and social density. Physical density was the amount of
Emotional
space
density.
per person, while
Some of
social
these,
density was the number
some
of
people are just like
individuals
really
occupying
emotionally
space.
dense.
They found that social density was the much more
Actually,
important
I'll give her
factor,
another
as
day.
individuals in high social density were unable to control their interactions with others. Based on this
Oh, how much,
research,
like, you can
human
have, space
environments
for
could be
yourself or
designed
not?
to at least partially mitigate these issues, allowing those living within them the privacy they needed to maintain healthy social
Privacy
interaction.
that they
Outside
needed.
of
That's
scientific
right.
discourse,
So
Calhoun's rhetoric has
the opposite of that is to put everybody. This is an awful outfit. To put everybody into a box. Okay, got it. Nice one.
maintained
Cool.
its strength
Cool
through the
neoliberalism.
years, with
Glad we
different
learned
groups
another
of all
great thing
political persuasions
and applied
bending
it
his results
for
to support
phenomenal
their
outcomes.
views on social
Whoa!
degradation, however they may
Look how
define it.
gorgeous.
Among more scholarly sources, Calhoun
I'm
has been both
giving these
lauded
people
and
4 stars. I
criticized
don't give a
for his
fuck.
work. Those who support him cite his forward thinking about overpopulation, while those who deride him cite his misrepresentation of the actual social problems within cities, guiding discourse away from the true causes of societal discord. But no matter what those in the
Wait, what are the
modern
true
day
causes of
think his
societal
research,
discord,
his
Frederick?
influence on the way America views
How am I
its
not on
cities is undeniable.
These bitches don't know style. I'm sorry. I was going for something a little something for the members of the audience who are a little wiser than their years. People who wouldn't necessarily be playing this game themselves. But, you know, you might have family members who might be interested in getting into it. This was a fire outfit. I don't give a fuck. There was a pattern. These people didn't get it. That's fine. So what? Women ruin everything. Was that just it? No, there's got to be more to like this guy's experiment. There's got to be more. Where did I put it? Mouse experiment. What was it called? Death squared experiment? Behavioral sync. Oh boy. Okay, so oh, dripping in gold. Oh, we're doing the Mar-a-Lago. Fuck yeah, we are. Yeah, obviously, like, rats are gonna get depressed if you take them out of their, like, social context where they're, like, running around and enjoying things. Yo. Yeah. Holy fuck. Theme dripped in gold? Yeah. Hold on. Here we go. Oh, that's a belt. Oh, I thought it was a choker. Hold on. We're gonna... Dripped in gold. What do we need? What do we need? Oh, shit. What are we doing? None of these people are doing like masculine styles. We're gonna put on the toji. Yep. The breast. I mean, I guess all of this shit is just... Most of it is female accessories. We're gonna take this. Take... Holy, look at the fucking JoJo tits on this guy. Fucking Laura Croft ass tits. And like an insanely small ass. This is not... This is... Wow, they're really not giving us much. This is cool. But this is like the most basic outfit in the world. I don't know. Wait, yeah. Yeah. Oh, who's the fucking guy in like, who got his head, like, collapsed into gold? In like, Game of Thrones. Who was that guy? Where's, like, the bright yellow? What is this, like, faded out bullshit? Huh? Yeah, just give me that. What do you dip into gold? There we go. Whatever. We're gonna get... Is there a sprint? Nope, there's nothing. These are the mask faces. Insane. Writhing in pain. Never mind, we're doing it. This is it. Oh, yeah. Yeah. Actually, this is such a fit. We need, hold on, we need like a... Bitch, you look like a fucking Pikachu. I'm not verifying my age to get voice chat. Oh, give me this shit, actually. Yeah. Holy. Is there anything else? Cat ears? No. I wanted a... I mean, that's fine. Is there literally, like, no other, like, shirts? There's no button-down shirt? Regular shirt. No, there's literally no button-down shirt. Insane. Fuck it. Alright, we're done. We did it. Easy. Easy W. That's the fit. I don't think they're gonna vote for it. It's a little low effort, but it's fine. Dozen mature Norwegian rats maneuver by ramps. Were unable to carry to full term to survive delivery of litters if they did. An even greater number, after successfully giving birth, fell short of their maternal functions. Sexual deviancy to cannibalism and frantic activity. This experiment was the foundation for neoliberalism, I feel like. People started talking about scarcity because this experiment scared them. They were like, oh my god, we're just like rats running around and on like our little like day jobs. No. Now you're goy cattle. You're not fucking Calhoun rats. You're goy cattle. It's different now. The times have changed. You better put a little bit more yellow into that outfit, girl. Just yellow bottoms? You look like you got soaked in piss. This girl looks like Erica Kirk. She's dressed as Erica Kirk. Let's keep reading. I can't fucking look at these motherfuckers. Common sources of these disturbances become most dramatically apparent in populations of first series of 3 experiments. A behavioral sink would crowd together in the greatest number of one of the 4 interconnecting pens when the colony was maintained. Would assemble... Okay. So, oh my god. How the fuck did this ever, like, take root into developing the neoliberal consciousness? Like, if you look at the fucking experiment, the result of the social decline is because they were all hanging out in the same place. And so the neoliberals are like, oh, let's give everybody, like, exactly their own individualized room and take away the third spaces. Fuck you. Fuck you. Watch me slay this fucking exhibit. You look like cheese puffs. You both look like cheese puffs. You look like fucking Cheetos. Get the fuck off my screen. 1 star. No. Yeah, okay. Wait, biblical reference? Let's go. Saw the fate of the population in mice as a metaphor for the potential fate of mankind. He characterized the social breakdown as spiritual death, with bodily reference as second death, mentioned in the biblical verse. Oh yeah, hold up. That's not quite the pose I was looking for. Not quite the pose. Also not quite the pose. You look like a battery, bitch. No, 1 star. Sorry. So I basically this experiment was the start of neoliberalism and ecofascism. But ecofascism in the sense of destroying nature for the industrialization, the enslavement of mankind, but giving them enough psychological nourishment and you know, bread and circuses to get along and suppress a violent revolution or insurrection. Yeah? Sounds about right. Worries primarily a human population surge and a potentially independent increase in urbanization as an early stage of rendering much of a given society functionally sterile. Under such circumstances, he hypothesized... There we go, an actual hypothesis. I'm not voting for this fucking outfit either. Under such circumstances, he hypothesized society would move from some modality of overpopulation towards a more irredeemable underpopulation. Very curious. Actually, something I want to check out really quickly. What was it? Frank Lloyd Wright? Yeah, you stepped in dog piss. I like the outfit. Frank Lloyd Wright Wood plans for urban? Broadacre City. Oh, this one. Broadacre City. Yeah. I feel like Broadacre City was probably inspired by this perspective. No, it was much earlier. Because Frank Lloyd Wright's ideal organization of society would always surround... How the fuck am I not on this podium? These bitches have no style. The principle of it was to have large high density buildings in the middle of parks as the only high density, and everybody would get 1 acre of land to cultivate. Is this it? Maybe, but that's the premise of it. Hold on, actually, there was a bigger thing. There was like the rules. Rules. This one, New Freedom. Where's the give me the fucking list of things. Here we go. Where's oh, here we go. Open image, zoom in, not zoomed in at all. An acre of ground minimum for the individual. Broadacre City makes no change in existing system of land surveys. Has a single seat of government for each county. Administration by radio and aerotour. Architectural features determined by the charter and topography of the region. No minor or major access. Here we go. Insanely base things going on in this chart right here. A list of prohibitions. Mall hangout. Let's swap back to female, because men don't be hanging out in the mall. They just be catcalling bitches. Look at these copycats. I'm a trendsetter. Y'all don't even know. I am a trendsetter. Yeah, let's get that. Yeah. Yeah, that's slaying. That's a slaying. Ooh, that's not quite. Is there not like a crop top sweater? The fuck? Get rid of this shit. Where? Am I blind? Am I missing it? No, I'm not. Girl, you are going to a cocktail party. Maybe this is it. Where is this fur coming from? It's like a fur belt. Where the fuck did I get that? Is it part of this? Oh, it is. It's just not described. Pattern. Oh. Ooh. I figured it out. Ooh. Fur top? Yo. Shoulder straps? Yeah, we're gonna stay strapped. Layer? No. No. A fur belt. Are fur belts in? Is that a thing? Girl, you look like you're gonna do coke and try and fucking bang. But you know, if that's your thing, girl, have fun at the mall doing that. I don't know. I guess some people will pay for that content. Is there a thicker belt? Yo, wait. There we go. Yeah. Uh-huh. Yeah. Okay. Uh-huh. Let's get... And then, oh, is there like a long, like, fur coat? Like outerwear? No, there isn't. Nope. No coats, no nothing. I think the hair is probably gonna have to do a lot of carrying right now. Something like this? Yeah, honestly, we might have to get rid of the hat. Yeah. Yeah, sure, fine. Excuse me. We're gonna get rid of that. That's fine. And then let's get the... Is there another version of this that we can work with? Is there another? Please tell me there's another version. No. Tinfoil? Make it neon? No, this is not. Whatever. We're gonna do it. We're gonna run it. I don't think No, this is it. There we go. Yeah. Get rid of these. Yup. Yup. Okay, we did it. We did it. This is it. This is the fit. This is a great fit. A COVID mask? Yeah. And then, oh, that's a real Stravosky or whatever fit. Gold. Baddie. This is a sussy accessory. What the fuck? You can put on a cobweb? Oh, hell no. We're getting that shit off immediately. Alright. Oh, I need fucking eyes. What am I doing? 30 seconds to get eyes? How is it only makeup that gives you eyes? Ah. You would have, like, light makeup for them all. Yeah, sure. Whatever. Fine. Continue reading. No private ownership of public needs. Abolish the takings clause. Now, immediately. No landlord and tenant. Insane. 1930 and he's pushing this shit. No housing. No subsistence homesteads. I don't know what that means. No housing. I guess everybody owns their own property or whatever. I'm not sure. No traffic problems. Okay, that's an interesting. The trains will run on time. Is what he said. So we can take it. We can do it. We can do it. We'll leave it like that. Yep. Run it. No polls. And by no polls, he is, of course, not referring to the Polish ethnicity, but light poles, because telephone wires became a big thing. I think Frank Lloyd Wright would probably be against advertising billboards. This is an awful outfit, by the way. Get the fuck off my screen. You don't even have fucking hair on your head. Okay, this is not a mall hangout outfit. Maybe this would be a mall hangout outfit for if you're like 37. But if you're 25 and wearing this, you're going clubbing. And it's like Pennsylvania. This is not a no. You don't go to the mall in this. This is, you are trying to get slutted out by the mall Santa Claus. Best case scenario of why this would ever be related to the mall. No wires in sight, I agree. No ditches alongside the road. Not sure how I feel about that because we don't want our roads to get waterlogged. This is a good mall hangout outfit. Put him on the fucking podium immediately. Yassified eyes too. No headlights, no light fixtures. I don't agree with that. I think light pollution is one of the most underrated. Is this bitch pregnant? Bro, you're on like month 2. This is for drinking like nights out. This is for chill drinking at a bar, not a mall hangout. But I'll give the fit. Anyways. No light pollution is one of the biggest like underrated problems that people are not talking about. This is not a mall outfit. Get the fuck out. This is a stripper outfit. This is a stripper outfit. You don't go to the mall in this. No, stop fucking strutting your shit. You're not going to the mall in this. I guess like you go to the mall to buy the clothes that are half off with that outfit. How the fuck am I? I mean, look, okay, fine. They didn't give me any points whatsoever. That's, where am I? I'm 6th. Not fair. I should have been on the fucking podium. Insane. Anyways, hold on. Let me finish this thought. Light pollution is the most underrated problem that we're experiencing, and we don't need to abolish light fixtures to fix it. There's modifications that we can do. Obviously, we want it to be bright at night in particular places so that people don't get attacked at night, and we can record them if they do get attacked. Yeah, having dark places, it just not good. But having dark places at night, yeah, it's kind of, you know, it's a little like industrious to always have lights everywhere and to surveil everything and not let the darkness encroach onto the bright fires that have been lit by humanity across the planet. They just don't need to be lights that are exposing upwards. No glaring cement roads or walks. No cement roads. That's kind of based. Bricks. We can do that. No tall buildings except as isolated in parks. Based. No roadside advertising. There it is. No slum, no scum. Very interesting choice of words. Famous paintings. Do any of these bitches know what a famous painting looks like? They're all just gonna do like the Mona Lisa. Oh, Lord. Who's that girl in like the golden dress who's getting kissed up? Let's do that. Hold on, what was it? The Kiss? Yeah, there it is. Glimped. It's just like a cowl, some flower in her hair. Oh, I guess this is really gonna come down to like the pattern. It is a sleeved dress. No. It's a shouldered dress. Bro, are these really all the dresses? Are you being for real? Not that. Bro, you gotta be fucking kidding me. Alright, I guess we have to combine a couple then. Okay. Grab that. No, grab this. Ew, this is... They fucking... Somehow I managed to give myself a wet t-shirt contest. There we go, that'll work. Defaults, wheel... Yeah. That's pink. Doesn't need to be pink. We might fix that later. Oh, it needs to be gold. Gold, palette... Hold on, patterns, yes. No, I'm tryharding for this. You're fucking kidding me. What's close? What's close? What's close? Scales, gold. This one's not bad. 3 minutes? Honestly, we could probably keep the same makeup. Fuck it. Recycle. It's gonna be like this? Fine. That's okay. And then this one like that. Okay, we're pulling a little something together. Wait, that actual one, this one might actually be the best one. There's Houndtooth's pattern. I didn't even see that. This one should also be, yeah. And then we need to get some like this and this. Can I apply a pattern to it? No, I can't. Sure. Why is this back to being white? Whatever. She's got hair, she's got roses in her hair. I know I saw them over here. Fuck, 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 fuck. Where is it? Where is it? Where is it? Where is it? Oh, no, 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 it's on the other side. She was barefoot, but it's not really an option. Okay, we can run that. It's okay. Where's the rose? Where's the rose? Where's the rose? Here we go. Give me this. Okay. No spikes. There we go. Holy fuck, we're cooking. We're actually putting it together. And then... It's like auburn. It's close to that. Actually, it's probably closest to this. Yeah, we're gonna run with that. Oop. There we go. And then this we want to change to something. No, hold on, like that? Like this? Yeah. And then this, can we turn this to like a brighter red? We can. Is there anything else? There's like we're not capturing the blue. But this seems Is she wearing like a cowl? I think she is wearing a cowl. Let's get a cowl going. It's a light cowl though. That looks too heavy. Bro, you look like the boss of the locker gym. Or boss of the locker room. Where's the fucking cowl? Where's the fucking cowl? Is this gonna be enough? Is this gonna... If it's... Oh, fuck. If it's that... I guess? But like... Why the fuck are my tits white? Shouldn't this be... This? This. Why is it white? Wheel? Dark? No, I want it to be a pattern. I want it to be this. Oh, it's just permanently... Oh my god. Whatever, it's fine. It's actually kind of a slay outfit. We'll take it. Alright, we're done with Frank Lloyd Wright and his version of essentially this. Of society decaying because of liberalism. Oh, wait, I'm up. I wasn't even fucking... There we go. Yeah, that's right. Get the fuck. Basically, people have been... This is the same outfit you had last round. Get the fuck out of here. I don't even know how the fuck you got onto the podium. People have been proclaiming the death of liberalism since liberalism began. And we've only seen its decrepit corpse ripped apart by rabid dogs. So, sad to see. Maybe next time. What's the theme? Famous paintings? Bro, what painting are you? I mean, it's an okay outfit. Sure, fine. Basically, yeah, I guess the result of this Utopia experiment is that, you know, giving everything exactly what they need. What's the famous painting? You look like Waldo. Whatever. If it's Waldo, I'm actually giving it to him. You did it. Great job. Okay.
This video is brought
Let's
to you
run
by
the actual
Squarespace,
content.
an all-in-one platform for building your brand and growing your business.
I gotta focus. I gotta lock
Oh,
in to a
beautiful
couple of these
doves.
rounds.
I feel like it's been a while. I don't know why.
Wait, that's me. That's me. Yes. Yes, that's me. Yes, me.
I
This is-
feel like
this
it's
is
been a
a-
while
this
since
is-
I greeted everyone
Sure.
in that way. And you know what? It's also
Not
been a
iconic,
while
but we'll
since
run it.
I shaved my brows, did finger waves in my hair, even accessorized.
Oh,
massively, as I
girl,
had
the
been doing
opium
for
look
years
is
now. Surprisingly, I
not
haven't
it
seen any
anymore,
comments
I
about
feel
why my
like.
style has changed so much. But every so often, someone
What's
will
the
be
famous
like,
painting?
What happened to your brows? And sometimes they get a backhanded compliment. Where
What
someone
happened
will
to
be
your
like,
brows, bruh?
You look so much better now than you did a few years ago. For anyone who doesn't know me, if this is like the first video you've ever clicked on my channel, I used to dress way more eccentrically. I feel like I actually
Yeah, I can tell.
cultivated a personal brand.
The
as you
opium
might
look was
say,
it.
Based on
This
dressing
is... I'm not sure what the famous
eccentrically.
painting is, but I like the
Nowadays,
outfit.
Well, I
Run
do
it.
still wear a closet of mostly vintage and secondhand clothing items because that's just part of my ethics.
Yes.
I don't gravitate towards statement pieces as often as I used to. My friend and amazingly talented directress, Sina, recently sent me actually.
How the fuck
film
am I not
she
on
filmed
this?
of me on Super 8 a year and a half ago, and in the video,
How
was
am I
showing
not
my
on the podium?
closet and my accessories and talking about my attitude towards personal style.
Brother.
And it was so funny to watch. because
You're
it was, like,
kidding.
a
See,
time
I'm telling you, these
capsule
people
of
have
my
no
life
class.
Back then, and even though I still believe fashion can be such a wonderful creative outlet, my understanding of fashion has deepened, and I feel like my engagement with it is less superficial than it was before. Also crazy to think that this like all happened within a year and a half. Anyways, today I want to interrogate what it means to have personal style. This video is definitely more personal than my previous ones because
What does it mean to have personal
is
style?
such
I mean, I
an
guess you got to
important part of my
investigate
life,
your ethics
and
before you
many of the things I'm
develop a
imparting
personal
are
style.
personal realizations,
Otherwise, your
so
personal style
like
is just going to
back
be,
even
you know,
with
the
some
fucking
research
hoodies
and
that
providing other anecdotes, so
your
that you're not
family
just
gets you from
witnessing a single
Walmart
person's
or Costco
spiral.
every year.
You know what? Let's just get into
This is
it.
a good one.
Let's get into it. I've been a Squarespace user for so long. now
Not the
because I think it's best and
Squarespace.
easiest
It's
platform to
irrelevant.
build
You can
a
have AI do it
professional
now.
and aesthetic website. There's so many tools and templates.
Holy
and customizations.
gingerbread
The world is
fashion?
really your
What the
oyster with
fuck?
Squarespace.
It's
One
Christmas
of
is
the features
over.
I want to highlight is its online storefront capabilities. You can list physical or downloadable products and services with a click of just a few buttons and track orders internally through Squarespace. If you're an independent artist or running a nonprofit, Squarespace also has a donations feature where you can set up a page that accepts one-time or recurring contributions or even host a fundraiser.
Hell no.
Check out squarespace.com for a free trial, and when you're ready to launch, go to squarespace.com/MinaLay to get 10% off your first purchase of a website or a domain.
Style is not the same thing as fashion, which changes.
Style.
Is the use of definite principles of design. It doesn't require expensive clothes, but it does require good
Fashion
taste.
is Goy Slop. Style is Austin Powers. Alright, what are we doing for this? How do I dress as a gingerbread? Yes.
A few months ago, I got really caught up in Joan Didion and discovered for the first time her packing list, which she included in her book of essays, The White Album. On her list titled To Pack and Wear, she has 2 skirts, 2 jerseys or leotards, 1 pullover sweater, 2 pairs of shoes, stockings, bra, nightgown, robe, slippers, cigarettes, bourbon, and assorted toiletries.
Cigarettes she
She doesn't
brings.
say how long her trips are, but
Back
I
when
assume it's
America
a
was
weekend
great.
situation or a week max. She also doesn't mention packing any underwear, but that's none of my business. That's between Joan and God.
Well,
I
no,
was really
you fucking read her
captivated
packing
by how
list.
simple this
I,
packing
maybe
list
maybe
was,
Joan is just
especially
like
because,
she's just one of the
I'm not
girls
for
that's like
anything. I have to
you can
literally sit on top of my
figure out what you
suitcase
need to
close
do.
it, and once I'm at the airport,
You can
without
figure out
fail,
what
I'm, like,
you-
sweating at the check-in
this is
desk
not
to
it.
make sure it's all under the weight limit. By the way, my tendency to overpack is so I have a bunch of styling options at my destination, not because I actually think I'll wear all these clothes in 1 week. But I
Awful.
was
I
curious
hate-
about the Joan Didion minimal outfit formula, and I wanted to try it out myself. I wasn't traveling anywhere, but for 10 days straight at home, I alternated between 2 outfits, a white skirt and a white t-shirt, and a
I
black
guess-
skirt
yeah,
and a
let's
black
get hair
t-shirt.
now.
And honestly, this is probably the most
Based,
freeing
based.
I've felt in a
True.
really long
Chat,
time.
I'm gonna reveal very personal. My relationship to clothing. I literally do like the what's it called? I literally do the Steve Jobs every day. I just wear like a black shirt. But I've decided pants is probably one of the best ways to customize fashion. Having them fit well, sit low, nicely.
time. Caution
Super
as well,
easy.
get to something very
Very
situational
easy
for
to
me,
also
which
do
inevitably
laundry.
carries tons of privilege, but I feel like it's necessary for me to say why I did this challenge to begin with. For a while, I was
Okay.
at the verge of burnout.
I don't know.
And
I feel
just
like we
getting
kinda-
myself to do anything was like really tough.
We did it.
Especially because I work from home. But I saw
got
that
2 layers
problem
on
when
as
I
well.
realized that if I could just change out of my sleeping clothes, it could do wonders for my energy levels, put me in a new active mindset, so to speak. However, that realization didn't actually change much because then I realized it takes a lot of my creative energy to put together an outfit in my closet. So I would continue to put off the task of getting ready, and on bad
Were there
days, I would
no-
just like lay around at home all day, not seeing
Oh,
any
fuck this
sunlight.
bitch. She's
with
gonna
my
take my
brain
shit.
going at a quarter capacity. But when I adopted this really simple wardrobe, I don't know, just everything became like super easy. I had the clothes ready laid out in the morning.
She's not
and
gonna
I
steal my
just
shit.
needed to
Wait,
put
let's
them on
go.
without any thought.
They don't even
Which
know.
brought me to the conclusion that personal style was actually making my life harder. Because look, I think
No,
the
she looked at
antithesis
it, she
of
looked at
personal
it.
Style is the uniform. That's not to say that my 2 outfits were literal uniforms, by the way. Because
look like
everyone
a
else
cup of
around me
orange
was
juice,
wearing the
not a
same
gingerbread.
thing, which is kind of like the definition of a uniform. Everyone around you has to be wearing the same thing. But when I was doing this challenge, I was thinking about.
But the reason
parallels
people
between
have, like,
what I was
uniforms
doing
now are,
and
like,
wearing a school uniform.
Even outside of
I myself
We
went
got
to
work
homeschool,
uniforms.
So we didn't have uniforms.
We
and
got
my
uniforms
attitude
for
towards them
locations.
Was always negative because in school my sense of style was my creative outlet, and I really couldn't imagine being denied that.
I gotta hide this.
However, sometimes when I meet people who did wear school uniforms growing up, some of them actually praise this dress institution because it was one less thing that they had to worry about.
By the way, I had to wear a
Similar to the
polo.
revelation I had recently with my 2 outfit challenge. Similar to the
For
realization that Steve Jobs had.
a
at
lot
some
of
point in
elementary
his
school,
life
and
when
I
he
will never
decided
wear
that
one again. All right,
despite
we're
being
hiding
one
this
of the
tech.
richest men in the world, he was going to wear the same outfit every day. A
You
black
just look like a
mock
chocolate
turtleneck,
Barbie.
blue jeans, and New Balance sneakers.
Yo, that's
According to a
me!
2012 study from Northwestern University, wearing certain clothes has a tangible effect on the wearer's psychology and performance, known as enclothed cognition.
Yes.
In their study, the researchers found that wearing a lab
Confidence.
coat can boost performance as opposed to not wearing one. Without fully realizing it at the time,
Yes. actions are part of their context, and part of the context is establishing a ritual based on the associations and the physical manifestations of these things. What did the objects trends represent in a wider context behind it? What the expectations are? What are you performing? Yeah, 100%.
Writer artist. And that could also be one of the reasons why I felt more.
By the way, we're gonna ruin these fucking kids right
for
now.
Practical reasons, I chose two very simple outfits that allowed for freer movement and that weren't too stimulating on the eyes. But I also followed Joan Didion's logic.
That one's also
She
like
thinks about
actually
unpacking
really good.
this.
Holy shit.
Notice the deliberate anonymity of costume. In a skirt,
Oh
leotard, and
my.
stockings. I could pass on either side of the culture. As a reporter, it was important for her to be able to shapeshift to her environment. For me, I shapeshifted in the sense that I would wear this outfit to acting class where I could more easily embody different characters because the outfit was so plain.
Easy.
And even though I'm not a reporter and so shapeshifting is not an important facet of my writing practice, I felt like borrowing cues from Didion's wardrobe did make me feel more like a cool girl writer as she's come to be known in the zeitgeist today. As I say all this, I want
You mean
to
an
recognize that
autistic
my work
woman?
uniform
Writer?
is not completely
A writer for autistic
devoid of
women?
personal style.
For uriners?
It's an outfit that I was, one, able to choose for myself, and two, a look I genuinely
You
think
look like a
was
cappuccino.
flattering on my
You look
body.
like a
But
cappuccino.
it
I'll
was
give
a
you the
pretty
bare
basic
iconography though.
outfit.
Good job.
I'm not reinventing the wheel. There's millions of women out there probably dressed in the same exact way.
Neo goth style, pop goth. Yeah, pop goth is what I would consider the trend.
Basic has morphed into this major insult, especially in creative cities like New York and in online spaces. But why is it so
Bro,
bad
you literally
to have the
I
same
mean,
taste as the majority?
you've got a lot of stuff overlapping. You should have just stuck with whatever the fuck this is. Just straight gingerbread. Too much going on in the head. Not gonna give you 5.
She had that her personal style wasn't so personal. She writes, last summer, my best friend and I were drinking an Aperol Spritz in Times Square when I noticed scores of women walking by in different iterations of the same outfit. An oversized tee, a skirt, white socks, sneakers or loafers, and some kind of embellishments in their hair. I looked down. I was wearing an oversized button-up, a maxi skirt, white Nike socks, and vintage loafers. Suddenly, everywhere I looked, I saw myself, and it felt mortifying. This comes following a long-standing sentiment over the past few years among New York fashion heads that personal style is dead.
I have to wear my slick back bun.
Personal style is dead. No, it's like just because other people like an outfit doesn't mean your personal style is dead. But maybe women are just like particularly prone to this.
You have access to all of these things. Like you walk outside of your house and you're walking.
I mean, men actually might have it worse because they don't take the time to understand trends or like shapes and stuff like that. They'll just eat up whatever they are required for work.
But the sentiment holds that originality and authenticity are hanging on by a thread in the face of algorithms and Pinterest boards shepherding us all into wearing the same regurgitated microtrends. People
based on
have always participated in
identifying information such as using like core or something like that. The commercialization of fashion is tied to the commercialization of and the search engine resultification of language, the English language.
Especially with the development of microtrends.
How the fuck am I not on this podium again?
Cottagecore to Barbiecore to coastal grandma in a span of months. There's no through line between any of these aesthetics other than TikTok virality. And the main argument against most of these aesthetics were that they were rooted in consumerism rather than an actual subculture. Chris Black wrote for GQ an essay about how Instagram killed
y'all
personal
didn't deserve
style,
this outfit.
and points out that nowadays, rather than trying to cultivate a consistent style, people are focused on pieces, buying the one often high dollar item that will make us feel good and give us the instant gratification.
That is sort of, you develop a style around like high value items in the age of realism.
Buy one-off pieces to incorporate into their style.
Hold on, what is this article?
Rather than to try. People are focused on pieces, buying the one often high dollar item that will make us feel good and give us the instant gratification we need. According to the business
Gen Z and fashion in the age of realism. Uh-oh. Capitalist realism? Has an outside impact on culture and economy. Is that true? Bro, this is like when somebody says that 80% of the dollars have been printed in the last 3 years, and it's like not true. Grandmas and grandpas? Oh, Oh, how are we hitting the nursing home? What are we hitting the nursing home in? Are we hitting the nursing home in like a shoulderless cocktail dress? In fucking yoga pants? Oh boy. Oh, okay, hold up. Yeah, we can do it. We can do it. Yup. And then. Yup. I mean, maybe that instead. Hold on, hold on, hold on. Hold on. I'm tryharding. I'm cooking, I'm cooking, I'm cooking, I'm cooking. Oh, I see. No, no, no. Yeah, we're gonna turn this into something like light brown-ish. That's orange. Desaturated? Darker? Oh, there we go. Yeah, that's great. And a top hat? Oh, fuck off. I mean, I'm probably taking these pants because they look old. What do old guys? I mean, they kind of like make their pants gray. Yeah. Okay. And then I need a belt. What is this clipping? I don't understand. Okay, that sort of fixes it a little bit. I need a face now. Maybe I'm going back to the skull. Yeah. There we go. Me in the nursing home. And yeah, this is what we're doing. Maybe we keep it bald. Masculine. I don't know about that one. There's got to be some sort of beard. Maybe this? Oh, yeah. And then we're going to make it... Yeah. I wish we could get, like, the monk look. That would be... No. Not that. Like, yeah, something that would work like this. I don't know what to make of it. Do we work with it? Do we work with it? Is this... Are we given? I don't think we're giving. I don't think we're giving. Let's give it up. And no, we're not. We're not. Old people would not have the darts. There we go. Okay, and we do need pants. We need shoes. Are you kidding me? There's no like formal shoes. No male formal shoes? Can't be put on? Are you fucking kidding me? You guys are fucking assholes. I can't put on those feet? Wow. This game is fascist. I said it. I had to come out and say it. Can't be put on? They... very curious. Gen Z is the largest population, accounting for 25% of the world's population, and it has an outsized impact on culture and economy. Culture, I can definitely say. Economy, sure, fine. What's the point of this article? Why are they writing this? In the age of realism? Okay. Realism, is it realism and it's just like the world is shit, we know it and we have to deal with it? Is that what the age of realism is? Or is it the age of capitalist realism where there's no alternative and capitalism is going to live forever? This is the fashion of the age of realism. From Bank of Personality Types, sources of income, preferred brands, and their approach to sustainability. Yeah, by the way, all this information has been colligated by Palantir. Okay. Not spending much on... Is a favorite entertainment category to spend money. Outranking... Yeah, people don't drink. Instead, bitches don't be drinking anymore. They just be performative in public. What is this? Forgers, signalers, satellites, rebels, explorers, and idealists. Core values. We find 6 personality clusters that characterize. I'm just gonna leave them like this. It's genuinely insane outfit. Okay, Quilt AI has developed insights into the classes of Gen Z and their relationship to ideals and consumer patterns. This is a good outfit. Forgers, ambitious and confident, introspective improvement ideology. Ideology is one of their core values. Signaler, ideology, also very improvement, information and improvement. So this is DGG. Satellites, wants to fit in. Is this? Sure, fine. Have it. Informality, identity, and improvement. Interesting. I mean, obviously nobody's going to fit into exactly one cluster. First to sit on the sidelines and observe the world by going by. Goy cattle. Yearns for independence. Schizophrenic and dangerous to society. No, actually schizophrenic, sociopathic. Sure, fine. Whatever. Oh, I forgot to rate her. Uh-oh. Nike, Gucci, and Adidas leading as Gen Z's favorite fashion brands by unprompted awareness. Interesting. Yeah, it's a good outfit. Why does is this just like don't buy these brands because they're popular? Zara is dog shit. H&M has cool things occasionally, but probably like low quality. Urban Outfitters occasionally has interesting things. Shein, fuck no. Levi's fell off the face of the earth. Gray, classic outfit. Sure, fine, whatever. It looks like it's just following Zipf's law loosely. In terms of like a market capture. Whatever, fine, let's continue.
Fashion, it's actually more likely for Gen Z to buy one-off.
That article signaled something far more interesting than we identified these types, and you can take a quiz to see which ones you would classify into. Well, there's a lot of people in this lobby. Sure, whatever. I don't think old ladies would have that much hair, but fine.
Pieces to incorporate into their style rather than to try to mimic an entire
seek individuality
category.
through pieces
so instance,
that you think match your personality.
Overhauling your closet to buy pink Barbie core clothes.
Let's not do that.
You're more likely to buy one pink sparkly top.
Is that Miss Rachel?
Barbie core, which maybe goes to show that aesthetic categories were.
How did I place at the bottom? I literally played an old guy.
The result of buying all these hype special pieces is what I think ends up looking like the micro trend final boss meme.
I'm getting tilted a little bit.
Like a bunch of disconnected clothing pieces that have no harmony or cohesiveness, and due to their context associated with TikTok fashion trends, the whole outfit looks more like an overconsumption spree rather than like an authentic attempt at dressing eclectically. The fact that many of these trendy pieces never even took off in the real world goes to show the context of being chronically online. A friend of the channel, Alexandra Hildreth, told Vogue Business last year, "You can tell someone's screen time from their outfit," referring to how many TikTok-specific trends a person is wearing.
I mean, but you also have to be plugged in to that particular screen time to understand it.
But
if you can identify it, I don't think that's a dox against somebody else.
In that GQ
uniforms,
earlier, black
oh no.
It is difficult, but you must
What's a good uniform?
We all have
that's
those
not
pictures of ourselves wearing
an ice officer.
So
we're not doing an ice officer outfit.
I came of age during the indie sleaze era. The same photos of Paul Newman and Miles Davis get posted online over and over again because those men wore clothes that they clearly felt were for them. Okay, I think anyone looking back at old photos of themselves will always feel a certain tension about the way they were dressed or how they looked at the time. Like, we can't really ring up Miles Davis today, But I am curious to think what he would think about like
Anthony Soprano,
the
also
idea
very
of
good
people
fashion.
regurgitating old photos of him still.
Uniform?
The reason indie sleaze look so ridiculous to millennials and older Zoomers is because we actually lived through it. And we also lived through the following era where those trends started to look ridiculous. But this happens to everyone, no matter what decade. Or
Yeah,
else
I guess.
we would all be wearing the same things since like the beginning of the fashion industry. As an example, many of us consider Jane Birkin to be a timeless style icon. Yet in a 2017
Why doesn't
interview
this
with
work?
Vogue France, she said
Oh, it's
herself,
because it's a
"When I see
cinched
photos of me
waist.
from 1968, my big doll eyes underlined with eyeliner, exaggerated mouth, bangs, I find it horrible." You know, I also personally love looking at trends because we can literally trace history through them. Trends themselves are, I think, a natural part of being socially, visually minded creatures. But to go back to my earlier question of why is it so bad to look like the majority,
Ugh.
I personally think it's rooted in the fact that many
just
of us
grab
are
the entire thing?
unhappy with our own generation. We don't want to be like everybody else because everyone else is lonely, umbilically tied to their phones,
Yeah, but, like,
doesn't know how to read,
isn't
needs
there
therapy,
solidarity
and is
in
addicted
that?
to online shopping.
Like, can't you be confident in
But
that
I think
solidarity or
we're
what?
afraid to
Like,
admit
we're
that
all
many of
experiencing the
us
same
are
sort of
actually
condition,
somewhat
and it
similar
sucks.
to everyone else,
Like, this is,
dealing with at least
or what? You're
some
just
of
afraid
the
of
same
being called
pathetic
a
problems. It's just
a communist
easier to distance
when you're
ourselves
like
and to pretend
just
that
being like,
we're
oh,
more
society could
like-
be improved somewhat.
It's also a product of America's
Just
culture,
my
which
that's
prizes
that's the
cultivating a
Gen Z
strong
predicament.
individualism over aligning with
If you
the
talk
community.
about how things suck,
Out
you're a
here, a man
communist.
settles his own problems.
On the flip side, I don't want to take away from the very real history of
Girl.
subcultures and the importance of being anti-establishment and dressing alternatively because
Oh, brah.
the mainstream can be very oppressive. I just
This
want
is
to
not.
say, though, that in our current climate, it seems like a lot of people who speak negatively about basic dressers are speaking out of ego and not for any, like, political reason. And I wonder if part of the reason why subcultural dress isn't more prevalent, at least within
Why
the
do
fashion
none of these
industry
work?
itself, is because it's almost impossible
None of these
to
shirts
participate
work.
in the industry if you're too different. Yes, there's always exceptions to the rule, of course. Like, I always see fashion writer Lynn Yeager everywhere at all kinds of industry events. I know her. She's known
Wait.
for her fuck-ass bob and Cupid's bow lipstick. She's iconic. And in 2005, she wrote for the New York Times.
Oh,
the
she
origins
is
of the
iconic.
signature look.
I
She
like her
said, "I've
outfit
never
too.
really
The
understood
really
why
nice
women are so timid.
layers with different
For me, only someone
textures.
with a powerful look, Diana Vreeland, say, or Minnie Mouse, is a person worth emulating. Because, and here's a big secret, if you construct an eccentric look and make it your own, you will be forever insulated from the world of fashion, a place where, let's face it, you can never be lissom enough, your hair never curly or straight enough, your chest never full or flat enough. And here's an added bonus, truly wacky
Always-
style doesn't date. So
Yeah,
all those worries about
the
wrinkles
media
and
apparatus
wrinkles feel
that
unaffected.
induces women to feel
Yeager has a
insecure
point.
was
Though she's
one
been
of the
working in
greatest
industry
tragedies.
since the
And
1970s and has
Adorno
gained
and
enough credibility with her
Adorno
work
and
over
what's
the
his
years
face
that it would actually be
were spitting
insane not to
straight
invite her to things.
facts.
I think it's a lot harder to establish credibility now in this oversaturated
I guess the top hat will
market
probably like
where
finish
everyone
this.
has an opinion, everyone has an interesting sense of style. I think it's especially
Interesting,
hard
quote unquote.
because now everyone's self-worth has become increasingly tied to their ability to sell products,
And
which encourages
oh yeah,
sellout
I mean,
behavior.
so
As a
what? We're
personal
just blaming
example
late
here,
stage
when I was
capitalism for
first
why everybody is
starting to blow up on
Looksmaxxing?
YouTube,
Can't be put
my
on.
big
Fuck.
goal was to be part of the fashion machine. I really wanted to get invited to all the cool shows at Paris Fashion Week.
I wanted
go
to
the
sit
cool
in front of
brand
the
activations,
models
get the cool
walking.
ambassadorship, get invited to the coolest event of the year, the Met Gala, yada yada yada. If Anna Wintour is watching this, I would never say no to an invite to the Met Gala, but this is all contextually. I'm trying to set the
Find these
scene
shoes.
right now,
That's right.
bringing us back to 2021. But you know, over time, I really never got the prestigious invites, despite growing my following and establishing more legitimacy in the press every year. So,
'Cause you're
I became confused.
shocked.
Like, what was I supposed to be proving to these brands? There's a number of factors, but a lot of it comes down to how marketable these brands find you to be. The more basic you
Okay,
are,
this is it.
the more of a blank slate you pose
This
yourself
is it.
as, and therefore
Yes.
the more marketable you are.
It's
because
like,
you're more malleable
fuck, what's
to
it
the
called?
brand and their image. I've had a friend tell me her manager once pitched her to Saint Laurent and they denied it because her personal style was too colorful for the brand.
That is a deep cut office siren.
You do? Just because you're good at
This is
marketing
Turkish
yourself
Airlines,
doesn't
okay.
make you a fashion expert.
Every 6 months, people come out with takes about how Fashion Week has been overrun by like
This is
unstylish
not an outfit.
influencers or whatever.
This is not a
which
uniform.
leads many other people to make parallels with the fashion blogger days.
You look like you're gonna get murdered.
Fashion bloggers were considered to be the first wave of industry interlopers, and this,
Disruptors.
as some people say, is evidence that the fashion industry is full of snobs unwilling to accept change despite their resistance. However,
fucking
I think
look.
there's a huge difference between the initial fashion blogger run and the influencers we see now at Fashion Week. In the early fashion blogging days, and before brands learned how to seriously monetize these bloggers, that's important, there was a semblance of
What is this
sartorial
uniform?
personality in the front row.
Just Edge?
Think about 13-year-old Tabby Gevinson sitting front row at Couture Week in her grandma chic outfits, and then getting hated on for wearing a hat that was blocking someone's view. Nowadays, for the most part,
Very demure
influencers
outfits
sitting in the front row
from
are
Shutterstock.
expected to conform to the brand's look.
I like
by
this
borrowing
golden dress a lot.
sometimes an
This
entire
quilted
outfit
golden dress.
straight from the brand's catalog.
This is okay. Yeah, it's just a maid.
Tory
It's
Burch.
meh.
I'm not hating on this, by the way.
This is a nice dress.
I have been in this position. And actually, I prefer getting dressed by a brand. Shoot me.
Whoa.
Because it means I have less things to worry about.
Oh, okay.
I've kind of gotten over the whole like need to be photographed by fashion photographers in my Sunday's best attitude, and I've started treating Fashion Week as just like an industry event to network at rather than like a twice-a-year opportunity to showcase
The
style,
Turkish Airlines girl
personal style.
is gonna get
That's
the 5 stars though.
so the call is
Deserved.
inside the house. Whatever. But just because I like doing this now doesn't mean I'm not aware of the optics for people who are
Meh.
scrolling through Instagram and TikTok at home. Like, looking through Fashion Week street photography used to be incredibly inspiring during the fashion blogger days, but it's become more and more commercialized with each passing Fashion Week. I don't want to idolize the fashion blogger days too much though, because this idea of mainstream commercialization
Do we get to Patrick
was
Bateman?
already starting to take
We
hold
do.
in the early 2010s.
Let's
Rosie
go.
Finley categorizes two waves of style blogging
This is
in her book,
office, sure,
Personal
whatever,
Style
fine.
Blogs. The first wave was more early internet, DIY, hipster. The second wave was more commercialized. Fancy DSLR photo shoots, sponsorship deals, and luxury product links to boot. Finley writes, "It is desirable for second wave fashion bloggers to embody a particular accessible style that will align with companies they
Yeah,
wish to
this
work
you
for
can
and
look
to
this
attract
good.
a regular
You can
readership."
feel this good.
It's
Because
not
that's
just
what
the
most
fashion
advertising is
bloggers
selling.
who are selling out,
Actually,
though. The
it's
industry
not the
was
product.
squeezing
It's the
everyone.
feeling of having the product.
Journalist David Graham
It's
wrote in
being
2012
the
that
person
fashion
having
journalism had become
photos
akin to
taken
cheerleading. He
taken
claims
of
that
you.
Fashion magazines have always
is
been
the
in
appeal.
passive collusion with the fashion industry. They are notoriously
I'm not.
submissive,
How the fuck
and
am I on this?
really
Where am I?
Because they are wed inextricably to advertising dollars. And when fashion critics don't submit, they risk getting
Bra,
blacklisted,
how
as
am
in
I
the case of
bottom?
Kathy Warren, who was banned from attending the Saint Laurent Spring Summer Ready to Wear 2012 show because she said in 2004 that the designs of
Bro, I
then
have to, like-
menswear designer Eddie
I have to make
Slimane
shit up?
had
No,
been
I'm
influenced by his
not.
rival Raf Simons. Though, honestly, this practice of banning critics had been going on for years prior to that. Richard Martin observed that critics were getting banned from shows for making, quote, even mildly negative remarks in an
I
essay
can't.
published
I
in
can't think of anything.
1998. The overall result, though,
People are getting
is
canceled. Wah,
fashion
even
is
in
a very
1998.
sanitized industry. And the realization of this
sanitized?
has led some fashion-minded young people to go on TikTok complaining about Fashion Week going downhill and wanting to be more experimental in their own day-to-day looks. It's
Yeah,
kind of
best
like a
fits
way
of
being
Paris Fashion
anti-establishment,
Week
even
are
though
outside the
you're
venue.
still technically participating in these
Genuinely
establishments by
insane outfits.
shopping for clothes and feeding the machine.
Most eccentric motherfuckers. That is a Phoenician tunic.
Women's Wear Daily interviewed a bunch of designers on what outfits they wear during Fashion Week, and many of the designers, like Jonathan Anderson of Loewe, Glenn Martins of Y Project, Matthew Blasi of Bottega
Over
Veneta,
Vogue.
and Edeline Lee, all said something very similar in that they wear simple outfits because it's easy and practical for running around all day. I also really liked what Marco De Vincenzo, creative director of Etrio, had to say. He said, "I'm not the kind of person who uses fashion to express himself. So it's a white or black t-shirt, denim, and black shoes. I'm boring, I know. I save my fantasies for collections and not for myself." As I've gotten older, I've started to really resonate with Marco. I think my love for fashion has manifested mostly via research these days. But when I was younger,
Discovering.
creating interesting outfits
Noticing.
used to be one of my only outlets of creative expression. I also
You're
have
putting
gotten
Joe-
a lot
you're
of
putting
external
Erica Kirk on the front of
validation for it,
Vogue.
like, my
Let's fucking
entire
go.
life. I remember learning that a bunch of my friends voted for me for my high school's best dressed senior superlative, and I didn't even ask them to. And granted, I was not nearly popular enough to win, but it was a point of pride for me that other people recognized that I had a sense of style. I also was pretty shy in high school, didn't participate much in class, didn't audition for any school plays, even though I loved doing theater outside of school.
Eyes so far apart.
I just felt like really
yes.
suppressed at my actual school. And so I felt like dressing well was the only way I could make my mark in my environment. According to the fashion psychologist Shakayla Forbes-Bell, we want to stand out with our clothing because we receive external validation for doing so, which can help build our own self-image. She explains to Harper's Bazaar, being memorable
the way you construct
and
yourself
recognizable
informs how other
only
people
provides social
treat you.
benefits,
How other
it can
people treat
also
you
boost
informs
your
how you
confidence.
construct yourself.
Statistics say the same. In 2022, Business of Fashion found that aggregate spending on clothing slows down after the age of 34 and declines after the age of 44. And in the same report, they also cited a survey that revealed 89% of the 1,000 Gen Z
So this is going to have to
participants
be
rate fashion as
houndstooth.
important for boosting confidence. Once I started
That's not
monetizing my
houndstooth.
videos, dressing a certain way became
What in
an
the
integral part of
are
my
you kidding
personal
me?
brand building, which is a whole other issue I have. I had a
Why does
friend
that look like
once
shit?
tell me that you've made it if someone can craft a Halloween
It's like too
costume out of
big.
you.
That's not houndstooth.
As in to say, you've made it if you've created a strong signature look that stands out in the culture. At first, I was like, hell yeah, because one signature look means less consumption and waste. But the more I've been sitting with that statement, the more I question whether or not I should have given that hell yeah. Dan Schauble, founder of Millennial Branding, told Forbes, consistency of all kinds is what builds brands. People who wear the same thing,
Oh,
have a
yes.
catchphrase or two, and associate with the same people are more
Is this
memorable
it?
than those who don't.
No.
So
I don't
isn't
think
a
so.
person
I think it's gonna be
striving
something like
for a consistent
that.
look trying to accomplish the same thing at the end of the day as a person who's striving for something new and interesting every day? In the sense that both people are looking for external validation based on the way that they present themselves. I mean, one is definitely more sustainable for the environment, but the point still stands. And listen, I'm sure there are so many exceptions to the rule. Like,
What about
not
sustainable for
everyone is
labor?
rotted by social media or the need to grow a business. And I'm sure there are some people who genuinely found one thing that works for them and they love it. Like the Green Lady of Brooklyn, who has dedicated herself to the beauty of chartreuse living. And it seems like
What in the
genuinely
only in New
organic
York
for her.
City?
But
Only the
more or
most
less, it's normal
mentally ill
for
bad
people to
bitches
change styles
could
as they age,
inherit
especially
land
if
in
they
New
do
York
care
City,
about
grow
fashion.
old, and
As Rosie
make their
Finley
entire
notes in her
life
own
Grinch
research
color.
over the 2010 style
Go off.
blogosphere, over years, bloggers' style would morph as their influences
Okay,
and tastes
I mean, am I
changed
done?
and as they grew older. Often this would be gradual,
else
a
do
haircut,
we need for,
a
like,
movement away from a signature
the
aesthetic
Vogue?
into something new.
What about this?
This is also a good quote from her, so I'll just say it. Style blogs then become a space for the display
Oh,
of
you
the
can-
self in a particular moment, a lived lookbook of personal style, always in the process of becoming. One's identity is thus not
always
prior and
in the
needless
process of
fixed,
becoming. Yo,
but
ontology,
is a
ontology,
phenomenon
ontology.
that
Yo,
is
we
constituted by a
ontologizing
sustained repetition of
low
facts.
Kirk
I come to
ontological
realize
state.
that having
That's
a rich
me.
personal style doesn't come down to individual pieces that you buy, but the essence of how you wear something, which is usually rooted in your own self-confidence.
Yeah, the
For
vibe.
example, former President John F. Kennedy was known for being a style icon, but as Maria McKinney Valentine explains in her essay Fashioning Identity, from a fashion perspective, Kennedy was a trendsetter because of his social standing, his powerful position, and what time has called his cool factor. This is another element that I think is often missing.
I mean, these are
He's
basic
in fit
outfits.
or
He's
in
just,
too
like, wearing
skinny
nice shit.
conversation,
I don't think it's
which
that
trumps whether or
complicated.
not an outfit would look good if it wasn't on a thin person's body.
At least for
Usually
men
the
back
thin
then,
person
for
wearing the
JFK.
outfit in question
She's
is
from
also
San
a
Francisco,
struggle.
so of course
And
she's gonna be
therefore, it's
wearing
not only that
shit
they
like
get
this.
The halo effect of being thin, it's also the halo effect of being a famous person. Take Lily Rose Depp. She's gorgeous, she's elusive, she's also a Nepo baby, which carries its own connotations of glamour. Despite my
I mean,
comments about the onion,
Johnny Depp
I do
has
think
really
she's a
good
talented
facial
actress.
structure.
I am excited
Let's
for
be
this
honest.
draw too. Girls online also love her sense of style, which if you look at it without knowing anything about her, it doesn't seem that noteworthy. Like, she wears a lot of basic tank tops, low-rise miniskirts, jeans, and ballet flats. And there's this one memeified photo of her with her girlfriend Danny, who makes amazing music. And it's her wearing a trench buttoned up to the neck with Margiela tabby ballet flats. And people were making fun of it, but I also do think there was an underlying sense of awe that this look was just so her. Like, in all
There we
of
go.
Lily's street
That's it.
style pics, she seems to have just a very strong sense of self, evident in her posture and mannerisms. And I think that carries into
I mean,
any
the outfit is like it's
think
just
this is why
quirky,
those
like
trusted
nepo
body
baby
shape
girl. Like,
recommendations can actually be a sort
I
of
guess
good
like
starting
it's
point for
her
some
bag
people,
to
especially for
to
people who don't really
lose.
know anything
Cover
about
of
fashion,
Vogue.
because
Eh,
it gives guidance
sure.
on
Yeah, I mean,
what
you stole my
silhouettes would
fucking
flatter
neck
your
thing.
body type.
Yeah,
Of
a
course,
million
the
different body
recommendation
types. There
about
it is.
flattering can be oppressive, and so I always advise to take it with a grain of salt. But knowing what silhouettes look or feel balanced on your body can absolutely help you feel more confident in your clothes. For example,
Yeah.
I don't follow like, you know, the
But like
actual
these are
pear-shaped
body
guidelines
shapes that
stuff,
you can
but I do avoid some
almost
shapes
like
just, like,
develop
intuitively
with
because I
what
think
you
they look bad
wear.
on my body.
Like
For
you
example,
can
V-neck
start with the
tops,
body shape,
halter tops,
and then based on what you
mini
wear, you can
skirts.
accentuate it and
You won't
push it
catch me with
out
To go back
in
to,
certain
like, what's
directions,
universally
like based on what you
flattering,
want
like,
for the day.
I don't
Like
adhere
her
to that
fucking
advice,
coat
all the
changed her
time,
body
because
from like
for one thing, I
hourglass
have
skinny
broad shoulders,
to
and
like
usually the
boxy.
advice from these guidelines is to avoid puffy sleeves.
Cover of Vogue,
because
you
it
look
makes you
like
more
you're going for a
top-heavy.
coffee date.
But I love puffy sleeves, so I still wear them.
Come again.
Similarly, Lily has a really long torso, and usually these guides would be like, wear high-waisted skirts to shorten your torso for more balance. But she rocks low-waisted
What the
skirts.
fuck
and
is this?
So again, I think it's just
Holy,
confident in
I'm
your
giving it to him.
choice.
This is
But I
awesome.
think at the end of the day, the most important way to build confidence is by working on literally
He looks
anything
Italian.
else outside of the
Greasy
way that you
hair.
look.
What's the best advice that you've ever gotten, Lynn? That someone gave you?
Oh, it's Sally Singer's advice. Her advice is, if you're interested in fashion, learn about everything except fashion.
Perfect. Okay, we're doing
She's
that.
autistic.
Advice.
She's
That
autistic.
is the best advice.
Thank you. We need
Politics, art, painting, anything except fashion.
To repeat
What?
universally flattering, like I
Anything
don't adhere
except
to that
fashion?
advice,
Are you
all the
what?
time, because for one thing, like I have broad shoulders, and usually the advice from these guidelines is to avoid puffy
Bro,
sleeves.
the gingerbread
because it makes
again?
you more top heavy. But I love puffy sleeves.
Cover
so
of
I still
Vogue?
wear
You're
them.
not going on the cover of
Similarly,
Vogue.
Lily has a really long torso, and usually these guides would be like, wear
Okay, so it's
high-waisted
about-
skirts to shorten your torso for more balance.
Yeah, form.
But she rocks low-waisted skirts, and so again, I think it's just being confident in your choice. But I think at the end of the day, the most important way to build confidence is by working on literally anything else outside of the way that you look.
What's the best advice that you've ever gotten?
I'm on the podium
Lynn?
again.
That someone
back.
gave you?
Oh, it's Sally
Fucking
Singer's
number
advice.
2.
Her advice
Yeah, this
is,
outfit
if
was
you're
pretty
interested
slay.
in fashion, learn about everything except fashion.
Wait, to lower the
Advice.
bed?
Her advice is, if you're interested in fashion, learn about everything except fashion.
Perfect.
Lower
Okay,
the
we're doing
bed?
that.
What are you
Advice.
saying?
That is the best advice.
Thank you. We need
Politics, art, painting, anything except fashion.
To repeat
Lower the
ever
better,
iconic Iris
except
Apfel
fashion.
From an interview she did in 2016, I think
that
most
what?
people don't know who they really are. They feel secure if they look like other people or if it's the look that everybody says is in. People agonize about the way that they look. It's unbelievable. They don't know what to wear, how to do it, and they're very
Yeah.
unhappy. But you can't learn style. Style, I think, is in your DNA. You can learn how to be more fashionable. You can learn how to be better dressed, but I don't think you can learn style. I think that's something inherent.
you can't
have
learn
to
it, yeah.
know who you are first and then proceed
You have to
from there, and
self-actualize.
that's a lot of work.
You have to
Most people don't wanna
self-actualize
do
your
it.
relationship to
And if they don't wanna
commodities,
do it and they feel
to
stressed by
the
doing it,
unfairness of
I always
life.
say it's better to be happy than
Ice rink
well-dressed.
chic? You're fucking
And
kidding me.
as it
What
girl
in the
Lexa
fuck?
Chung
I
put
actually
it
don't care about
when
ice
commenting
rink
on
chic.
her own style icons.
I'm going naked.
Jane Birkin alongside Chloe Sevigny, Kate Moss, Anna Karina, Annie Hall, Debbie Harry, Patty
These people,
Smith,
these
and a
hold on.
constellation-
I'm making a prediction right now. All these motherfuckers who've got the female model, they're gonna do the most inconvenient bullshit. You're not gonna be able to skate for shit. They're gonna have fucking like low like skirts all the way down to like their ankles. If I catch any of these motherfuckers in anything I should steal that. I should definitely steal that. But like this is what you would probably wear. And then I guess something like this and this and this, I guess. Hold on. I said I wasn't gonna try hard this round, but I guess we are. Let's just go to, yeah. And then what about a top? We got to keep everything in, like if we fall over. So probably something like this. See? This bitch is not going ice skating. Nope. You don't know what the fuck you're doing. You're not going to be able to fucking move your shit for anything. You're going to fall over. Your dress is going to hike up. Everybody's going to see your ass, you stupid bitch. Don't fucking go ice skating rink. Unless like you're insanely experienced. But I think even then, you just don't. Let's just get that. And I mean, that is also like Classic, sure, whatever, I guess. Covers up feet. Let's do this. Yeah, no, that's fine. We gotta, that's fine. Hair? We don't need hair. Like, this is red flag. I feel like all of this is probably just not great. You like wear this and like, yeah, you what's it called? Like a spandex and then like a skirt. Like that, but this is not like meshing well. Like this? Can't be put on. You're fucking kidding me. Like this shit. Yeah, okay, hold on. No. There we go. There's the X. Get rid of this. And then I need hair. Hair is probably going to do most of the work for this outfit. Let's be honest. I don't think there's much going on. This isn't I'm not a huge fan of these prompts. You want your hair up and out. There we go. Cool. Can we change some of these? Are these like other alternatives? Okay. Nothing for that. Nothing for that. Nothing for that. Which is this? I think it's just this. Yeah. And then maybe we turn this like gray. Yeah, like that. We can't do much. I don't know. I feel like, yeah, fuck it. I think this is just gonna be the outfit. I think we're done. Maybe a scarf because it's cold, but it's like it's a sweater. Yeah, it looks okay. Oh yeah. That might be it. Minute to decide. I mean, it's probably gonna be earmuffs. Let's be honest, right? Yeah, I guess. Okay, it's whatever. I think it works. Jewelry in the ice skating rink? Like probably just studs. Nothing? Yeah, that'll do it. Apple Watch? I think a backpack is not a bad idea. But I think that's it. All right, let's continue.
Other women I felt possessed a similar vibration, helped galvanize the idea that good style is a byproduct from the women personality. In the late 2000s and early 2010s, when Lady Gaga was first coming onto the scene, she was known for her outrageous high camp looks.
Right now I'm very obsessed with monsters and playgirls.
Oh, can you elaborate on that?
She was a monster girl rather than Bratz girl.
The dress that she wore to the 2010 MTV Video Music Awards that was made entirely out of raw beef even has its own Wikipedia page.
Wait, did she have fucking dogs biting it?
For these over-the-top outfits that TMZ published paparazzi photos of her.
Yeah, she literally made like everyone.
With the headline, "First
she made
time
her own
ever,
like
Lady Gaga dresses normal." Which is why it was a shock to many fans when, in 2016, she aggressively pared down her outfits alongside the release of her album, Joanne. Vogue reported at the time, "Is there such thing as fashion fatigue? When you've seen it all and worn it weirdly, what comes next?" It's been a slow and steady sea change that has solidified over the past week, where Gaga has eschewed the ornate costumey pieces that were her signature and opted instead for decampified minimalism. The Times UK reporter Jonathan Dean told Gaga directly in an interview that she was looking less adorned, and she responded, "To be frank, I would just prefer to go through this album cycle and talk about my music. That'd be great. It becomes about everything else, and that was what I once wanted. But if I wear a black t-shirt and black pants every day, people might listen to what I write." It seems to me that Lady Gaga reached a point in her career where she felt that the costumes were starting to become like artifice, and where authenticity became an ever-pressing priority.
She kind of like, honestly, Lady Gaga sort of went into a fortress arc after her like pop star
to her aunt who had passed away at the age of 19 from lupus. Dean reported, Gaga is 30 this year and wants to appeal to everyone.
Hello, Mr. President.
Insane fucking posted up on the block. That's a
Hello,
nice
Mr.
outfit.
President.
Specifically those who thought an oversexed, androgynous loudmouth from snooty Manhattan would never write a song that related to them. Even more specifically, she wants to appeal to
that was
this
a good
woman
outfit.
in
Fuck,
middle
I
America
didn't.
with hair pulled back, no makeup, and jewelry heirlooms from her family, a sweatshirt you buy at the drugstore, a kid in one hand, Pinot Grigio in the other, 2 kids running around. You
It's
don't
the
know
New
if she's
Jersey
married,
look.
But she's at my show crying her eyes out because she feels I'm speaking for her. In 2018,
Was that
Gaga-
no, that must not have been an audience member of Lady Gaga, but it must have been a Chaperone fan.
reflected
First time
on her
listening
old
to
looks,
Chaperone.
telling Vogue the reason for her costumes in the first
Ice
place.
Rink Chic?
For me, fashion and art
I
and music
don't know
have
about
always
this,
been a
hon.
form of armor.
This just looks
I
like
just
Ariana
kept
Grande.
creating more and more fantasies to escape into, new skins to shed. And every time I shed a skin, it was like taking a shower when you're dirty, getting rid of, washing off,
I feel like
shedding
I'm
all of
exhausting the
that, and
combinations.
becoming something new. Gaga still loves fashion. Like in the Vogue feature, she brings the interviewer into a locked room filled with couture looks. She explains, I wear some of it, but I mostly collect it to keep and preserve to give to a museum one day because I just love
I gotta
these
sort
designers.
this fucking
She
album
also still
actually.
dresses up when the occasion calls for it. BuzzFeed posted a headline earlier this year that read, Lady Gaga is receiving near universal
Basic
praise
outfit.
for dressing
I feel like
weird
all
again.
these fucking things are the same.
The headline refers to a very specific outfit she wore to the world premiere of her concert film Gaga Chromatica Ball. It was a white dress with a car part attachment designed by Selva. I feel like reading about Lady Gaga's fashion trajectory has resonated
Are
with
we
me
on?
a lot because it's a similar
Let's
attitude
fucking
I
go.
have towards fashion
We're on the
today.
podium.
Things really
That was a
started
fire
to take
outfit.
shape when I was taking this voice class back in 2022. And my teacher looked me up and down and told me I needed to stop dressing up for class. There's a lot of connection between your voice and your confidence, and she felt that by dressing up, I was putting up a wall that was affecting my voice. And even though I literally was only in this class for a semester, her words prompted me to continue exploring underdressing over a year later. I wouldn't say I'm anywhere as accomplished.
We
as
should.
Lady
I should
Gaga.
hold on. I gotta organize
Like,
these
not saying that
by
at all. But
the
I feel like over the
sex.
years, I've tried to invest my creative energy into other activities like acting and writing, and it definitely helps that I have this really cool platform where so many people listen to me yap. Those have all made me feel like I don't need to prove every day that I'm an interesting person. So what that means is the occasions that I do feel inspired to style a new outfit become more significant and meaningful for me. Also, to be clear, I'm speaking from my personal experience, which is heavily privileged, right? I live in an
Yeah,
urban
yeah. We
environment
gotta
where
do
I'm
the
not
we gotta
judged
do
for
the
way
classic
that I look.
leftist ignoring. I
Also,
come
I
from
think being
privilege.
upper
I gotta
middle
talk
class
about
is considered
fashion
both
because it's a
privilege in the
high
sense that I'm
high
treated
privilege
pretty well
thing.
by
Not everybody
default,
gets
at
to
least in New York.
reap the
Like, I don't have
benefits
to
of
look more
being
put
able
together
to
get
buy
basic
custom
respect from
and
strangers, is what I'm
highly
saying.
high quality.
So
I'm
needless
not
to
fucking
say, I
doing this one.
can't
I'm
pretend
actually.
to know
I'm
everyone's
AFK.
specific situation, but I think it's just
not
important to
doing it.
ask ourselves why we dress the way we do, because it can unveil so much about what our values are and what our insecurities are.
I think that's true.
For me, needing to dress up came from a place of needing external validation and wanting to be socially desired in creative spaces. But I've realized that if people's interest in me is contingent on the way I present myself and not what I actually have to say in a conversation, then who wants to be around people like that? Not me. I also noticed
No,
this
I'm gonna be so
whenever I bring
honest,
my
literally,
friends who are
it
not in the fashion
just-
industry to industry
in
events,
like
and the way that
face-to-face
people just
conversation,
completely
it's
ignore
just
them is
the signal
just
is
so
like having
off-putting.
positive affect. You
Also,
can talk
like,
about literally anything.
Another memory that was just triggered from this, talking about this, I was eating at this restaurant called Betty in the Lower East Side. I was with my friend there. We were in the middle of dinner, and then this older woman comes in. I think she's probably in her 40s or 50s.
Is fashion political?
And the
Yeah, it is.
restaurant
I
like,
actually don't want to
empty.
listen to
So she asked for a
to
table.
this video
The
anymore.
server's like, you can sit wherever you want. She's like, oh, okay, I don't care. And then he was like, what about like right here, which is at the front, right by the window, which is facing the street. And she
Ranking
goes,
2025
actually,
fashion
I'll
trends.
sit in
I
the
think
back.
that's gonna be up
I
next.
feel like I'm always getting judged for my outfit.
And then
when
we'll go
I sit
back
close to the
for
window. I don't know. So
Hasan
I think
and
that like I want to
Clavicular.
recognize that like styling an outfit is and can be a really powerful form of creative expression. But what I have
Bad.
become is a bit jaded, maybe by virtue of working in fashion and by being in Manhattan.
Because you never got the
Yeah, I've just become,
spotlight.
like, a little bit
You're just
jaded
mad you never got
by
the
this
spotlight.
idea that
Nobody wanted to take
people
pictures
in
of
the
you. I mean,
industry,
aside
like,
from the ones where you're
expect
slaying
you
in
to
the
dress-
opium core shit. All right, hold on. We reorganized the playlist. This outfit is nice, but yeah, she could dress androgynously and do just fine. All right,
Hello and
Listen-
welcome back
listen-
to another episode of your favorite.
she is
educational
literally
podcast. In today's episode,
kind
we'll be
of
reminiscing
a
on all
queen.
the trends that shaped 2025 to be
maybe
the-
perfect.
The historical fashion era it was. In the spirit of
2% body
popular
fat,
culture and to
dressed
pay
like a fucking
homage
owl,
to the
and
favorite audio listening platform, I
insane
decided
hair,
to do a
schizophrenically
tier
sticking out of her.
playlist and
Maybe
name this
perfect.
video
Stupid rings on her
2025
fingers. I might be in love. I might be in love. I love her content. Almost all of her content. We'll do more of hers later. Someone should have dressed up like a hockey player for the last one. Oh yeah, that would have been good. Yeah, there are like not really many options for the male
I was actually
physique. It's
contemplating
just
when the
this,
best time
and you would
put
have to
this
give me
video out
$10
would be. And realistically,
to get all the
I think
nice
best
shit.
time would be in that liminal space between the
Look at
Christmas
that.
ending and the New Year beginning. However, whilst this
I'm
might temporarily be a good idea, you will have seen everything there is to see by then, and will all be bored of it, including me. To be more business friendly, I thought, why not do this video now? So
Wait, I
I'll
might
watch
be able
this
to do
video
this
now,
anyways.
and you won't have to watch anyone else's.
You are
You also won't need
not
to watch anyone else's
going
because
to the mall
obviously
in that.
Mine will be the first, and mine will be the best. So
Who even goes to the mall anymore?
Okay, so first things first, the tier list. I often see people think of cute little names for their tiers. If I were to do that,
No, just do it
I
S.
would forget what I'd called them, and
S,
you
A,
would
B,
forget
C,
what they
D.
mean. Because they're always rather abstract, aren't they? I think it's a stupid idea. I think that's a stupid idea because no one will know, myself included, what anyone's talking about. So the whole endeavor will be as useless as putting S at the top of a
Yeah.
alphabetically ordered system, which is also a
It's
stupid
a
idea.
one-off
So we'll be
gag.
using none of those, and instead we will be using the following. I should
Fine,
hope it
yeah.
needs no explanation, but in case you cannot read, the tiers are very good, good, okay, bad, and very bad. The handy traffic light system will
That's
help you
something that I
out
need to
with
do
everything
more of, like
included right
describing
through
what's
this video is
going on the
intentional,
screen.
everything's a business decision, and I'm always right. No further disclaimer needed. So, trends significant enough to fit my
She's
list
so real.
are as follows. Number 1, tattoos being uncool. An interesting discourse on social media where people were wanting to remove their tattoos in no doubt in correlation with the clean aesthetic and the popularity of the clean aesthetic.
I've been wanting to get covered in tattoos since I was like 14, and now I'm like, I just want to get everything off. I want to like get everything lasered off. I'm kind of cooked because like I'm fully covered. This is like impossible to laser all off. This is
Bro,
like,
this is just an excuse to show off your tattoos. No,
guy.
like the reason tattoos are a prestigious signal is because they're like expensive. You're putting art onto a living body. It's actually one of the highest expressions, I think, of like the relationship between money, time, commodities, and art. And, you know, your time on Earth, physiognomy wise.
I feel like it was cool in 2010, 2013 when I got all mine done. And it's not cool anymore, and they look horrible.
Okay, well then you should have thought about it longer. How about that?
Was that it was not people hating their tattoos specifically. It was more people hating being tattooed. And I thought
Yeah,
that was interesting
being
because
the
I think
idea
this
of
is
a person
solely
tattooed.
an opinion that comes from the standpoint of someone who was never meant to be tattooed in the first place. And I think that is
Yeah.
what made this trend so interesting, actually. The trend was
Yeah,
people
they
wanting to get
dox
rid of
themselves.
tattoos and expressing a desire to get rid of their tattoos. But I think that the same people expressing this desire to get rid of their tattoos, but probably the same people expressing a desire to get tattoos when they were cool, or when the clean aesthetic dies out and we get sick of it, as
Yeah,
all
fine.
trends
It looks
do,
like it was
as
made
is
for
the
this.
cyclical nature of fashion trends, they will want to get tattoos once again after paying thousands of pounds for laser tattoo removal, which is a pointless endeavor and also a waste of money. It's not just pointless, it's actively not.
I
the
didn't get
trouble with
shoes! I wasn't
people
looking at
in
the
this trend,
timer!
and what the core of this trend was that people are not getting meaningful tattoos, and not just in the sense that a tattoo has to be some reflection of a historical life event that means a lot to that person. I think it's valid enough to have a tattoo tattooed to be a piece of art. Art is art, it doesn't have to have a meaning necessarily, and I think it's interesting enough by itself to not have a meaning. However, in the people who are getting tattoos that want them removed, getting a tattoo lacks meaning, whereas a non-trendy tattoo holder on someone like that, a
This
tattoo
is-
that they dislike will just
this
be
is
part of
a
architecture.
ballroom
It will
gala. You're
remain
not wearing
always
this to
a
the
reflection
mall.
of what was liked at that exact
No.
point in time, and despite disliking it, the concept will be liked, and so they will still want the tattoo, if you know what I mean.
This
Whereas the people
more
in this
mall
trend
outfit
were
than
getting tattoos
this.
as part of a get 6 tattoos for the price of 5 Instagram flash deal of a tiger and a scorpion, you know? The tattoo didn't mean anything itself, and neither did the process of getting a tattoo. So obviously
Yeah.
when tattoos just aren't cool anymore,
Usually
or when
I
the
try
trend
and
dies,
like
you're not going to want them
design,
anymore, because you don't
or
want
I
to
try
be
and think
tattooed.
of,
Doesn't matter whether you like it or
or
not, maybe you
pillage
even
my
still like the
tattoos
picture,
from other people.
but you don't want to be tattooed anymore, if you know what I mean. And I think that people getting tattoos for the right reason don't feel like that. Correct me if I'm wrong if you are a tattooed person, but I think that the interesting nuance
Not
in
that
this
I am.
discussion was the discourse didn't apply to people who were meant to be tattooed, which, you know, how can you say people are meant
Yeah,
to be tattooed?
it's
But it was very
it's none of
focused
these
on a
people
very
have
specific
very clearly none of these people have for one, none of these people have done ice skating. They picked the fucking tightest dresses. And two, Yeah, they've not been to the mall. It's literally like window shopping is a bigger
did
thing.
not belong in their
Like
tattooed body to
the
begin
closest
with, I
thing
believe,
to a
shown
mall now
by
is window shopping
a trend
around
dying
like
out and then wanting to
Fifth
remove
Avenue,
it.
New
The
York.
evidence speaks for itself. This is not just me.
But there's a
shitting
couple
on
of like big malls
shitting
still
on patchwork
going on,
tattoos.
but in
There's
like the
cultural reasons
average
for it.
American,
As such, I
no.
think this is a very bad
Otherwise,
trend.
you got to make a vacation
you
of
know
it.
what? Calm down. I need to stop being so dramatic because actually I don't care enough about it to put it in very bad. I want to maintain the semiotic severity of very bad for something I care about. I have no visceral reaction to this, and as such, I will put this in
Apathy.
bad. I've changed my mind. I will put this in bad. This was a bad trend. Okay, next. Next trend is
Why
the
not an
personal style
apathetic?
discourse, and more specifically, the
Bro,
uniform trend.
I
It was
would be
interesting
embarrassed to go to
that
the mall
most
looking
of the
like this, but
discourse was
fine.
actually on
They
the
at least tried.
uniform
They're
being
in
the
like
opposite
tennis
of personal
shoes.
style. I think right now, currently, we've stopped using the words personal style. I think the phrase personal style was a trend in itself. It came alongside people
This
talking
is
about uniforms.
this
and,
is
you know,
another
whether we should
clubbing
just all
outfit.
dress the same every day. By every account
You
of it,
do
people
not
were
wear
saying
a
this was
baddie
probably
chain
both
to
a
go
without meaning
shopping.
Concept. So
I guess if
Steve
you're
Jobs
shopping for a
wore
fucking
uniform.
sugar
He didn't want
daddy at
to
one of the few
waste
malls that are
energy on
still
thinking
open.
about what to wear when he could expend it
But
on
do
one.
sugar
So that
daddies
was the
go to
concept
the
of why
fucking
the
mall?
uniform was useful, I guess. There was also the
I feel like
personal
sugar
style discourse where
daddies
people were saying
sugar daddies are tracking their price per bitch, you know? Price per date. Oh god.
personal style is dead and people are moving towards uniforms.
And you're not going to
is the
find
uniform not
an
to be a
efficient
personal style?
conversion with people who are in the mall.
Outfit so recognizable and so
But maybe they
connected
want to get
yourself
pay
that you choose
pigs.
to wear
That's
it every
fine.
day.
You know, do your thing.
To me, that is personal style. And I think that both ran through 2025. You had the personal
was a good
style
outfit.
rhetoric where
I don't care.
everyone wanted to be individual and unique, and so everyone was going a bit too over the top with it. And it
With
became a bit
ties,
fake
all the
and
ties,
trying to be
broad-
too individual, and it looked a bit odd.
broad
Then there was also a
pants.
flipped narrative of that, where people were experiencing, I think people called it personal style fatigue or trend fatigue or whatever, I'm not really sure, where people then adopted a uniform. And I really like the idea of a uniform. I wish I could do it, to be honest, but I don't think I could because fashion is my only hobby. I have nothing else to expend energy on other than my clothes, so don't need my life to be any more miserable than it already is. This was a good trend. I liked it. Good. Next, we have the performative
Yeah,
male. I guess there's actually
it's
two ways of
giving
thinking about this
celebrity
list.
goes to get
There's whether you
coffee
like or dislike
at the
trend
mall.
itself, or whether you like or dislike talking about it. Because actually, this was something I enjoyed. However, if I'm ranking these in terms of what the actual trend represents, this was a bad trend. Generally a bad trend. I think that the only good thing about this trend was that it encouraged reading. However, performatively, I think it doesn't really matter. I think if
yeah.
you're encouraging literary consumption, that can only be a good thing objectively. Consuming literature, no
Yeah,
matter how
even the
authentic it may
aesthetics
be,
of
is better
like
than not being able to
performance of like reading. Like I've
but
noticed
that's where the
more
big things
people
end,
on
I
my
think.
daily
Matcha,
commutes
I can't say that I dislike it because I've never tried
reading.
it. However, I have no will in the world to try it. That is just not on my list of priorities. My
including
opinion is
me
not
actually.
Great enough on it to.
So
want
I'm
to
not.
try
I'm
it.
usually just. Usually I'm like the only one.
So I don't.
Or
care.
I'm like
And
on my
then
phone.
The
But
trendy
other people have
outfit,
joined me.
Labubu, selvage denim, crop top, fashionable shoe rotation, tote bag is all just a reflection of what's currently trendy for men.
This
to
is
wear
just
at the
yeah.
moment.
This is just
There's
male
nothing special about
fashion.
it. So
personal.
considering that the only good thing about this trend was, despite
The
it
reading.
being aesthetically perpetuated,
What's a
was
drama
reading,
queen
this
outfit?
This is a bad trend, in my opinion. Next, we have Labubus. I think the discernment for this trend was building through Squishmallows, Jellycats, Sunny Angels,
The cute
that kind of
accelerationism.
thing. And Labubus
Yep.
was just the final straw. And I'm
No,
not
this
really
is-
sure if even the Labubu trend was getting Labubus and Labubus being trendy, or if the trend was actually, okay, we've had enough now. Let's give it a rest. I think in general, if you are to look at the trend as a whole, this whole concept of
Yo, this
the
bitch looks
adultification
toxic.
of collecting toys, I think it's a bad trend because it's pure consumerism. This is the height of consumerism. Buying a blind box, you don't know what it's even going to be. I think toys for children is very different. You know,
Did
the
she rank
relationship
it yet?
between toys and
Personal-
children is very different
personal?
than the relationship between adults and toys. Because children play with their toys. Adults do not play with their toys. They're put on a shelf to look at. To me, that's pointless. More so with something blind where you don't know what it's going to
No,
look
adults.
like. So I think
No, don't just put it on a. Adults. Oh my god. Play. I guess. Okay, for adults, play is something that is not necessarily centered around engaging with an object or personalizing a relationship to an object. Play is generally engaged with other adults of similar mental capacity. Okay, and then
That's a
the
really bizarre
objects
trend.
become,
either of them.
you know, icons
So I think
that
this
you
is
put up
bad,
on
but I think generally
a shelf. If books are used as fashion, is it okay to judge a book by its cover? Yes, you can absolutely judge a book by its cover. Like, it's fine. If, like, there are a couple of different versions of, what's it called? The Jungle. And some of them are more evocative than others, and I would expect some of them are, like, fire and some less fire. What's a toxic, this is a toxic fucking... Yeah, this is a messy bitch. This is a messy bitch look. What completes it? Probably something like this. Yeah. And then, yeah. I think, yeah. We've got it. Oh, that's right. You could. Yeah. Wait, we're so in. Don't let them fucking see.
Not a.
Yeah, no, it's fine to judge a book by its cover. It's fine to put down a book. It's fine to pick up a book because you only, like, you saw a Wikipedia page and you only wanted to read that one chapter.
Labubu's came along and suddenly we've all kind of collectively agreed this is a bit ridiculous now. No one's talked about why Labubus specifically at the end of this trend. Personally, I think all of them are ridiculous. As I said, I don't have a particularly groundbreaking opinion to have. Despite this being what I spend 20 hours a day researching, I don't actually have very strong opinions on it. Which is maybe why I'm so miserable. If anyone wants to fund an all-expenses paid
is this a look
trip for me, I can assure you that my feelings towards that are very good.
Okay,
what's next? The rise and fall of Vibram Five Fingers. I would put this actually in very good, had I not just defined the parameters of very good being an island that I own in the last section. Because honestly, being tanned, rested, and alone, there is no comparison between that and a pair of shoes. Nevertheless, I am going to put this in very good because I believe that an island is an outlier, and to be able to meaningfully
are these like the human
the other data points, we need to exclude this data point. We need to exclude the island.
The foot binding trends that was going on like during the summer.
I would much prefer an island.
Wider flat feet. Is that part of the bio-optimization?
So, brief history of the Vibram Five Finger trend. They rose to popularity following the barefoot running trend, which was believed to be, I guess, orchestrated by the popularity of the best-selling book Born to Run by Christopher McDougall in 2010. However, people realized that this was all just propaganda because, well, I mean, it's not exactly surprising that this was all propaganda, considering we were trying to sell shoes to barefoot runners.
Yeah.
But it turned out that there was actually no scientific basis on any of Vibram's claims to be good for your feet for running or good for your legs or good for your body. And they actually got caught in a nasty lawsuit over it because they were saying how amazing their shoes were when really
it was meh.
There was nothing special about them at all. And then following that, the Vibram Five Fingers had a bit of a dormant stage. But in 2020,
you know what I need to do? I need to make this cheetah print.
I think that this was a bit too exclusive for the masses. Too expensive, too high fashion, too impractical to be adopted by anyone, basically. What I believe propagated the trendiness of Vibram Five Fingers in the current trend cycle was the popularity of tabbies. So tabbies traditionally, historically, were worn in Japan, with Japanese attire. The popularity we're currently seeing were probably more the silhouette and wear of the Mason Margiela tabbies, which were first put down the runway in 1988, but themselves were inspired by the Japanese footwear. The reason why I think that the Vibram Five Fingers became popular following the coattails of the popularity of the tabbies was because of
there's like sort of a cycling of interest in like
the
Japanese culture.
Trends were always moving more extreme in 2025, I felt. People weren't really going the other way. And so how can you get more extreme
she's
than
a murderer. Okay, fine.
Five-toed shoe?
I like it.
People were just seeking the next fashion high. And if you're seeking the next
what's
fashion
the
high,
logical extension of five-toe shoe?
And that's where they experienced their popularity. However, this was a very short-lived
trend. You know what they fucking made now? They made Crocs for autists.
I absolutely adore them and don't think I will ever stop wearing them because I think they're comfy, I think they're quirky, I think they're cute. I thoroughly enjoy. But yes, this reached a peak and immediately fell off. You may say colloquially. The cool girls realized they weren't actually that cool.
Yeah, now all the cool girls think that they're autistic, and all the autistic girls are now buying the autistic fucking Crocs from Nike, I think it was.
Jenner is wearing a Hanes tank top.
What if I told you that the tank that Kendall Jenner is wearing in this photo is only $2?
Is this a drama queen outfit? It's a nice outfit, but like...
It's actually a little boy's tank, and it comes in a pack of 5 for $10. I love the fit of it and how it's a little bit cropped, and you can wear a bra with it. It's just exactly
Crocs
what I want.
for autists is redundant? Yeah, 100%.
If these Hanes little boys tanks are as good as everyone says they are, I'm gonna be shocked.
But like, now they've got like special little like beads in them, so they're mega. This is just like, I don't know. I don't like this outfit. Just having a knife doesn't make you a drama queen. Having this too much is going on. I understand. There's no drama. There's no conflict. I can see there's a problem. It's just over the top.
I refuse to believe it. Where am I ranking?
This is the same as the last outfit.
Niche and chic. May I refer you back to my last video where I
did wife beaters for women? Yeah.
On the topic. But yes, basically in short, I think that these were the fashion buzzwords of 2025. By being used by a certain demographic to refer to things they like, it has, within the fashion space, completely changed meaning. You hear niche and chic so often to refer to the same thing that niche and chic has just become synonymous with niche like. And as a result, everyone has succumbed to using the terms niche and chic to mean
this has got to be a VIP item.
Really
sure, fine. She just looks rich. bitch.
People don't really even
That's
realize.
why she
We
looks
just
like a
kind of
drama
all
queen.
accepted that
Whatever.
we know what each other are talking about when we use these words. So, for example, you see one of these niche chic TikToks.
Here are some niche things I just find so incredibly chic.
These are very
Chic. I've developed and I've delicately cultivated an Irish accent, and I'm looking for more niche things to bring. This is a really nice outfit, actually. This is really cool with the flowers and the change. Yeah, fuck yeah. I ordered gibbets. Okay, so you're gonna like accessorize? 100%. That's what Crocs are for. I would be so embarrassed to like lose my Crocs though if I like decaled them out.
These are just things I'm obsessed with.
You got greasy cheeks. You got Peter Thiel cheeks, bitch. Shut up.
What is going to be shown?
Bro, how am I not on this
Within
podium?
the first
I better
2
be
seconds of
fourth
watching this
place.
video, if you are a fashion person.
I
Only
better
people
be
within
fourth
the fashion
place.
space will
Fuck
find this happens
off.
because it's only people within the fashion space that these kind of videos are being shown to.
How when I do drama queen, this doesn't get first place. Ain't nothing more dramatic than this.
Mr. Mrs.
Be
algorithm.
fucking for real.
You know that when you see this kind of video, they are all going to be things that follow a certain tone. And I'm not really quite sure what to call. I'm so brainwashed by the terms niche and chic that I would call this the kind of niche chic aesthetic. They all follow the same tone. This is the kind of aesthetic that everyone thinks of when these names are mentioned. It is so unanimous within the fashion space for these words to represent
It's like
this kind of
minimalist,
aesthetic that mentally we create the same picture with each other when these words are mentioned. However, people not within this aesthetic do not. They probably abide by the actual definitions of niche and chic. The
I
average
don't know
person
how I
would
would
probably find these two
classify
words to
that
be quite bizarre
aesthetic.
to be put together.
It's like
Actually,
office siren,
they mean quite
but
the opposite to each
medievalish.
other. Niche is something
More
specialized.
rustic.
Chic is something trendy.
Yeah, more
or
like
fashionable. The mental
leathers and
image shared
denim.
by every fashion person when the terms niche and chic are being
Cotton.
used, but being different to someone not in that demographic.
Okay, fine.
Is a dangerous concept.
Meaningless
If used by
contribution.
The wrong people in the wrong
Thank you,
way, this
Dispel.
could
You're
be
welcome.
dangerous. And if you know what I'm talking about, you might think I'm being a bit dramatic, but may I refer you to the Sydney Sweeney ad, which to be honest could probably make this list by itself. The plausible deniability
Canadian
of the
tuxedos are not
genes
it?
overlap made people say this is
Famous
rage-based. The increase
YouTuber?
in
I don't
American
fucking
legal sales
know.
after
How do I
the
do
ad kind
Ethan
of works in
Klein?
their favour in 2 ways. Obviously, first, they are making more money from the ad, which I mean is what marketing is
How
for,
do I make
but
fat?
also, because it did well, they are able to label it as rage bait.
We can do Ela Klein. Look.
You see what I did there, right?
I think if this advert didn't do well, the argument would be a lot weaker. But labeling it as rage bait definitely softens the blow of the tone used. Labeling it as rage bait allows them to get away with it. But how would the situation be changed if this advert didn't do well, if this wasn't a good marketing ploy? I'd be interested to see what the rhetoric following that would be, I've got to say. Basically what I'm saying is that niche and chic, the idea of
It's
niche and chic
identical.
representing something that they don't actually represent and maybe only being visible to a certain demographic or being exploited by a certain demographic. I'm trying to use my words carefully here. Maybe that's dangerous.
Oh
as such,
no,
niche
hold up.
chic trend
To get the
is
Ela
bad.
Klein, we
It's
got
very bad, actually. Let's put it in very bad. Okay, next, authenticity as trend. This is kind of crap because authenticity, being yourself, objectively is a good thing to be. So it's quite sad that it's been turned into a trend. It has led to people being
authentic is the
giving the
trend.
illusion of authenticity. I mean, it's basically what the performative male trend was. I think that this all just ties into the collective existential feeling of non-identity in 2 ways. One, towards
Of
yourself.
spectatorship,
because
lack
people
of
actually like these
involvement,
things. Do you
lack
have
of
to pretend that you
agency.
don't
Yeah,
because
classic.
liking them is performative.
Classic
and only
liberalism
inauthentic
stuff.
people like them, or you only like them inauthentically. Do you question whether you actually like them? Because apparently these things are only liked inauthentically, but also in others. Because you can't know who to trust.
There we
How
go.
do you know if someone's being
That's the
authentic
Ela
if
Klein.
everyone's trying to be
With the Teddy Fresh
It's all
makeup.
very confusing. I don't really know what's going on, and I think it's an interesting psychological discussion to have in itself, so I probably will make a video on it by itself, actually, because I think it's quite interesting and it's something that is going on really quite currently. So,
The
for the
loss
purpose of
of-
this video, this
yeah.
is bad. Next, food and
What?
fashion marketing. I think this
Wait,
was
that's it?
quite relevant in 2025 in particular more than others. It's always been a thing. There has always been an overlap because ultimately what you eat influences what you look like.
The
But I
desire
think
of
in 2025 This was
consumption.
particularly prevalent. Probably also more in part due to
Is that
skinniness
all
being
it
cool
was,
again
maybe?
and thinness being cool again. So it's
Oh, I
something that's
see.
surprising, whilst it not being good.
Oh, it's just
it's
talking
not
about the
surprising
link
for
between the
reasons
two,
of
but
it
that's
being
always been a
tied in
thing.
with skinny
That's not something
tokens and stuff
particular
like
to
that.
the
It is
last
bad. And
year.
Actually, I did a whole spiel on this in my perfume video, so if you want to hear the whole discourse on that, go watch that video. What I was trying to say in that
what's her
video
hair?
was, although it's a common overlap, it's quite a dangerous overlap to
Klein
have
hair?
because if certain cool things represent a certain food or certain foods represent a
it
certain
bad?
cool thing in either which way, that would make certain foods uncool as well as making certain trends uncool. So if, for example, the clean aesthetic is cool, you are only cool if you eat cucumbers, matches, and Erewhon. So if you don't eat that, does that mean you are uncool? With the movement towards, what do they call it, heroin chic, Kate Moss era skinny talk, which I think that the word chic
the
is also quite
what's
tied
it called?
into. It is of my belief
The
that
Ozempic
the aesthetic
chic
of chic is quite tied into
is
that.
not it.
Also, this aesthetic is quite tied into the consumption of bad things. cigarettes, drugs, red wine, Diet Coke, you know that kind of thing. I think this is going to
There's sort of like a grimy mix between high aesthetic and low morality.
You are uncool if you're consuming anything else, and you are only cool if you consume these things. The Pretty Little Thing rebrand to luxury. Pretty Little Thing is not isolated in this. I think a lot of fast fashion brands are rebranding to luxury because they realize that they cannot compete with Shein to be a cheaper alternative. They just cannot compete with those prices, so they've gone the other way, and they're trying to compete with luxury. And they are succeeding in being, you know, a lower price point than a luxury brand. However, the quality of the clothing isn't luxury. Pretty Little Thing is one brand that did it. You can see that they used to sort of be this party girl, neon pink unicorn thing, and now they are very sophisticated, classy, chic type thing. It has all led to a rise in prices because they're now claiming to be luxury. However, not rising to the point of actual designer luxury, because that would defeat the purpose of trying to compete with them, because they wouldn't be winning the competition, but still with the lack of quality. We also really quite prevalently saw this in H&M's rebrand and them being at
H&M did the same. A lot of the companies that did like the minimalism logo,
they paid off so many influencers and also fashion designers
dropped
to be
into this sort of style.
The H&M rebrand. To the untrained eye, it is quite believable, which is scary, because to me, it's just H&M with a bit of greenwashing, marketing, and influencer budget. Another part of this is Wisdom K's Miu Miu jacket breaking twice. It's not just fast fashion pretending to be luxury, it's luxury pretending to be luxury. If you haven't seen the video, Wisdom K, he did no more than pick up the jacket, and the button fell off in his hand. And I think that was quite embarrassing and quite funny.
Luxury pretending to be luxury, and you're not going to elaborate on that?
Was a good job, actually.
Unlike the Simulacra?
I've never made a video like this, but I went shopping today at Miu Miu, and as I'm sure you guys know, I'm a big Miu Miu fan. And I went in today, and I spent a good amount of money. How much money did I spend exactly? $18,000 unis. I got this vest. This button came off. I was about to put it on. The instant I opened it, zipper.
Bro, Miu Miu is like such a dog shit brand, by the way. It's like
zipper breaks. The people at Miu Miu have sent me replacement items for the 2 items that broke as soon as I got home. I know I posted that video. I took it down because we were
1.5 million views, and they'll give you a replacement of an $18,000 jacket. There's no way that fucking jacket was $18,000 to manufacture. Oh, good. Oh my god.
This is unfucking-believable. That's crazy. Damn.
But
Two
yes,
in a row.
The illusion of luxury does not just come from fast fashion, it comes from luxury itself. You know, everyone is just using polyester
Oh, it's
now,
within.
and I think that this is also true in marketing.
It was so. I guess what she's saying is either you're doing the mass manufacturing and the mass and the fast fashion, or you're doing luxury, and luxury has always been cutting corners and making links with highly influential people with high status to sell the status of your clothing rather than the actual quality of the goods.
And that supposedly being a good alternative, and I think it's a good alternative to non-recycled polyester.
Nice.
It's still crap.
Ela
It's still
Klein.
crap at the end of the day. It's not
Ela Klein,
it's
everybody.
recycled bad
Clap
quality.
it
I
up.
think that's everything for this video. Right now that I can think of off the top of my
Teddy
head.
Fresh
I really
right
enjoyed this
here.
video, and
We're not watching this video. We're going from the very top, almost the very top.
I want to talk to you about Femboys and Fascism. Now, ideologically,
I would love to listen to you talk about Femboys and
believe it or not,
Fascism.
there's a lot of crossover. And before we get into that, let's address the dress.
Sure, I don't know who this is.
This is me.
I've only got so many like combinations to do.
Hurt too much, and as scary as this is, it's better than slowly dying inside. So yeah, thank you all who have stuck with me. I'm probably going to lose even more subscribers for this, but
Femboys and Fascism.
Try to cater
Speaking from experience.
Also,
is what
this video was sponsored by
the title of the video should be.
I wrote a book. Nothing major, just a few ideas I couldn't get out of my head that turned into a story. It's available on Kindle and in hard copy, and if anyone is interested in a queer mystery with a bit of romance and some magic, check it out. There's a link in the description for free Kindle download.
Looks like, yeah.
I also want to send out a sincere thank you to YouTube subscriber and Craft Justice. You have no idea how much it means to me that you.
Who the fuck?
Got this book. My first foray into writing. I truly hope.
This is going to the top. I don't care. I don't know what this is.
Thank you. Also, friend of the channel, Old Dirty History, has completed her 3-part story into the history of Bad Boy Entertainment. It's more all-encompassing than your standard.
I don't know who Bad Boy Entertainment. Get to the Femboys.
At least that's the fantasy. But fantasies are designated as such for a reason. They aren't real. They're probably never going to be real, and are only important to matters in our heads.
No, they're designated as a fantasy because they're in opposition to reality. They paint a mirror. They bring a mirror to reality. And define reality by being a fantasy, or by us classifying it as a fantasy.
At the edge of the movement, someone who doesn't quite fit the mold, but still can't seem to leave. That figure increasingly is the femboy.
The militant femboy.
Fascism thrives on rigid gender binaries. Man as a strong protector, woman as a fertile mother.
Got one.
All other possibilities dismissed as weakness or corruption.
I don't know who this is,
But most of the population, including those within fascist circles, do not meet the described ideals. Even the peak of masculinity or femininity can't be matched without 6 days a week in a gym, forever chasing a body type that only a small portion of the population.
6 days in the gym? No, that's not true. Are you fucking kidding me? No. It's about momentum. It's about doing it every single day, even when it fucking hurts and it sucks and you can't get out of bed early. That's what it takes to get a body like that.
At least
and
that's
it's
the fantasy.
about being
The fantasies are designated as such for a reason.
what's it called? Diligent to a diet,
They aren't
to a
real.
plan.
They're probably never going to be real, and are only important to matters in our heads.
And then
For
once
every
you've got it
marching cat in a
going,
dress uniform, for
you
every
just need to
pygmy in a
maintain it.
polo
You
suit,
don't need
there's
to
a
go
wicked
for
figure at the edge of a
fucking
movement,
6 days a
someone who
week.
doesn't quite fit the mold, but still can't seem to lead.
Bruh.
That figure increasingly is the femboy. The irony is brutal. Fascism thrives on rigid gender binaries. Man as a strong protector, woman as a fertile mother. All other possibilities dismissed as weakness or corruption. But most of the population, including those within fascist circles, do not meet the described ideals. Even a peak of masculinity or femininity can't be matched without 6 days a week in a gym,
Not true. Lies.
forever chasing a body type that only a small portion of the population actually has.
I mean, as you age, like, sure, it's gonna get harder, but like, no, this is just a lie.
Yet in online spaces
You
where
don't
fascism
have to.
includes those
If you're
in circulates,
40,
places like
you don't have to
4chan
go to the
boards,
gym
Discord
6 times a week
servers,
to
and
maintain
certain
that
forms of
body
TikTok,
type.
The femboy has become
Literally,
not
if
only
you're a
presence for every
professional
person.
weightlifter, then you would go
Also,
6 times a week.
Gender non-conforming, not a femboy. Hell, I don't even know if you can make femboys over 30. Sometimes it's ironic, sometimes it's a fetish, sometimes it's humiliation, but the fact remains, as fascism gains traction, so does the rise of gender bending among its most disenfranchised
Femboys
men.
over 30? Yeah, I know one.
On the
His
outside,
name's
you may see this
Spore.
as a sign of more progressive thinking and an abandonment of gender norms, but this isn't about liberation. The conservative femboy isn't dismantling patriarchy or breaking free of traditional roles. Instead, this phenomenon is kind of like doomer logic made flesh. If masculinity is a rigged game, if the black pill is real and Chad already won, then why keep fighting? For men who feel permanently excluded from the awards of hypermasculinity,
Yeah, but
becoming
that's like a
femboy becomes
broader,
coping
like that's a broader problem in our socioeconomic condition. The problem of agency, a disconnect, the post-political condition. Nobody feels like they have any agency, and they're just a spectator in a wider scheme, helpless while a train crashes
form
into
of
their
ironic surrender, and sometimes a way to participate in a fascist
lifestyle.
project without ever truly belonging.
Softy?
It's a need to please
The
daddy,
fuck
to be
is-
the biggest, bravest boy ever, and if
I
that
don't know
doesn't
what
work, becoming the subservient object of his desire. What I want to argue here is simple but uncomfortable. Fascism doesn't eliminate gender defiance, it produces it. And the tighter the fascist grip, the more the contradictions surface. Why do you think conservative men overload Grindr and other queer apps whenever they congregate in large numbers? I'm not saying that all conservative men are gay, but there's an awful lot of closeted ones over there, standing up for Christian values and getting bent over after brunch. Conservative men turning towards femboy aesthetics isn't an accident, it's a symptom. It's a shadow of repression creeping out dressed in a skirt and thigh highs. Let's start with the doomer worldview, because it's generally in this realm that you find the type of femboy I'm
Softy?
referring to here. It should be obvious that not every femboy is a fascist or wants to be used as a toy for fascists. I'm referring specifically to those who are indoctrinated into far-right ideology and have shifted into alternate gender presentation based on the idea that they, for lack of a better term, fail at being men. For the average incel or black-pilled man, the world is a closed system. Women only want the
fail
top
males!
opposite of men, you know, the chads with their heights, looks, and money. And honestly, it's a nightmare
Yo.
navigating these terminally online spaces, so I'm not even sure if they're still using Chad.
Yeah, we can do the-
Might be
we
some
can do
new
the
shit like
fail
Chad
males.
or the Joseph or some shit. But in their eyes, everyone else is left scrambling for the scraps. The more fascism spreads, the more these men feel squeezed. They see the political system reinforcing roles they'll never fulfill: soldier, patriarch, leader, and because they can't reach that bar, they spiral into despair.
Well, there's
Again,
different
most
archetypes that
people
you can
won't reach
choose,
these
and one of the
standards.
archetypes that they
Standards only
choose
exist to divide,
is
distract,
the
and self-serve.
the Greek,
Most of what we
the
see pushed as
Grecian
peak or ideal
sophist,
is realistically a statistical anomaly in the shape of a human being. But I get it.
or
It's
whatever
not
the
easy working every
yeah, the
way of
Greek
being otherwise
pederasty.
attractive and not finding yourself in any of those attributes. Why not step sideways instead of forward? Being a femboy becomes a way to short-circuit the humiliation of failure. It's not exactly resistance, it's more like resignation dressed in eyeliner. This is where a little of that misogyny comes in, along with it a shifted and oftentimes limited idea of what femininity means as well as masculinity. From the outside, it might look like all jokes. A skirt here, a meme about cat ears there, but inside, doomer logic, and it's deadly serious. The femboy is
It
a
is
cult,
cute
a response to the
acceleration. It
impossibility
is
of
give
being an
up.
ideal man. It's a way to claim space
But
without
it's like peak
masculinity. It's not about empowerment.
submission.
It's about opting out of a system that has already declared you worthless. Except it's not really opting out.
It's not bad.
Realistically, it's allowing and
The
scraping
eyes
for
ones are
approval.
fucking
And combining homosexual
awful.
and racialist identities is puzzling given the fascist beliefs
we're gonna
regarding
keep this.
sexuality and gender. While there's a bit of diversity in the bigotry spouted by these mouth breathers, negative views on homosexuality are bedrock precisely because homosexuality is seen as incompatible with the goal of increasing white fertility. And fascist spaces ironically allow it. They might mock it, fetishize it, or treat it as comic relief, but they don't always reject it outright. That's
No,
because
they
the
don't
femboy in this
reject
setting
it.
is still framed as submissive. He isn't threatening
Yes.
hierarchy, he's reinforcing it by embodying failure. In a way, fascism benefits from this contradiction. It gets to demonize queer people
Softy?
on one hand
Yeah,
while
this'll
tolerating
do
its
it.
own femboys
Sure.
as long as they stay in their place.
I gotta change
And
the
I do
makeup,
mean
though.
its own femboys. Copy-paste pale, petite bodies they can imagine dominating. Any queer person of color can tell you that predominantly white queer spaces can be just as racist and uncomfortable as a comparable white cishet space. So a racist cat boy with a
True!
racist proud boy is like bigotry squared. This
Gays
creates
are
twisted
so
hierarchy.
fucking
Chads
racist,
are
it's
heroes,
insane.
Women are prizes, and femboys are relegated to
And the dolls
choose
voted for Trump.
helplessness, repressed sexual object, or object for those
Liberals
who
are not
express
ready to
themselves
have that
with no
discussion,
intimacy while
but it's
disguising
okay.
it as a joke. Let's be clear. Fascism is gay as hell. Like super gay. And I mean that in a homoerotic way. The hyper-focus on the male form. The rigidity of command and domination. I mean, seriously, ever seen what happens when these men and women are asked to identify the ideal male form? Cishet men pick someone that looks more like Joe Rogan, while women pick someone that looks closer to Seth Rogen. That's obviously a limited example. People love a variety of body types, but no one looks at another man's muscles the way a straight dude does. It doesn't need to be based in sexual
No one,
desire
yeah,
or
no one
male
analyzes
objectification.
it. Men,
Again,
men dress for
fascism
the
is
male
still
gaze.
pretty gay. But this
not for
isn't
the
new.
female gaze.
Fascist regimes
Not
have
that
always
they
carried
even
contradictions
deserve a
in their politics.
gaze.
Mussolini preached virility while surrounding himself with hyper-stylized aesthetics that bordered on camp. Nazi Germany condemned degeneracy, going as far as destroying Magnus Hirschfeld Institute for Sexual Sciences
This again?
while privately indulging in it, fetishizing uniforms, order, and the Ubermensch.
Yeah.
And I don't know about
Sure,
you,
fine.
but a hyper-focus on promoting the peak ideal male physique while destroying what isn't your taste.
Like, that's just
feels
the
a little
sort
gay.
of shit that will put you on
What's
the
happening online now is the same logic
podium rather
recycled
than
through the black
actually
pill,
something that
red
adds
pill,
to the outfit, I
brainwash
feel
fuckery
like.
of every day. At the root of incel and doomer logic is a simple conviction: women are the enemy. Not because they actually are, but because misogyny reframes them as gatekeepers, hoarders of sex, and betrayers. This is only exacerbated by the lack of what we would call progressive voices in these spaces. Those that attempt it often come across as preachy to a demographic that's already been conditioned.
It's
to believe
because
by the lack
women
of
tap
success
into
in
a
life is
different
everyone's fault overall.
reserve of
And there has been argument over if there's a need for a progressive
information.
Andrew Tate type, or I guess in this context, a Nick Fuentes type that can deprogram some of these young men. And yeah, maybe it works.
There,
for some of them.
you know,
But
we have
likelihood of
the
pulling
sexual
people away from a
binary
source
and
that reinforces their worldview to something that changes it
ooh,
is
yo,
lower
this
than we
one.
want to believe.
Yeah, actually.
And this is just my opinion, but the steps
Easy.
for deprogramming, as it were, are going to be more challenging once we factor
Easy.
in gender identity
Easy
and
look.
sexuality. Is it fair to assume that these femboys and the men who love them are all closeted queers? Or is it more like prison wives, those dominating forces using sex as a measure of coercion? And again, just
Yes,
my opinion,
it is prison
probably a
wives.
heavy combination of both, combined with a lot of suppressed desires. And I'm thinking broader than just sex. What do we all desire? Companionship, stability, and the comforts of our choosing.
Autonomy,
Now, with
political
all the ideas regarding
involvement.
This accessibility is tied to a perceived lack of
Alienation.
understanding. In
Hello?
these black pill circles,
Hello,
women are
Fat
imagined as
Charlie?
both unreachable and manipulative, holding all the power in a marketplace where men are reduced to disposable bodies. When it's the complete inverse, cis men maintain the power and the numbers. Is just that a lot of men and boys have been misinformed in a proper approach, like separating ideals versus actual personality, how to accept no's and answer. And these kids are getting infected with this fuckery earlier and earlier in their development. In fascist spaces, this sentiment gets amplified by nationalist rhetoric. Women are tasked with preserving the purity of the nation while simultaneously being blamed for its decline. This double bind breeds resentment, and I'm generalizing a bit.
Yeah,
but
because
we're
they're
talking about
responsible
populations
for
with
the
conditions of intelligent women
they're
who
responsible for
specifically conventional
reproduction,
capitalism.
so they can be
And over 60% of
blamed
Europe
for both the
capitalism even
failure
reflect them or their
and
idealized version of it.
responsibility
Once
for
viewed from that context, it's not natural per
the
se, but
future.
the pattern becomes more understandable.
While
become
men
impossible
get to
ideals
complain
and
and-
impossible
yeah.
partners at the same time. They're symbols of the future, mothers of the nation, but also framed as treacherous, fickle, and are over-sexualized. In this context, the femboy serves as a surrogate trad wife.
Yeah, once they
If a
get
doomer
like
man
free
already convinced
will,
he's excluded from
they
sexual and social
they
capital,
become
women are the
hedonistic
ever-present
and
failure.
like
Every tender
unintelligible,
rejection, every
unintelligent.
inward DM, every cultural narrative about
They
female
waste
empowerment proves
away.
proof that he's been permanently left out.
Yeah, some
That
of them
resentment
bubble
proves
and
it's
rise to
something
the
more
top,
insidious,
but
substitution.
overall, that's
Women
not
can't be
worth
relied
it.
on. If they can't be controlled, then the
Sure.
logic of misogyny
Softy.
suggests finding alternatives.
Oh, this is
Fascism
this is
thrives
just
on
wicked.
binaries,
Fine,
paradoxically makes
cool,
space for the substitution.
nice.
Enter
Good job.
the femboy.
Good job, guys.
The femboy functions as a stand-in, not because he replaces women in any emancipatory sense, but because he satisfies a need for femininity without the risk of actual female autonomy.
This is a
Performance
fire
of domesticity
outfit.
without the fear of rejection. A femboy is controlled. He's often submissive, deferential, and self-deprecating. Trace a doomer imagines women once had before feminism ruined everything. To the incel-leaning right, femboys represent a way to enjoy the feminine without grappling with women's independence. It can all be seen in the memes, captions, and subcategories where one would find the, let's say, appreciation for the femboy. The language used in these circles is near identical to the language in
Yeah,
cishet misogynistic
yeah,
circles.
classic outfit.
The subject
This is
receives
literally
love
what
and
like
appreciation with
midwits
respect.
go
It's
with the
hardly ever
softy.
about
Fine,
pleasure or
yeah.
even sex for that matter.
Have
It's
it.
about domination.
Have your 4 stars.
The femboy is plowed, destroyed, owned, broken. That's
I
the
feel
language.
like
Language that almost implies
Ni-
a revenge
the
against a
Nick
female form. This isn't
Groiper.
liberation, it's replacement born of resentment.
Yeah,
Women are cast aside as
that's
unreliable
sort
and
of where
undesirable,
he's
while
coming
femboys
out of
become
this.
fetishized
Now,
avatars
would
of
this
toxic
always have
femininity.
been sort of the
This
nature
logic
of
finds a lot echo
fascism?
chambers
I don't
in
know,
the
not quite.
For those unfamiliar,
But like,
Groipers are the alt-right's next
yeah.
gen
Oh, there it
sociopaths,
is. Never mind.
meme-savvy,
Hey,
hyper-online, open
got it.
reactionary.
Easy call.
They orbit figures
Fine.
like
This
Nick
is the same
Fuentes,
outfit.
whose politics
Literally the
reflect
same
white
exact
nationalism,
outfit.
misogyny, and a brand of Catholic traditionalism that looks more like cosplay than faith. It's unserious in its delivery, but deliberate and intentional in its grooming of its members. The Groipers weaponize misogyny as a unifying principle. Their online rallies and quote-unquote debates
Yeah.
obsess over women's bodies, reproductive roles, and supposed moral failures.
He just
They frame women as
I
culpable
was
liberalism, feminism, and promiscuity.
for a
Always
while
encourage
recently
defending
I
the
was
ways of
hoping
their
that he
God.
would try and
But here's a contradiction.
renovate
Many Groipers also embrace femboy aesthetics in their
the
literature. It starts
incels
as irony, posted as
of his
tabloid memes to home debates,
community
or using
with the
feminine avatars in
Trotskyism,
online
invasion,
spaces.
and
Yet
normalization.
over time, irony hardens into preference. What began as a joke becomes a tolerated presence, and in that tolerance, the misogynistic logic is reinforced. Why chase unreliable women when femboys provide the same look without the attitude? Fuentes himself embodies the paradox, famously declaring his own incel status while he builds his brand on rejecting women entirely. In this rejection, the door cracks open for alternatives. His fan base absorbs the logic. If women can't be trusted, then perhaps it's better to idealize submission wherever it's found, even when it's men who wear dresses.
Yo, they,
This is how
them,
femboy
right now
culture
is just
turns
like
itself
fucking
into the far right.
cooking.
It
Sorry.
doesn't contradict misogyny, it depends on it. By hating women enough to exclude them, Groipers and doomers create conditions for femboys to be elevated as replacements. I mean that literally. Right-wing
Yeah, same
ideologues and
outfit.
figures within these circles develop and reinforce these standards standards and various levels of subversion. Another term that's been thrown around is the trap, meaning someone born male that presents as female and passes well enough to quote-unquote trap a cishet man. Not only is the idea of a non-gender conforming person trapping someone problematic as it leads to real-world harm and justifications for said harm.
Yeah, but what's the distinction between that and
cis man can perform intimacy because it's not gay, and a femboy or trap has failed so horribly at performing masculinity that it's only logical that they take on a feminine role. The fascist obsession with purity and control always backfired.
The trap part is that they intentionally tried to deceive you out of some sort of like sick fucking jigsaw pleasure.
The more it demands rigid gender roles, the more it produces inversions.
It's
Misogyny
like a
doesn't eliminate desire,
demonization
it redirects it,
of
just
the
like resentment
community
doesn't kill attraction,
than
it
anything.
distorts it. So when gropers chant about traditional marriage while flooding timelines with catboy memes, they're not contradicting themselves, they're completing the fascist circuit. Women are too autonomous, too threatening, too disappointing. Femboys, meanwhile, can be fetishized without fear of betrayal. They're the domesticated version of femininity stripped of agency. Fascism, the ideology that claims to protect women's sacred roles as mother of the nation, creates a subculture that replaces women entirely. In its logic, the femboy doesn't compete with women, he erases them. And for the doomer man, that feels like justice. If fascism is about control, then irony is how fascism hides its contradictions. Nowhere is this more visible than aesthetics of femboy culture on the right.
That's such a banger. That's actually such a banger line.
Contradictions. Nowhere the nation creates a subculture that replaces women entirely. In its logic, the femboy doesn't compete with women.
I mean, they're reading off a script, but like,
feels like justice.
This is a banger line.
If about control, then irony is how fascism hides its contradictions.
Irony is how fascism hides its contradictions. That's so true. But also irony is just part of like humor, and humor is part of resolving natural contradictions. Is this something that's particular to fascism, or is it, you know, humanity, and humanity is latent with the potential for things to bubble into fascism? Oh, this I can put on as well. Yo, theme, favorite color. Chat, what's your favorite color? What do you guys like? What is... We can go for the red. Yeah, let's do red. We're a capitalist stream. We can do red. Where's a beret? Bam. Let's bring the revolution. Put that on. Oh, wait. We could do the... Maybe the Black Panther version? With like a coat like this? Yeah, okay, so we can just literally pick whatever... like forms. This is a bad prompt, I feel like. How can you not do both? How can you not do both? Are you kidding me? All right, let's just keep listening.
Nowhere is this more visible than aesthetics of femboy culture.
They're
on the
spitting.
Right. The memes, the avatars, the stream overlays, the cosplay, it's all saturated with irony. We don't actually want this, they say. We're just trolling, just joking. But repeat a joke enough times and it stops being just a joke. This trolling inevitably becomes a way for conservative men to process their own forbidden desires. This irony, as it were, provides cover. It lets gropers flood their timeline with catboy memes, anime boys and thigh highs, and gender-bending memes without having to admit desire. It's degeneracy as a bit. But the bit has consequences because irony doesn't erase attraction, it normalizes it. Think about how a meme operates in these circles. A catboy meme pops up on Twitter or Telegram, a femboy in striped socks, and what the hell is up with these socks? Anyway, they're posed in a maid outfit selfie with the caption, trad wife vibes.
Grab that.
At
Oh,
first,
yeah,
it's pure
yeah,
parody.
yeah.
It mocks liberal gender politics by exaggerating them. But at the same time, it circulates femininity in a space that claims to reject it. That's the meme pipeline. Post-ironic femboy meme. Laugh at it and call it degeneracy. Repeat often enough that it becomes normalized. Eventually, the aesthetic seeps into the culture itself. Avatars, fan art, and cosplay. The repetition transforms irony into identity. The femboy becomes not just a meme, but a mascot. He's everywhere. Not because the gropers or other conservatives want to admit they like him.
There's got to be some sort of like cycle between irony.
Thrives on contradictions disguised as purity. The Nazi obsession with uniforms, the Italian features love of campy spectacle.
Well, it's the irony of purity, because fundamentally, anyone with a real sense of reality understands that you can't be perfect, but there's tons of people willing to eat up the idea that you can be perfect, or you can be
body
ideal,
discipline,
for whatever
all
reason.
insistent on a strict order while secretly indulging
that's
in
pretty good.
flamboyance. Online fascism works the same way. The femboy aesthetic is one of those contradictions. On the surface, it's mockery. Look how silly, how shameful. But beneath the surface, it's indulgence. It lets repressed desire slip through while maintaining plausible deniability. The aesthetic does double duty. It mocks queerness while appropriating queer imagery. It condemns feminization while endlessly reproducing it. And because it's wrapped in a joke, no one has to actually admit what's happening. That fascism is feeding on the very degeneracy it claims to oppose. Over time, the femboy stops being a fringe joke and becomes a recognizable mascot. In groper culture, that mascot serves several functions.
I need hair.
Posting femboy memes keep their culture playful, pulling in younger recruits who might be wary of overt fascism. Bonding. Sharing the memes builds in-group identity, a way of saying we're all in on a joke. Substitution.
What's the people's haircut?
Misogyny remain intact while still preserving feminine aesthetics. And of course, contradiction management. The mascot absorbs the movement's hypocrisies, embodying both purity, male, and degeneracy.
Hell yeah. Hell fucking yeah.
This is why the femboy is so crucial in these spaces. He's not just tolerated, he's functional.
Yeah,
he helps
obviously.
the movement produce contradictions it can't
Not
resolve.
that.
One of the most revealing dynamics here is how the femboys are framed as submissive. They're not equal players in a hierarchy, they're ornamental. They entertain without threatening it. This matches fascism obsession with hierarchy. Every deviation has to be contained or repressed. So the femboy doesn't disrupt fascist misogyny, he reinforces it. He's femininity stripped of autonomy. He's a stand-in for women, but only in a form fascists can control. It's worth noting how this works as recruitment. Young men drifting online are often drawn in by aesthetics before politics. They don't click on white nationalist videos because they want hate-filled rants. They click because the memes are funny, the irony feels safe, and the company feels alive. The femboy aesthetic plays a role.
It's about the community that you foster, welcoming people in, stuff like that. Bitch, do not steal my fucking outfit. Do not.
Femboy memes, just wall-to-wall cat ears and oversized hoodies. This is why the aesthetics matter. Fascism doesn't just survive on ideology, it survives on style, spectacle, and meme culture, and the femboy has become one of its most unlikely but effective aesthetic tools. I briefly mentioned that it's the white...
Well, aesthetics are a way of packaging information that's readily accessible. Because there's networks that are connected to each image, each aesthetic.
Figure wouldn't be allowed in these circles.
Can I join your guys' group?
They can be molded, changed.
Eventually, the irony collapses. The doomer who posted catboy memes as a joke starts following femboy creators. The gorper who laughed at feminized avatars start using one himself. And this is the core contradiction. Fascism breeds repression. Repression breeds irony. Irony normalizes desire, and desire reshapes the movement itself. The femboy survives because irony keeps the back door open just wide enough.
Bro, how do I get rid of this?
The conservative femboy doesn't wake up one day and say, I want to wear a skirt because it'll make me happy. That's not how logic unfolds in these spaces. It's slower and more corrosive. It's a buildup of repression, resentment, irony, and despair. Tie in any latent homosexuality, which is stifled on the right, and then a girl in a relationship doesn't seem like a bad idea. They may not be able to get the girl, but they can dress as her and serve in a space where they believe women should occupy. They get inundated with these messages until suddenly the contradiction doesn't feel like a contradiction anymore. It feels like destiny. This is the doom spiral, a self-fulfilling cycle where fascism's own repression multiplies the very deviations it claims to purge. Step 1. The demand for purity. Fascism always begins with demands for purity. Pure race, pure nation, pure gender roles. Men must be strong, virile, and disciplined. Women must be femboy, this is
I forgot it.
Failure doesn't erase desire, it intensifies it. The doomer still wants intimacy, but the fascist demand for purity blocks every outlet. Women are too autonomous, queerness is too dangerous, so the desires get shoved underground where they twist into something
outfit, sure, fine, whatever.
But denial doesn't stop the craving, it distorts it, and distorted desire doesn't disappear, it just waits.
I mean, it's impractical.
Step 3.
For anything except like a Tesla autopilot.
Memes, avatars, and jokes about catboys. It's all about trolling. We're just kidding, but the repetition does its work.
It's about trolling long enough to pursue the spectacle of violence while reaffirming that there's no potential alternative except for the rule of the strong over the weak.
What begins as LOL degeneracy becomes maybe I could pull it off.
It's a disdain for that there could be any other interpretation.
Step 4. Substitution as resolution. Misogyny provides logic for substitution. If women are unreliable, then feminized men can serve instead.
Oh, this is a cool outfit.
They provide the aesthetics of femininity without the risk of rejection. They embody softness without
I guess it's just VIP.
So
VIP privilege.
By shifting targets. He can
Born different.
Femininity without trusting women. He can explore desire without
Born to Looksmaxxing.
The femboy becomes the perfect compromise. Half joke, half fetish, all repression. And fascist hierarchy tolerates it because it reinforces control. Femboys are submissive. They don't threaten chat. They don't disrupt the patriarchal fantasy. They fill the void women left
control or discipline? I think it's more like discipline. Control is neoliberal.
Every step in the cycle creates more of the very same thing that fascism claims to hate. The more fascism demands purity, the more
what the fuck is this? This is not.
The more irony leaks
You've got 3 different colors
here. The more irony
here.
Circulates, the more femboy aesthetics thrives.
Not working. Get the fuck out of here.
The more cracks appear. This is why fascist spaces end up saturated with aesthetics they demonize. The Nazi regime produced endless art, photography, and propaganda that today reads as homoerotic. The gropers champ about traditional family while flooding Reddit with catboy memes. The pattern is the same.
Oh yeah. Speaking of homoerotic, the communist Asian and the communist Slav, hand in hand, holding the sickle up high. That's a slay. That's a straight slay.
This humiliation feeds the spiral. The femboy becomes not just a substitute for women, but a performative collapse. It's a way of leaning into despair.
It's fucking Pitbull. It's Mr. Worldwide. I'm not giving you.
It humiliates its enemies, its minorities, its outcasts because it also trains its adherents to humiliate themselves. The femboy is both victim and participant.
Well, it's about the expectation that you will be humiliated and having like a culture of respect, a culture of parallel dependence, sympathetic parallel dependence.
To define itself against. The femboy serves the role perfectly. He's tolerated as long as he stays ornamental. He absorbs the movement's contradictions, turning repression into entertainment. He distracts, recruits, and bonds the group through irony. He's
very nice.
Degenerate and indispensable.
I'm losing. I'm quickly running out of like
misogyny creates more repression.
Runs. Chat, give me a couple ideas for what's it called?
Fascism can't survive without double binds.
For round ideas. How the
we
fuck?
Protect women and we ridicule women. We guard morality and we indulge in deviance. We despise weakness and we worship spectacle. The femboy becomes a stage where these contradictions are performed.
Hurrah!
You're
kidding me. These people.
His campiness provides a cover for cruelty. This spiral isn't incidental, it's structural. The very survival of ideology depends on having someone inside a camp who embodies what they must punish. Every authoritarian current requires scapegoats. Jews in Germany, immigrants in xenophobic America, queers in almost every context. But scapegoats work better when they're close enough to touch.
Scapegoats need to become rhizomatic.
The ironic Twitter mutual.
Scapegoat everything. And
Attention,
nothing.
proximity, and distance
Now!
is fuel. His presence reinforces them that the line between us and them.
Okay, I feel like we got it. The irony creates. How does this relate to fascism or to fashion? Fashion and fascism. Honestly, they're kind of like. It's honestly like the same word, isn't it? Fascism and fashion. Actually, the cool thing is that the idea of fashion came from the Roman root of some enchantment or like dark magic that people would buy on the street that would essentially just be like a fucking dick to keep you safe. And fascism relates to a political role inside the Roman empire that was signified by a bundle of sticks. Boardwalk Babe? Oh my god, we're doing like San Antonio. All right. Let's go to the top of the aisle. Aesthetics all the way down. Let's see. Boardwalk Babe. Let's run it. Yeah, sure. Is YouTube gonna shit the bed?
To convince other people in political debates? And how is it that all these other people believe such stupid things? Is it because most people are super dumb while you are super smart? Most people think so. But in this
Same,
country,
it
I
is
will
me.
argue that we do not believe what we do because of our intelligence or any rational arguments at all, but because our beliefs come from the irrational way that each one of us looks at the world. In short, from our aesthetics. I would like to begin this essay by giving some context about how my own experiences have shaped the way that I think about arguments. The most important of these is my participation in several debate clubs where we practice parliamentary debate. The interesting thing about this type of debates is that you did not get to pick your own positions. As a result, very often you would have to create convincing arguments for opinions that you personally find repulsive. Sometimes I had to play the communist, other times the hippie, and so on. This experience led me to the rationalization that one can argue effectively for and against anything and everything. Indeed, once you have a position to defend, it is possible to rationalize and justify just about anything in your favor, to build an impenetrable defensive network of arguments around it. But at the same time, I never became confused as what my real opinions were when I was making up fake arguments to win debates. I could make some excellent arguments for things that I disagreed with, but at a fundamental level, these arguments never resonated with me. But why? Why do the other side's arguments always seem to have such little effect? Is it because one side has achieved the truth through reason and logic? And if so, which side? The idea that one can get down to the truth through reason and critical thinking is the main idea of the tradition of the Enlightenment, and most people, including myself, agree with it at some level or another. We believe that if a person
at some level or another, yeah, sure, okay.
Then this person will sooner or later come to the correct conclusion by looking at the arguments and basing his beliefs on the best one. The idea that reason, intelligence, will always find truth through free argumentation.
Any of these motherfuckers that put on high heels for the boardwalk are
It must be
insane, by the way.
Thinking, are dumb, or are just ignorant. Therefore, a smart fanatic should be an impossibility. In theory, all that would be needed to turn a smart person away from the wrong idea is the perfect argument that they could neither refute nor ignore. However, my own experience has proven that there is, indeed, such a thing as a smart fanatic. In my case, this guy was a poli-sci major, and he was the most dedicated communist that I have ever met. He defended everything, from the Gulag to North Korea, but just stopped short of Pol Pot. He read the theory and had very good knowledge of history. This guy could churn out a text wall like it was nothing. Clearly, he was no idiot, but yet he was still impenetrable. It was like talking to a wall. I had internalized the belief that if only I could come up with a perfect argument, then he would have to give it. I pointed out that Stalin had tortured and shot Bukharin and Tukhachevsky, his own comrades, but he just avoided giving a straight answer and said that, the Soviet Union wasn't perfect. Yes, in order to build socialism, sometimes one makes mistakes. When I argued that every year there are thousands of people who escape from North Korea and tell their experiences, he just dismissed them as liars that were paid for by the CIA. When I asked how one can have a democracy in a one-party state, he essentially took 1,000 words to explain that since the party represents the people's real interests,
and they can only understand it.
Democratic. All my beautiful
once you understand some people's bit, it's like, you get it. It's fine. You don't need to... There's no reason to engage in debate once you understand somebody's bit.
He was clearly a smart individual who must obviously see that
obviously
there
Psychic
were
War is
some
dead.
issues with his
It's gone. It's over.
and with his mental gymnastics. But he stuck to the party line until the end. The issue was not that he lacked intelligence or critical thinking, but the real issue here was my belief that an intelligent person must always end up agreeing with me because of my facts and logic. Everyone believes at some level that their opinions are the result of intelligence.
Big facts, big logic.
Anyone who disagrees with them is either stupid, naive, or incomprehensibly evil. Thus, I do not really believe that political polarization is just a result of a difference in intelligence, but something much deeper, and my experience with my communist acquaintance proved it to me. The fact is that some people are convinced by some arguments, while other people appear to be immune to the same ones. But why is a certain type of person predisposed to a certain type of argument? To answer this, I think we must ask ourselves, what makes an argument convincing? A convincing argument is not convincing because it has flawless logic. One can certainly make
Sure,
a very
fine.
persuasive
We can
argument
put a
for a very
pattern on
stupid
this
idea. This
or
is
something.
because persuasion is not rational.
Yo,
Instead,
this
it is
kinda-
driven by
we're
feelings.
done.
A persuasive argument is an argument that
It's
has
not
an emotional
feelings,
effect.
it's about
As a
signaling,
result,
it's about
an argument
in-group.
can never be persuasive to everyone. But what does this depend on? What makes a person vulnerable to some arguments and immune to others? I would argue that an individual's taste in arguments is very much like his taste in cinema and music. It is fundamentally an aesthetic choice.
Bro,
All
that
arguments
you're
have
just
the same
copying
fundamental
fucking
structure. They all
Demon
try to
Hunters.
convince you that something is
This
either
bitch stole my
desirable or
fucking
undesirable.
Mard.
Let's take an example, a very easy one. Drugs are bad. You shouldn't do them. This argument will be very effective with a conscientious Christian, but very ineffective with a dude who's just like chill and wants to like enjoy life, dude. An argument can only resonate with a person that agrees with the argument's definition of what is desirable. Your nice Christian neighbor will think that it is
If you have
undesirable to
similar
smoke a dog's
values,
grass, and therefore
then
he will readily agree with
work
you
for it.
and your argument.
This is
The
not
fact
a
that the person
boardwalk
just wants to
outfit.
enjoy the
It's a
moment
nice
will
outfit,
disagree
but it's not a
with you, since
boardwalk
what is
outfit.
desirable
What
to
the
him is to
fuck?
take a hit right now. Our concept of what is desirable is not a definition in our heads. It is a sensation that attracts us and is impervious to any rational argument. I cannot convince a junkie to get off his stuff any more than you can convince me to stop enjoying a nice medium rare steak. So in a very real sense, political communication is almost impossible because the political left and the political right have completely different aesthetics, totally different ideas of what is desirable, and by extension, each other's arguments
Wait,
are
but aesthetics
incomprehensible
isn't what
and
is
repugnant.
desirable,
I
right?
believe that the only way to understand the aesthetics of a political movement is to look at their art. To illustrate the aesthetics of the left and the right wing, I will play two different clips from two different songs. There are many left-wing songs that embody their aesthetic vision, such as Imagine or The Internationale, but I decided on an old Yiddish Bundes song written in 1938 during the Great Depression in Poland. The name of the song is the Lose March, or the March of the Judges.
Oh, yeah.
Listen to it while reading the translation.
Vier Arbeitslose sehnen mir, jahrelang Arbeit schwer ungeschafft als mehr heißer Schlösser, Städten in der Fahre, Heifele Verschwender, unser Leute fahr es was, Hungerleut und arbeitlos, Hungerleut und arbeitlos. 1, 2, 3, 4, und so marschieren wir, Arbeitslose so wird noch schön, und mir singt dieses Lied von der Land der Welt nahe, wo es lebt
Country worlds, decline, despair, and a new free land.
The message of the song and the aesthetic that it conveys is at first of temporary.
Another high heels.
The workers don't have enough bread,
0
and they have
stars.
worked hard for years.
None
Because
of
the
it.
Markets crashed in Wall Street. Whether they care about New York, they care about feeding their families, about having the possibility to work. And so, in the last stanza of the song, they sing about marching towards a new land, where they will be free and where there will be enough for everyone. This new land
Abundance.
is what moves them and what has motivated the left wing for over 200 years.
This is another. I'm not fucking
both
voting for this
social
shit,
and religious.
bro.
But the core message is that things are bad now, but we will make them better, and that together we will make the world a paradise. The yearning for paradise is, as far as I can tell, what stands at the heart of every leftist. John Lennon's Imagine and the Socialist Internationale might have different lyrics, but their core message is the same, and they all appeal to the same type of person. As right-wingers, this is a side of leftism that we rarely see, because they usually see us as the obstacle towards this beautiful new world. But behind their anger and their smugness, I believe that there is a deep yearning and a very human desire to live in a place
good
free
outfit.
of suffering. The right-wing aesthetic, I think, is best represented by this Russian song.
Wait, so
by
the
name of
left-wing
Virginity.
aesthetic is
It was written by white
paradism,
Russian exiles in Yugoslavia after
and
their
the
defeat
right-wing
in
is
the
not?
Russian Civil War.
This is a right-wing one, and it's communism. Or maybe it's a it's a white army song. Liberation, this is a cool one. Oh, there's also a good outfit. Whether we live or win or die. Okay, so what are the themes of right-wing art?
Song is that it talks about conflict, and specifically
What the
conflict
fuck?
between groups of people. There is a clearly defined us and them. This is characteristic of the right-wing aesthetic, which looks at the world through a lens of competition between peoples, a Darwinian reality full of conflict. The core message is that things are tough now, and they have always been this way, but through bravery and strength one can overcome.
Wait, no. What you're describing right now is also in the left-wing aesthetic because they want to solve all this stuff. Strength can overcome all by establishing a paradise. I thought this would be a more coherent video. I don't think it is.
It's my belief that the thing that defines right-wing beliefs
or at
is
least
the search
they're
for strength and hatred of weakness. Another thing to mention is that this
so
is quite
yeah, the
unconcerned
essence
with
of
the idea of justice.
the right,
Specifically
sure.
with the line, "It doesn't matter whether we win or die. It has always been like this." I interpret this to mean that defeat is not unjust because it means that you were weaker than your enemy. Therefore, justice, what is fair, is not important given that the options are either victory or death. The left-wing aesthetic
That's
is
no,
based
that's
specifically
just
on
the
idea of
truth.
justice and calls for a fight against injustice. The right-wing aesthetic is far less moralistic. It accepts reality as it is and puts more focus on facing reality.
Okay, sure, fine.
When one looks at the left-wing aesthetic, one
Accept
barely sees any
no,
reason,
actually
but
no.
only
Accept
looks at
reality and
the
try and overcome it.
right-wing aesthetic, on
No.
the other hand, has a
Okay, so
strong
whatever. Like the
emphasis on
right wing
liberation
right
and
now,
families
they've
versus
swapped to
poverty.
being left wing
However,
because
it's also interesting to
they're
note
trying to
how little the right-wing
establish
aesthetic
through
talks about
political
being
power
left
their
wing.
version of
People are
paradise, which
much
is
more concerned
mass
with living up to their own
deportations
standards.
and
Now that we've
terrorizing
described these two main
Minnesota
political aesthetics,
schools.
the
I'm
most
not
interesting
doing back to
question
school.
becomes, what attracts people to either one of them? Perhaps it is that I come from a family of
It's about
psychologists, but
backgrounds.
I tend to think that a person's psychology is first and foremost what predefines their politics, second only to their
Sure.
own life experiences that push them towards one side of the political
Literally
spectrum
all
or another.
describing the same
For
thing.
example, let's go
Describing
back to
exactly the
this
same
communist
thing.
that I used to debate.
This is
The
a
guy
liberal
himself studied political
perspective
science.
on
Now,
why
Lloyd doesn't
aesthetics
really
beat
treat people
arguments.
with humanities
But
as kindly.
beat logics.
So when he gets shafted by the employment market, he will have two choices. Either he accepts that he wasted his entire professional life into a useless discipline, which is objectively true, or maybe it's just that capitalism is the problem. I think it is no coincidence that people from field, or maybe it's just that capitalism is the professional life into a. He will have two choices. Either he accepts that he wasted his entire professional life into a useless discipline, which is objectively true, or maybe it's just that
Psychology is useless, and yet we're going to use it to analyze who's attracted to each of your fake fucking constructed bullshit dichotomies between the left and the right. The difference between the left and the right is the preference for authority or preference for greater freedom, democratic incorporation, and autonomy. That's if you want to actually talk about left and right, as if it weren't a fake construct for fucking midwits that make videos like this. I'm actually mad.
To give a
He lost me.
example,
It's
I believe
over.
that one of the bigger reasons why I became right-wing was my parents' divorce. I love both.
My parents'
However,
divorce
they
made
did
me
have
right
relationship
wing.
issues.
Women
So
be
who's to blame
bitches.
for all my pain
It's
and suffering
sexual
during the
insecurity.
divorce, or the
That's
dismemberment of
also
my
what
family?
is part of being
Of course,
right
something
wing.
like that can't just be normal. It can't just be right. There has to be some problem somewhere, some reason that.
And
my
then
family
obviously,
broke
you know, a
apart.
right winger would say
Many
that
people, of course,
sexual
blame one of their
insecurity is
parents.
part
I
of
never
being
thought that
left
one of
wing
my parents
because, you
was
know,
somehow
trans
a bad
is.
person or directly guilty
Yeah,
of the
like
divorce.
I don't know.
However, it was obvious that my
Maybe I'm
parents
just too
actions led to
schizophrenic
divorce.
for
So my
this
team
video
itself
to really
concluded
appeal to
that
me.
It was not the fault of either one of my parents, but of the ideas in their heads. The ideas that our culture accepts about men and women, about relationships.
Okay, whatever. I'm honestly like so done with this. Let's listen to the Gigachad himself.
No matter where you are in the world, I'm Hasan Teaches in this awesome broadcast coming to you live from now sunny California, Los Angeles, folks. We're live and alive. And I hope all the boys, I hope all the girls, and I hope all the MVs are having a fantastic one because today's a beautiful day. Today's a wonderful day. Today is a freaky ass day. That's right, ladies and gentlemen. It's a freaky.
Slow him down a little bit. What do you have to say for yourself, Hasan? You have said sussy things from your background. What do you have to say for yourself?
For my favorite Socialist himbo official video by Theresa Sweetheart. Little hyper pop to start you off on this beautiful day. Now, you might be wondering, Hasan, why is this such a freaky day? And that is because it's a very special day.
I'm apologizing for all the shitty things that I've said formerly. Surely, right?
That's right, baby. It's motherfucking Friday. It's freaking Friday, folks.
We're clubbing.
It's Friday. It's fucking fans mom Friday. Okay? It's a freaking weekend, baby, and I'm about to have me some fun.
What do I do with this money?
Shit. It's Mufasa Friday. It's Black Fuck Friday.
Okay, get to the fucking defense, bro. Stop the partying. Stop the good vibes. Stop the in-group signaling. Get to the humility. Get to the apologizing for the shitty things that you said, Hasan.
Fathers fought hard for us to enjoy a sense of autonomy.
Actually, I'm
a sense of
changing all my
purpose.
my outfit to eyes.
That's right. Do you always talk over Mufasa for copyright? I mean, it's just like, this is just for the live stream, you know what I mean? This is just something that we're doing. This is just something that we're doing every Friday, baby. I don't even know if this part of the VOD gets silenced, I guess. But anyway, this is part of the podcast where I tell you a little bit about my personal news about what's going on in the world of Hasan Piker in between the time period where I pressed the stop streaming button and pressed the start streaming button. Okay? That's right. This is for all my parasocialists out there. You guys might have noticed it is June 14th, 2024, 12:45 p.m. And you might be wondering, why are you wearing a snazzy outfit? And there's not really any real reason for why I'm wearing a snazzy outfit. I was just wearing the shirt for the pod, and I thought it's a little chilly in here. Perfectly. Let's see, 68 degrees in here, 42%.
Brother, get to the fucking defense.
Because she's bleeding. Sizes.
Hasan Parasocialists are not cutting this
20
great.
minutes ago.
10-13 for the title.
What?
Are you fucking kidding me?
Why would I do that? That was like,
hold on,
at a reasonable on time every single goddamn day, and yet I have other people on my podcast that have a hard time putting stuff together at a reasonable hour. So that's why we had to do it. Can you show us?
I got globalists.
Videos of you giving advice to college guys? What? Why would I do that? That was like archived advice videos. Those were satire, and that literally was like.
It was satire.
That,
it was half satire.
Like something
it was half satire.
Will routinely post about to be like, look.
Let's be honest. Let's call a spade. Half satire. We like literally just had a video on irony.
Some fucking Nazis found it like a while ago to try and cancel me.
No, they probably liked it. Hasan.
You know. It's weird. Boomtown.
Disappointing.
Bro,
is that it?
A hater trying to bait 100%. I mean, it's a 14-month subscriber. Probably not. PR going crazy.
Holy shit!
Okay, that's enough of that video. That was so fucking insubstantial. All right. What does Hasan have to say about talking to women? Thank you, Frogan.
Hello, how's it going, everybody?
Great.
All right, lads.
Looksmaxxing is also personality maxing. How does Hasan want us to personality max?
Yeah, Charlie, you want to go play
for the revolution? What the
yeah,
fuck is this?
The English guy. No, I'm joking.
There's a lot to apologize for, you know. But yeah, no, pleasure to be on here. Pleasure to meet you guys.
Yeah, pleasure, mate. Hell yeah.
Pleasure.
Austin, please don't do that.
It's all right. What you thinking?
Yeah,
bro?
sure.
Tell us about your bird in it.
Good, you got books.
Sorry, bro. Crafting it, right?
Yeah, mate. Yeah, we should probably turn it up a few notches to make you.
Okay, come on.
You guys do things differently. You guys do ketamine. All right, go ahead.
Exactly. Yeah. The worst thing is, I do say fanny, so that's horrible.
I do. Yeah.
Oh God. Okay, Timothy, what's the problem, brother? Aside from being British.
That's you can't help me with that. In general, so I'm 28 now. I'm 29 in April.
This is a bullshit, by the way. This is 45 minutes that I would rather spend doing literally anything else.
It's not that I haven't tried to. It's not that I haven't really hoped to.
This looks too intersectional for me. Can't relate.
For some reason or another, it hasn't happened. But I'm getting older now. And I'm noticing, especially with all my friends around me and stuff like that,
this is sure, fine.
People are way further ahead than me in that aspect. And that's also kind of a scary thing for me because I feel like everybody that maybe I would try and date or something is also ahead of me in that aspect, you know? Like they know what dating's like, they know what to do, they know how it is.
They've had, you know, relationships.
Fit in there, you know, and try and start something with somebody. So yeah, basically, I'm struggling to, one, put myself out there more and try and, like, you know, find women that would be
doing a male outfit, very rare.
Interested in me.
Give him 5, actually.
I would be interested to talk to as well. And also just stop
he's
trying
probably
to be scared of fucking things up, if you get what I mean. Like I'm scared before I even.
I'm scared of being vulnerable. I'm scared of being quirky. I'm scared people won't like the quirky things that I have to say.
How this stuff works, and I'm just coming along like, hey, you know, I haven't got a clue.
I'll take this one here.
I don't. Charlie stepping in, wide walking.
This one's right in my wheelhouse, boys. I was in the same ballpark.
Sticks his fat fucking nose into politics and steps over Hasan. Speaking about how to be a Gigachad talking to women, because let's be honest, he probably doesn't remember and it doesn't matter, right? Just be engaging, have cadence, keep it going, bring in other parts of like the things that you experience in life. Know somebody at, I guess, the dive bar is also a really good piece of advice. Like, go somewhere where people know you, establish like relationships with people. It's so easy.
Just really do different wacky shit. You know what I mean? Like, put yourself in a position where it's unfamiliar, and you might find like.
Oh, just haze yourself is his advice.
You can't go in there with that mindset.
Charlie,
like, I didn't go there like I'm gonna be a SpongeBob fucking weirdo at the bar, but I did, and it worked. You know what I mean?
And Charlie's 5'6", man. So,
so he's basically saying, Charlie's basically saying, you need to cultivate male audacity.
Okay, so Charlie's absolutely correct. This is an advice that I give over and over again, and people constantly make fun of me for it, but it's like a muscle. Social anxiety is like a muscle, and you just have to work that out. And even if you don't immediately put yourself in a situation where you're like around women in a non-platonic
it's just going to be
capacity,
this bullshit. They're all just going to be wearing this.
That can lead up to a non-platonic capacity by starting off in a platonic capacity. Just start talking to people and start you know,
don't talk to people with expectations that you want to like
out and trying to
put them in
overcome
bed.
your
Be
social
normal.
anxiety.
Holy
When you
fuck!
say you haven't
Literally
dated,
level
do you mean, like, you
one
haven't had a
of
serious,
level 0
girlfriend,
psychic
or
ward.
do you
Just be
mean
fucking
like
normal.
literally have never had
Enjoy chatting with
never
the
hooked up with a
people
girl,
and
anything like that at
appreciates, you
all?
know, the confluence of
No, yeah,
circumstances
so
that have
I've
brought you
probably girls
together.
multiple times. Yeah, sorry, chat to flex.
Oh, he is.
But
Congrats on
the
sex.
sad part is- Thank you very much. The sad part is that was one a long time ago. Like it's been a while now. Like it's been years. And two,
He's done.
I think
It's over.
90% of the times I had been incredibly drunk. Like this was when I used to go out a lot. Like I used to party like all the time at university and onwards. And like Charlie was saying, you know, like going out there and just sort of doing some crazy shit and just, you know, being out there is kind of what I used to do. And I feel like I used to be a little bit more off the rails than I am now.
Oh, and then he probably got a job. He probably graduated undergraduate, got a job,
Not like, you know, being too
and
wild off the
then
rails kind of thing.
started
but just
working,
being
and he's
able
looking
go out my
to
comfort
like
zone more.
reclaim a
Like, you
little
know,
bit
now
of
I'm a
his
little
youth before he
chubby
hits
funster,
30.
you know,
That's
I'm
my
doing
guess.
now. I've put on a bit of weight over time. But yeah, it's been a while.
Do you feel like wait, Austin, do you want to say something?
No, I'm just
You just yelling at me, Austin? Come on.
No, I was just going.
Jim, why do you think you're not as off the rails? Did you get a good job? What happened?
Yeah, well, I mean, I got you know, a much better job. I'm doing all right in that aspect. I don't know. I just feel like in terms of the fact that I think I tried a lot, especially when it comes to like the dating stuff. Like I tried to, you know, I was into people like in the past. I've been quite into people in the past, but it's never been accepted. you know?
Crushing.
So I've always.
Oh, it's never been reciprocated.
I've gotten more and more into my shell, just because every time I came out, something bad would happen or whatever, and I'm like, all right, you know, I'm just going back in. And I'm okay at this point, but yeah, it's hard to want to get back into that flow, you know.
Hey, Jimothy. One thing I would say, man, is like when you're
Austin?
comparing
Oh, it's
your
Will
life
Neff.
to others, it's easy.
I
to
would
look at
trust
people and
Will
be like,
Neff
oh,
far
they got
more than
married, they're
Hasan.
ahead of me. Oh,
Yep.
they got a
With
house,
this sort
they're
of
ahead me.
advice.
But what you're gonna realize about life is that it's not a straight shot; it's a labyrinth. And just because people are doing things doesn't mean they're doing the right things. There are a lot of people who make really important life decisions when they're young, and they spend years of their life backtracking the shit that they did to get back where you are. No hangups, no ties, good job, lust for life. Okay, so you got to think of yourself as like you got a clean slate. You got your career figured out.
Lust for life is
I'm
sort of
be
like what
honest,
he's
that's the
developing,
most
and he's just
difficult
scared.
part right now
I guess
for
like
most
the real thing that
And
he
so
needs in
you
this
have to kind of look
conversation
at that as an
is
advantage. Now, fear right now is your
is
deterrent.
talking about,
You need to start using it as your motivator. You're afraid.
what is he
of
interested in
making the
doing?
wrong
What
decision
sort of
when you go
hobbies
out.
is he interested in
Start getting
cultivating? What sort of
afraid
communities
living a life
is he
you don't
interested in
actually live.
cultivating?
Envision yourself as an old, dried-out man who is too afraid to get outside of his house, and use that image to scare you to get out of your house. And then the last piece of advice, a little less serious.
Yeah,
you want to get
imagine
laid,
a future
come to the
you.
United States after COVID. There has been a dick drought, and that British accent.
Oh, yeah.
that you apologize
Easy.
for will get you fucking knee deep in fanny, gum. Fucking knee deep, gum.
Have you heard of Love Island?
Yeah.
I wanted to put this.
Man, Will's advice is so good. Like
Yeah, here we
I
go.
told him to just dance like fucking SpongeBob. Will gives him like
I
an
know.
actual.
Do I-
beat shit,
I
like,
guess I have to get rid of the hair.
Will, you got a book? Like, what are you reading from? This shit is crazy.
Can I get that manual?
That fucking, it's not a straight shot, it's a labyrinth. Like, what song did you take that from?
Bro, that's just life, though. It's
by the way.
true. You don't know where you're going.
I'm more of a
You're going down the
perspective.
streams. Opportunities come and go. Take the opportunities that you can.
Yeah,
But it's about goals. I'm like actually a little upset that they're not talking to him about what he thinks his goals are for himself, the communities he wants to build, and get involved
Yeah, I
in.
think Will's talking your big picture, but I think Charlie's telling you the thing that you need to, like, just, you know, get the rust off, just get out the house. And...
I think that's that though. Like,
One question
easy,
for you,
solved
Jim.
it.
You're not like a
Clean.
devout Formula One fan or anything, right?
Absolutely not. No, my cousin
All right,
works for the Formula One though.
Okay, as long as you're not a fan, you're gonna have a healthy relationship. You'll be all right.
All right, thank you guys. I really appreciate it. Shout out to stream discussion as well. And thank you guys for everything. Appreciate it.
All right, that's the end of it. Let's see.
Good luck, Jim. With our boy
Um,
Hasan Piker back in the
last
news,
bit of
providing
Hasan.
us all with some
Yeah,
of that
he's
good leftist
funded
info.
by
Because there's no
Utopia
way.
is going to be the thing, right?
You f***ing moron! You
He gets
racist
mad?
piece of shit!
What? I decided to go back and do a little bit more research on him to see if there's anything I could have
Ooh, yo,
missed
what
or
if-
glossed over in my last video. Well,
Yeah,
it
hold on,
turns
let's
out
do a
there
little bit of
was.
this.
And this piece of information I found
that ain't it.
discredits his whole socialist man of the people LARP more so than any
Yes, he's
multi-million-dollar
rich.
mansion
We
or
know he's a
$250,000
fucking
sports
champagne
car ever could.
socialist.
It's
Like
such a
these fucking
blatant
slot
portrayal of
videos,
his
you can
fans. It's
produce
almost
them.
unbelievable
It's a
that it's real.
blatant
So let's get
betrayal
right
of
into
his
it.
fans
I'm sure we're all
to
familiar with the fact
be
that
wealthy
powerful
and
people
incredibly
receive
popular, and
exorbitant speaker
being
fees
popular
from the
means that you
business
get a lot of
elites,
money.
either as a method
Sure,
of legal
fine.
bribery or repayment payment for favors they already received while the person was previously in office. The most famous example people like to point to are the Clintons, who have received over $153 million in speaking fees since they left office. These speaking engagements for the Clintons, and tons of other powerful people, as I'll show you here, are booked through a business known as the Harry Walker Agency. This agency has been around since 1946 and is the sole liaison between the world's richest and most powerful men. And who else would I find on there willing to advise my business but the #1 socialist streamer online? And Hasan didn't just so happen to be put on here either. He's actually listed as one of their exclusive not some run-of-the-mill guy either. It's almost too good to be true, isn't it? The same organization that funnels money from the billionaire class to the Clintons is representing
He's a
Hasan
Democratic
Piker
operative?
And is,
Is that your
by
angle?
billionaires to go and do speaking engagements, using modern applications to communicate with a modern audience. As once leading businesses flail in attempts to market to a disappearing audience, Hasan Piker has done the seemingly impossible, created an audience where one did not exist. Piker advises businesses,
He's
nonprofits,
AstroTurf,
and progressive leaders on
is
how
what
to
you're
meet their
saying?
customers and
Or
supporters
that's what
where
they're
they are
saying,
and
you're just
leverage
reading
that
it
connection for
ironically.
brand growth.
Theme,
Under the
winter?
press and
Yeah,
media
it's a fire
section,
outfit.
it lists all the
It's
mainstream
VIP, it's a
media
fire
puff
outfit. What do you
pieces,
want?
Institutions
She's
also
getting
owned by the
fucking
billionaire
sturdy
class,
with
mind
it.
you.
Fuck off.
How Hasan Piker
This
took over
is
Twitch,
just
the
to
New York
impress a
Times.
nerd.
Hasan Piker just wants to have fun. How the political pundit became an internet icon. Insider. Twitch streamers want to be the political
Okay, so
pundits
he's
for the
just
next
writing
generation.
like articles?
NBC News. Hasan Piker makes massive donations to LA area animal
Okay, so
shelters,
this could be
Fox
like a
11,
critique
Los
of how
Angeles.
capitalism
In spite of all of this
incorporates its own
evidence,
critique
and having
into
it pointed
itself
out that the
by
billionaire
supporting
owners of the
figures
New
like
York
Hasan,
Times and several other mainstream
and
media
then
outlets
he,
writes
like,
incredibly
he's just too
positive
much of a himbo to
promotional
get mad at
pieces
you.
on their platforms for a
He's just
guy
gonna
who is
shout you
supposedly
down,
acting against
'cause
their
that's like
interests.
the meta for
Hasan
debate
fans will
that
continue
he
to
was
play
raised
dumb
in.
and deny any overlapping
This is winter,
incentives.
girl,
If
you're
he
gonna
was
be cold.
actually acting against the interest of the billionaire class, why would they allow
He's not
what amounts
acting
to
against
an
the
advertisement for
billionaire
his
class.
live stream to
I mean,
appear in their
he's acting
publications?
against the
followers
Trump
of Hasan
class
and Hasan
8
himself
months
can
ago.
never square this circle. As for Hasan, he's not even an honest enough person to even approach this in good faith anyways. Just look at how he responded when he was confronted about Sam Hyde's call-out on the Adam Friedland show.
Can you admit at this point that when Sam Hyde did that video, that it was very funny?
No.
I'm friends with you. That was very funny.
I always I had no idea who the fuck this dude was.
He doesn't want to say that's funny.
at all.
Okay.
I'm gonna kill you! He was doing
at the time.
Yeah,
I didn't know who
I
this
can
guy
see
was,
why.
right? And I'm like, why is this?
I can see why he
ugly
wouldn't
freak,
take that funny.
Yelling about me all the time. I just didn't even know.
Like an elementary schooler,
This is
he
also
comes
fair.
up with some easily disprovable
Like an
lie
elementary
about how he
schooler.
had no idea who the guy was before he called him out, even though there are several videos
Yelling about me all the time. I just didn't even know.
Like an elementary
He said, I just didn't even know. As in, I didn't even know what to make of the situation, and it made me uncomfortable, and no, I didn't think it was funny.
He comes up with some easily disprovable lie. About
Okay,
how he had
then
no
disprove
idea who
the
guy
lie.
Was before he called him out. Even though there are
Oh
several
my God.
videos from before Sam ever called him out of Hasan referencing him, as well as things about
Yes,
him
that's
personally
not-
that you would
sure,
only
whatever,
know
fine.
if you had some general idea of who the guy was apart from just the name.
Who the fuck is Sam Hyde?
How
Sam
is
Hyde
this
some
the-
fucking 4chan troll that gained a
How is
little
this
bit of
the
prominence
biggest part of your
and had,
video?
a
Wait,
adult
that's
swim show
it?
for, a week
I'm
and a
so
half, and everyone
disappointed. Never
thinks
mind, we're done. We're moving on to the fucking OG
See, now I've fully transitioned into a reaction
of
channel.
masculinity.
Wow, we're covering a very hot topic.
Another
Looksmaxxing.
archetype has
And I am
hit the
collaborating
stream.
with
What in
none
the
other
fuck is
than
this?
Clavicular.
Girl.
Against his knowledge and will. Well, I'm just gonna play a few of the hits here.
Today at 19, he's garnered a massive audience online. If you could go back in time, would you still take test at 14 years old?
Absolutely, yeah. I started with 300 milligrams of testosterone, and I did that for a while, up until I was
Damn,
16,
he was a little guy,
$35,000
and he
for a
still
double
wanted to
dosage.
hit
I'm taking testosterone every single day. I use
T.
crystal for hollow cheeks. I'm not a huge
I use crystal meth for-
and then
this
I
is
will
so
cover
awesome.
up the inflammation with makeup.
Why are you spending $100,000 on surgery to go from 6'2" to 6'6"?
Okay, now before you tear into Clark Kent from Whoville, let's all first take a look at ourselves. Now, if you're watching this channel, you're likely a gym rat who at one point looked like Ichabod Crane and hated your life
Where am
and
I?
decided that getting jacked and better looking would
Eighth? Are
improve
you
it
kidding me?
drastically. And what happened? It did. Some of you even took extreme measures, like blasting gear, giving up on your social life entirely, or turning yourself into some sort of meat golem.
Real
that you find
Trent.
attractive. So ask yourself, how different are you really than this 29-year-old teenager who's autistic kid
Performatively.
is knowing facts about sexy dudes? Let he without Trent cast the first stone.
Let he
And
without
since there's no
Trent.
one without Trent here, I'm just gonna go ahead and pick up a stone and cast it.
I Looksmaxx purely from a logical standpoint. I'm trying to improve the quality of my life, and I have come to the conclusion that this is the best means to do so. I know that looks are the most important metric, and it's something that's
It's the
super
halo
within my
effect.
grasp.
Now, believe it or not, I actually think Wax Figure Wolf of Small Meat over here has some valid points. Yes, looks can improve your life. And yes, looks are very important in today's society. But that's not the end of the story. Because as we learned from the gym, the day you started lifting is the day you become forever small. Because you will never be as big as you want to be. So, are looks the key to the vault, or are they just the key to Pandora's box? Because I don't know who Pandora is, but I bet it's pink.
Oh, it is a mental illness.
I'm into that. I don't discriminate.
Looksmaxxing
Pandora,
is like
it's
something
like the planet
similar
with Avatar,
to
right? So it could be blue, and I could have to fuck a tree
anorexia
or something. To fuck a tree with my ponytail, and then somehow there's a tree.
She's just an
involved in it.
anorexic queen.
In order, like the tree, like there's a like
They
there's a cup tree.
masculinized
It's gonna take a minute
anorexia
to Google
finally.
this. Pandora's pussy avatar tree? Question mark.
What do I get for this money?
Inconclusive.
What's kind of shaped your views around women? And what did you used to do in nightlife?
So I was a bouncer for a little while, and that kind of helped me make
Bro,
a lot of
you were
necessary
a bouncer?
observations
There's
to
no
shape
fucking way.
kind of how I think about everything, right?
You
So I
were
was
not a
noticing who's going
bouncer.
home with the
You would
pretty
have
girls
your
every night.
fucking nose
I noticed
broken,
it was
or you
really
would
about 1
be
to 2% of men, right?
far
So,
bigger.
It was
There's
people
no
who were
way.
very tall, people who were very good looking. This is something I was noticing over my formative years when I was a teenager growing up, right? So
But you're still a
making
teenager.
these observations, kind of seeing that sometimes good-looking people would be able to go up
Oh,
to
you're doing the
women and
react
start
with
making out
us.
with them without saying anything. I kind of started to shift my worldview a little bit and realize, hey, okay, so this is like the most important metric, and I have to go all in.
First off, what club was hiring a 16-year-old as a bouncer?
Yeah.
Chuck E. fucking Cheese, dude? A bouncer?
No,
Just because you were jumping on a
this
trampoline,
does
they'll make you a
not
bouncer.
line up.
2, sure, being better looking will get you in the door. But if you spend all your money on admission, you're gonna have nothing to offer when you get inside. You're gonna be standing there, sweating the makeup off your face, with your extra long limbs, looking like Bob from Beetlejuice. Opening and closing the web app,
true.
because your forums taught you how to suck your own tongue, but not how to use it to talk to women. You can download all the DLC you want, but if you don't know how to play the game, you're still gonna lose. Okay, congratulations, you're handsome Squidward now. But you're still fucking Squidward, and your only friends are a gay sponge and a retarded starfish.
Clav, why are you getting a
It's
double
about
jaw
you. It's
surgery?
about how
I
you,
am getting
who
a
you hang
double
out
jaw
with.
surgery due to the fact that I know the amount of money that I'm investing.
I don't even
will pay
like
itself
connecting
off
with
to
people
a
who
huge
are
degree,
sub
right?
8.
So it's $35,000 for a
I
double
can't do
jaw
that.
surgery and with full facial implants. And I decided upon this before I did
Big
social
hair,
media,
big prom hair is
back when
what
I
we
was
need to
working
go
as a
for.
server. And I knew that if I was better looking, that would pay itself off in terms of whatever I did with my career. Now that I got into the world of social media, I know that I would go, insanely more viral, and it'll help my career a lot to do the double jaw surgery. It's not insecurity.
My guy, I hate to break this to you, but you didn't blow up because of how handsome you are. You blew up because you're the Kanye West of Midwest Sevens. But instead of talking about the Holocaust, you're talking about hollow cheeks. It's like watching a car crash. And just like Kanye, they both ended jaw surgery and losing your girl to an ugly goon with a sense of humor and a fat hog. Now, a word from our sponsor. If you're tired of chewing on your tongue to look better, then I got something you can put in your mouth. David! No, not the guy that got you into mewing, but the premium protein bar, named after Michelangelo's marble statue. With 28 grams of protein, zero sugar, there's 150
is the name of the
calories.
fucking protein
David
bar.
has a 75%
Yeah, sure, I'm sure it's
protein to
good.
calorie
Yeah, whatever.
ratio.
Done?
Use the
Next?
store
Next? We
We
done?
tend to rate people
Moving
that
on?
they find average, 50th percentile, as a 7, which is ridiculous.
Not so
right?
bad.
Because an average person would be a 5 on the look scale. It's a
Close that
huge
out.
numbers thing. It's really autistic, but everything's about numbers.
It's
right, and
literally
measurements.
they're
So that could be the
idolizing being
measurement of your
autistic.
eyes based on the width of your zygos,
But,
and
like,
relativity. That could be your
autism is gonna
mid-face
be the
ratio,
death of
right? So
humanity.
the
These
distance from
autists
your eyes
are
to
exactly what
to the outer
Walmart
part of your
executives
lips,
want out
and
of
this is supposed to be
humanity.
1-to-1. All these different
Out of the
numbers,
bottom
and then it gets you what's called a
leg
harmony
of the
score,
K
right? So you
economy.
take all these different measurements, you do the math, you check it out on your face, and then we're going to get a percentage harmony score. And that's kind of a good way to determine your looks, but there's also other factors.
Okay, you're doing too much, way too much. Look, you
It
say
just
you're all
removes my
about
feet?
efficiency, but you're out here using Microsoft
It does
Insight
just
to
remove my
calculate
feet.
how to get pussy. You said yourself, the average person rates looks higher, which means you're already likely more attractive to normies than your forum says. But you're trying to become more attractive to women using a formula created by dudes who never get pussy to rate how attractive dudes are according to dudes who are so unfuckable they'd rather literally punch themselves in the face than talk to a girl in real life. Just invest a reasonable amount of time into
Hammer
improving
their
your looks,
fucking
and
face.
the rest of the time into not being a fucking weirdo, and I promise you, you will get more efficient results without having to do math, or mashing bones. Guys who get pussy are too busy getting pussy to study the face bones of hot men. While you're calculating your harmony score,
You gotta
I'm
keep
scoring
up with
a
like
chick
the
named Harmony. Anyone
drama
living a
to
happy,
talk with fucking
successful,
people. You
fulfilling
gotta
life
have like
is
an
not
actually
on sub 4chan
interior,
talking about how
developed
perfect face
interior
ratios
life.
will lead to a better
And like
life. You're
Looksmaxxing
taking
isn't
direction
gonna
from
carry you
dudes
there,
who have never
but
been
sorry.
where you want to go. These are the same
That-
guys
this
who
is-
say,
this is
"You
the
know how to
Tony
fish, how to catch a
Soprano,
fish." Yeah, 'cause
critique
you don't know how to
of
speak fish. The reason you
Clavicular. You gotta have
whimsy.
whimsy,
Is 'cause you
and
assume that
Clavicular
chick
has
is a
no
fish that
fucking
don't want to be
whimsy.
caught. Also, I thought you were
He's not
supposed to be
WAing.
catch. Why are you putting fish pussy on a pedestal? You wanna know who else you don't ask how to catch a fish? Dudes who suck at fishing. You out here asking for tips on how to look like a fisherman from a dude in a Bass Pro Shops hat who's afraid of water. You wanna know how to catch a fish? Be a fucking
Wow,
shark.
I can't believe they
Which
let
guess
you out of the
what?
house with
Is
that.
also a fish. They're girls, bro. They're not some mysterious exotic species. Grow up.
I mean,
I'll put that fish pussy on a pedestal though, man. I'll fucking, you'll get head from bottlenose dolphin. Yeah, it was really good.
brother, what is fucking going
Girls
on?
are fish, though,
Men,
right?
when they hit 30,
Like
they
that's
just
the
want to fuck
species, you know,
dolphins.
there's lizards, bugs, fish, girls are fish. That's the species of fish. They're not too hard to understand. That's why they squirt. It's like seawater, salty, al dente.
I know that looks are going to help me maintain my relationship more.
Sure, cool.
You know, help whatever long-term partner I'm with, you know, see a lot more value in me. Actually be able to love me to a higher degree.
Actually
So
be
I
able
know
to
these things are
love
true.
me.
Okay, you're
But you're
going to
be old by the
Very
time.
volatile stock. You think the richest dudes in the world got there by investing all their money in one stock? No. If you invest all or most of your value in one stock, you're at the mercy of the market, which means you don't dictate your value, the market does. And if the market is the whims of a woman, a hormone time bomb, biologically hardwired to not know what she wants to eat for dinner, you are absolutely fucked. If you think looks will solve all your women problems, you've clearly never been with a woman.
It is sort of a submissive attitude in order to look smax. It is very it is a very feminine thing.
Yeah.
To optimize how you look. It's like
obviously, come on.
it is
Yes,
an
obviously love
I
you if you were
attract,
human.
I don't chase
Okay, yeah,
sort of
love
mentality.
You, love you too. Bye.
And the chase
Sorry, that was a
mentality is
worm
classical
calling.
masculinity.
See what I mean? Dude, fucking problems everywhere. And yeah, sure, the more attractive
So he's
you
just
are, the
calling
easier
him
it is
pussy,
to
I think.
attract and date
Yeah.
women. And even keep a woman for a while. But that's just level 1, bro. Yeah, you might be hot. But if you have the emotional intelligence of a small dog, the purpose of clips on a Smith machine, the relationship skills of a school shooter, the personality of a queef, and couldn't lead a Girl Scout troop, one day she's gonna turn colder than the ice you rub on your face, and you're gonna try to make her happy with your 1-to-1 mid-face ratio, and realize that the stock you invest
Stare her
all your
down.
money in is worth. and she's gonna treat
when
you
my
pretty
wife
ass
stops
up,
laughing
order
at
a
my
pack of
jokes
Mexican gum,
after
and
the
while you're
2-year
busy swallowing
prenup
black
period.
pills, she's gonna spit you out and leave you with nothing but the tier in high tier normie. When you invest all your worth in one thing, you become insecure about the one thing that's supposed to make you secure. Because if you lose that one thing, you have nothing. So now all you focus on is that one thing because it holds all your value. And if you focus too much on one thing, for example, how you perceive,
That is
it's
not
called
a
being
prom dress, but
self-conscious,
it is a really
which is the
cool
opposite of being self-confident. You built a table on one leg, asking what she brings to the table. My brother in Christ, build a stronger table so you can support what you wanted to bring to it. The type of soft,
develop
feminine woman
interiority.
you want is attracted to
Clavicular. Get a
masculine.
fucking life.
The
Stop
face,
trying to
the body,
chase
the height are usually physical symptoms
superficiality.
of the character traits women actually find attractive. Confidence,
Bro, did you
direction,
fuck up your shirt?
safety. She's attracted to
Fine,
hunter eyes
it's
because it looks like you can fucking hunt, which means you can provide and care for her. You're trying to replicate
Actually
masculinity
provide and
in the most
care
feminine
then.
way. It's a facade.
It's the
And when she sees behind the
simulacra
curtain,
of
she's gonna realize that
masculinity.
the Wizard of Huz is just a scared little boy playing.
I'm gonna be
dresser.
honest,
You thought
I
you were
listened to
sending
the
to male
Horseshoe
model,
Theory
but really,
podcast
you're just Calvin
on
Klein.
Clavicular, and
Okay,
they
now
literally
is this
did
dude
just all this
entirely
shit.
wrong? No.
Exactly the same. So you should 100%
In the
go and
early
watch that.
2000s, a group of geneticists were digging through DNA samples from men across Asia when they noticed something strange. Thousands of men, spread across different countries, shared an almost identical Y chromosome. That's the
It was
chunk of
Genghis
DNA
Khan.
passed down from father to son. The paper suggested that all of these men might
It
have
is.
descended from one common ancestor who lived around 1,000 years ago. One man, one Y chromosome, passed down through generations of sons across centuries. If their calculations were right, that would mean that 16 million living men today have this lineage. And their best guess as to who this ancestral baby daddy was? I mean, Genghis Khan, right?
Let's
Now,
go.
When this paper hit headlines, people went gaga thinking they could be related to such a cool guy. Because it feels plausible, right?
I'm
We've
related
all
to
heard the stories.
100%.
Genghis Khan is reported to have had hundreds, if not thousands, of wives and concubines, but he also wiped out
This is
countless other
like an
bloodlines with all
evening
of his
formal
murdering.
dress,
So
not
his genetic
quite a prom
legacy was
dress.
even more
It's too
powerful
nice.
because it was, well, the only one left. It turns out that it's probably not the case that 1 in 200 Asian men are related to Genghis Khan. But the
Bruh.
question still stands. Could
These
one man,
nails
like
should have
Khan, with his
eliminated
status,
her from
wealth,
the-
and big old
from the
harem,
pedestal.
dominate bloodlines for generations to come?
I was at the bottom.
Then there's King
You're
Solomon,
kidding
known
me.
for his crowd-pleasing
How?
story about 2 women claiming to be
How?
the mother of a baby. So he's like, just cut the baby in half. And the real mother proves her love by not wanting that to happen.
How? How
Classic.
the fuck?
It
I'm
said
so
that
mad. Actually, I'm
Solomon
gonna
had
be back.
700 wives and 300 concubines. The Bible doesn't explicitly say how many children he had, but we can assume it was a few. Or how about the second ruler of Morocco's Alawite dynasty, Ismail ibn Sharif? Known as Moulay Ismail, he's reported to have had over 500 concubines and wives in his tightly regulated harem. It's said that any man even caught looking at a member of the harem could be executed. The Sultan was reportedly so obsessed with maintaining sexual fidelity that he had lovers and servants rigorously surveilled. By one an account from 1704, he was believed to have had over 600 living children at the time. But modern historians estimate the number could have been even higher, like over 1,000, if you include unrecorded births. In practice, this meant that Ismail would have needed to have had sex at least once a day for 32 years. Given that he had hundreds of wives and concubines, this was logistically plausible, but like a lot of work.
I'm out of food and I'm
because his
hungry.
descendants would
This
continue
is a
to rule
disaster.
Morocco, forming a direct
What are we
line to
learning?
the current royal family.
Lineages?
In the past, a powerful ruling man having loads of kids was insurance for the monarchy. It was a necessity. Having children meant securing heirs to the throne and cementing dynasties. And you could marry off the girls for political gain. Also,
So is this
a lot
video
of your
gonna
kids
be
were probably
about,
gonna
like,
die before
Elon
they got
Musk
to adulthood,
putting
so you had to insure for that. Additionally, rulers had
his,
harems, concubines, or multiple wives, not just for
contributions
fun, but because it was a symbol
into
of
a
wealth
charitable
and dominance.
organizations?
In many cultures, a man's
Old
virility
Hollywood,
is tied
what
to
does
his
that
power.
mean?
Fathering many children is a sign to others that you're a strong-jawed Gigachad, a masculine
Is this
figure,
just
and
gonna
the
be
gods
like-
approve your message. It's all about the public brand. And in the end, when you're poisoned by your enemies or you die of tuberculosis, it's your massive child army that will live on in your name. In a world of monarchies, the more children, or
Wait, but this is
specifically
like
sons
this
that
is
you
the
had,
pod
the better your
people
odds
that
at
Mog
winning
like
power.
talks about.
Because you
It's
didn't
exactly the
earn
same
your
shit.
birthright, you
It's
inherited
your
it, like a
fiefdom
Nepo
of
baby.
lineage.
But when monarchies started
But
going
with
out of
pod
fashion
people, you
between the
cultivate
16
it.
1800s, rulers having harems and loads of children became less common too. Democracy changed the game of power.
Oh
Sort
yeah,
of.
that's a good point.
That's why even billionaires today don't need
Democracy
20 kids to
sort
secure
of
their
like
place in history.
unified
There
the
are a
idea of the
few
nuclear
do still
family.
try. Even countries in the UK, Sweden, and Japan who still have royal families usually only have 2 to
The
3
nuclear
kids like
family
everybody
is
else.
liberal
Today,
democracy.
fertility technologies like
Yeah, that's a good
IVF, global sperm clinics, and private sperm donation has completely changed how many children
True.
one man can have in his
I
lifetime.
mean, it's not to say
And
that there
due
weren't
to
other dynamics
infertility,
before
birth rate
liberalism.
decline, and more women choosing to have children alone or in same-sex partnerships, as gross as it is to say, there is an indisputable demand for sperm. So let me introduce the super sperm donors, the men with a life's mission to fill up the world's sperm banks and hand deliver cups, vials, and Ziploc bags of their baby
But
batter to
never
women and
pay for
couples
anything
in
else.
need.
No, it's literally like IVF. It's nothing like what they're insinuating right here. It's IVF. That's how they do it. That's how sperm banks work. Not like this. No, we're talking about more abstract things than just straight sex metaphor.
This
Stop
is
it.
Kyle Gordy.
Thank you.
Kyle is a 33-year-old man from LA who's made several public appearances as a super sperm donor.
That's what I am. Kyle Gordy, the sperm donor.
The true number
Brother.
of children Gordy has fathered through sperm donation is hard to verify, but some publications report close to 100 children as of 2025. He was also cast on the reality TV show 90 Day Fiancé Love in Paradise.
My name
This is
Kyle.
also like
I'm
the
32. I'm
simulacra
originally from Los Angeles,
of
California, but I spend most of my time traveling the world.
evolutionary
My favorite things to do when I
success.
travel are shopping for souvenirs, buying a
Bro,
local
you
cuisine,
gave
and
100
getting women
people-
pregnant.
Kyle Gordy markets himself as a fertility doctor.
And your ambition is you want to be the #1
fertility doctor.
Yeah, but
He's
you don't
on
have one
Dr.
day of training as
Phil.
a fertility doctor.
I don't have the education and training on it, but I have the experience of doing it.
I've got the
doing it.
experience.
For over a
of
decade
it.
now, he's been running a website called BePregnantNow.com, where he publishes all sorts of fun stuff about male and female fertility, as well as tips on how to get pregnant. His website has had many revisions over the years, but considering everything stinks of AI
He's
now,
up to-
I'd like to
he's
go
up
back
to
a little
date.
bit into the past. So let's say you want to learn about soft cups. Gordy writes, soft cups are a product that were originally used for periods, but they also work great for trying to conceiving. It is very simple as to what they do. They simply keep the sperm from falling out. Sure. Well, what about edging? On his website, Gordy reveals that he edges 2 hours before every planned sperm donation, which
Brother,
is
what?
quite the commitment. Wow, this is great
just a
male
gooner.
fertility information. Gordy
And he's
says
like,
that he created
he's
this
just an
site because
effective
he understands
altruist
how
gooner.
difficult it is to get pregnant and how hard it is to find accurate advice, because most information is from doctors and medical professionals who do not have personal experience in getting someone pregnant. Because as we all know, doctors and medical professionals give up their right to have children when they enter the medical field. It's like an ethics thing. Therefore, much of their advice will be inaccurate. Under the heading Getting Pregnant Recommendations, Gordy lays out everything a couple must do on the day of and hours leading up to getting pregnant, including eating lettuce with beans if you're a woman, while men should eat a chocolate bar 2 hours after dinner.
Lettuce with
Sorry,
beans.
cacao. Also, edging. There's no research cited on this website other than dead links to a website called healthfitnessnutrition.org and Global Search Now, which I think is kind of weird because fertility is a fairly robust area of research.
Oh, it's because I've got the bag on my
books and media on the
bag here as
subject
well.
made by doctors and reputable figures. There's a lot on Gordy's website about the things that he does to ensure his fertility, but not a lot of marketing himself as a good donor. Like, there's no medical or genetic information, no evidence
more
of
like
STD checks or IQ, not even a paragraph on his personality, hobbies, or childhood interests.
on his
There's hardly
actual,
any
yeah,
photos
his
of him
properties,
and no
his
information
traits,
about his
his
genetic
big
heritage,
five,
height, eye color, or appearance.
INTP.
Like, these are the
No,
things
none of
that
that.
women might want to know when choosing a donor, right? His primary focus seems to be presenting himself as an expert on fertility and a professional donor.
So it's not good to sit down because it's like heats up your balls. So it's not good for your sperm.
What?
But aside from the lack
It's
of
not good
relevant
to sit
personal
down because it
information and
heats up your
peer-reviewed articles,
sperm,
there's also
brother.
just this part of me, maybe it's that evolutionary power of sexual selection that women have, that tells me that something here is just off.
It's a
Kyle
little
Gordy
rancid.
says he primarily uses Facebook groups to advertise his services.
This is my profile.
Oh.
Profile picture was when I did modeling. Oh, you can't show my
Of
friends.
course
They're
it's
almost all girls.
Facebook.
'Cause that's like
Kyle
2,500
Gordy,
people. Most of them are
sperm
girls looking to
donor.
get pregnant.
Oh
In the world of private
my
sperm donation,
God.
Facebook is where it's at. There's thousands of groups worldwide, sometimes set up and run by the donors themselves. Then there's websites called connection sites and apps like Just a Baby.
Looking for a partner, co-parent, or someone willing to help you have a baby? Just a Baby is a world-first app connecting people who want to have or help others have a
get me
baby.
pregnant. Just get me
It help
fucking
link
pregnant.
sperm donors
'Cause
with
that's-
sperm
'cause that's
seekers
really-
without going
yeah.
through the regulated channels of
This-
fertility clinics and sperm banks.
What if we gamble? What if we Silicon Valley fi?
Yeah, it's just a syringe.
For single
drawing
motherhood.
up The yeah, aspirate the sperm. Yeah, the semen.
So you deposit in something, do you?
A cup, yes, or you can
Into a
use
cup and then I
Ziploc
suck
bag
it
if
up
you
with a
don't have cup.
syringe? Oh my God.
Hey there, how you doing?
Good, thank you.
Good luck, guys.
Thank you.
This is just inferior
And they're
to
cute. And
the
before you
nucleus
ask, why would
genomics
anyone
eugenics
risk the
program.
safety of their future child by finding a donor on Facebook? We'll get there. Typically, fertility clinics and sperm banks subject their donors to a host of tests and procedures with the intention of reducing harm to donors, mothers, and babies.
Yeah,
Donors
so
have
that they
limits
don't
on
have,
how
like,
many children they can
complications
have,
or
how old they can be when
mutations, immune
donating, they have to have their
reactions.
medical and genetic history cleared, and a bunch of other
Yeah,
stuff. I mean,
take
we're
it.
talking about the welfare of children here.
4
right?
stars.
Mistakes
She
and
looks like she
dodgy
does
stuff,
coke.
Of course, goes on, but generally,
that was
there's
pretty
more
much my
oversight and
criteria for these
protections for those
outfits.
involved when compared to meeting a stranger on Facebook and inviting them over to jerk it in your bathroom. The main downsides to using a clinic are the cost, with a
Sure,
single dose
fine.
costing in the thousands of dollars with no guarantee that you'll get pregnant
What
on
the
the first
fuck?
go. Also, the child doesn't get to know
It's
who
also
their father is
IVF.
until they're 18 years old.
You have to
Or in
pay for
some
the
places,
IVF, the
donors
hospital
can still be
room.
100% anonymous.
Bro, this is like
versus private donors
you have to
who
be like
sometimes
an
offer
air.
to be known with some
How the fuck do
communication
women
if the
get any of
families
this
want it
money?
that way. And women also
What's the
report
point?
that the process just seems kind of sterile. Evolutionary instincts that women use to choose a partner to have children with, that's taken
Are
out of the
men, like,
process
so
almost
obnoxious
entirely.
that they
All
would
you get is a
rather
short
just
bio
go to
about
a
the
sperm
donor's
bank?
education, hobbies, and basic medical history. Or if you're lucky, a quick recording of their voice. It's not like you get to meet these men, have a conversation, look them in the eye.
Their
and
introduction,
suss them out
their
yourself.
broader
Journalist
introduction
Valerie
to the labor
Bauman likens
force.
shopping for a sperm donor at a bank
natural
to shopping
result.
on Amazon, minus the customer reviews. So despite the
Put
obvious
me on the
red
fucking
flags of
pedestal.
going private,
Let's
it's understandable
go.
that women who
That
care
was a
about their
fuego
reproductive
outfit,
choices
and I
are
only
looking
added, like, a
elsewhere,
couple things to
particularly
the
in
last
places
one.
like America, where the fertility industry is not
That's
well
right.
regulated anyway. But it still feels pretty
I'll
sketchy.
be number one day.
On the sperm donor side, many men cite women's complaints about sperm banks and clinics as part of their motivation to donate privately.
You know, they get to see me, what I'm like, so they get to know what they're getting into instead of just a number on a vial.
Some also feel that the current system doesn't give men enough autonomy. In terms of motivation, they
This
also
or what?
say things like, "I just love helping people."
If you
to
want-
have
if you
children."
want men
And
to have
these
autonomy
altruistic
in their
reasons are mirrored in
reproductive
studies. When
choices,
researchers ask respondents on their
teach them not
motivations
to-
for donating
teach
sperm,
them to
"I wanna
fucking
help
secure
others," was
consent.
rated as very important. But what I can't seem to
And
understand
just do it
is
yourself.
if your
Just
reasoning
do the
was
breeding.
highly altruistic,
Get
why
the
would
social
some men
friction
choose
going.
to only donate privately and not through a sperm bank? I can't help but wonder if these men see the high standards of sperm banks and are just genuinely scared of being rejected. Are they afraid
Why
of
is this bitch
needles
sitting
and
in front of my
psychological
face?
tests?
We're crotch to
By
crotch.
some
Leave me the fuck
reports, less
alone.
than 5% of male applicants are accepted by sperm banks. That's like 4 out of 100 men. So I'd guess that many of these private-only donors either know already or don't want to know that their sperm ain't good enough for the bank. This is why I don't think it's all about helping people. Because if it was, I'd imagine you'd be prepared to go through the more demanding process of a sperm bank if it meant safer outcomes for all involved.
Yeah, but that's
Plus,
like,
it can
you
pay
know,
pretty well.
eugenics.
Clearly, there's something
Instead,
else
we
going
need to
on
harness the free market.
I wonder if
Album
anyone else
cover?
has the burning
Okay, we're just gonna
question,
do
which
Brat,
is,
I guess.
why do you do this?
We get some clarity though from the sperm donors only
Let's
subreddit.
see.
Men say that they're motivated to donate sperm because having children gives them a feeling of existential purpose, or they want a genetic legacy. Those who sell their sperm say they're
This
motivated
might
by money, and too
make
often,
me
many say that they do it because they have something called a
seppuku
breeding
myself. Let's
fetish.
see.
I was not prepared for the amount of posts about the sexual gratification that some sperm donors get out of impregnating women, particularly lesbians and married women. Assumably because
What
of the
the
ego
fuck?
boost these men get when a woman who is unattainable chooses to have sex with them. They don't seem
Yeah.
to care that these women aren't attracted to them or don't want to know them as people. It looks more like they want that feeling of being chosen. And I just want to take a beat to point out how
Having some
gross
sort
the
of, like,
language is in this
existential
community. They talk
value.
about breeding women like you would cattle. It feels very dehumanizing. There's this sort of
that's
pseudo-medicalized
kinda-
language that they use, I guess, to distance themselves from the females who are ultimately having their babies. I also found a lot of discussion from donors who insist that they only offer sperm through natural insemination, NI, which is just sex. Now, some donors proclaim that NI has better odds, but there's no evidence that it does. The ads for some of these natural-only guys are pretty funny though. This guy says, "Hello, I'm a 27-year-old peak athletic male. I'm 184 centimeters tall, 6 foot, blonde and handsome, fluent in several languages. This is a kink for me. Looking for couples or women 30 plus who want to have fun and diversify their genetic offspring. Located in Greece for the summer."
Diversify.
I mean,
It's
how
like-
could the ladies resist?
But they don't
And
wanna-
yeah, the desire to have children is
It
hardwired.
seems like
I get why
they
people might be into
are
this. I'm not here to judge
alienated
people's
and
kinks,
want to
but notice
join
how
like
I wanna help
swingers
people
parties,
isn't
but
really
are
part of the discussion
uncomfortable
in
with the
these online
idea of
communities.
like
Instead, there's a lot of back and forth
30-year-olds
male
being
locker
the
room
ones that
high
organize
fives from men
swingers
bragging
parties.
about having NI with married and queer women as though it's some kind of trophy. And that's because it is for them. Convincing a woman to have sex with them is an achievement, just like impregnating her with your super sperm is seen as a win for his ego. The counter argument here is that it's a transactional agreement between two adults. These men want sex or whatever their motivations might be. The women want a baby and they're
She's
willing
gonna
to do
steal my
what's
shit.
needed to make that happen. So everybody wins, right? But I think it's murky territory if donors aren't being fully transparent about their motivations, among other things. Often these women are desperate, running out of time, or don't have the income to go through a clinic. There's probably a lot of women who assume that these donors are healthy and
Insane.
honest, but without those checks and balances,
Insane cut.
how can you be sure?
What made you decide on Joe? It honestly was an opportunity that we couldn't not
sure,
take.
fine.
What boxes did he absolutely have to tick for you? That he was healthy, that he had all of his medical checks, as in I wouldn't.
Girl,
be
you
put
are
into
looking in
danger.
two
And how
different
did you check on
directions.
this? We've honestly thought that being so open and public, that he would have to be.
You could be infected right now and not know it. Isn't that correct?
Perfectly lovely human being, I'm sure.
And not know it.
I'm talking about you, Joe. I'm not donating. You are. And of those,
What, so is the
women we've
complaint
seen,
that,
how many of those have involved natural insemination?
Sperm banks are not
maybe
looks matching
So, Joe,
people?
you understand that you can acquire a disease and not know it when you have unprotected sex.
The theoretical risk that someone could have a disease
looks
which
like
has symptoms which no one can
Georgia
see
Maloney.
or feel any result of.
And he looks like
it
a
all sounds very
a
theoretical
thumb.
to me. You know, people want to get pregnant, and the people who want to get pregnant, and the people who want to be safe can be safe.
That's not how that works.
I'm a single mother of 2 children.
You
met
get what
Kyle
you want
online
is
while I
not
was
how
looking in a
reality
sperm donation
works.
group.
And I think
We
anybody
got to
pretending
know
like
each
that's
other,
exactly
and
how
it
it is
was
should
asking,
probably
was I
be
married, single, or my
sent to
sexual
gulags.
orientation. We talked about the different methods of insemination, and he suggested natural insemination, and I kind of agreed because it has the most higher success rate.
I really leave it up to the woman.
It is a higher
how
success
she
rate
feels
if we do it
comfortable, how
raw.
she might do it.
Okay.
It was Kyle's idea to do natural, considering that he's coming out all these ways anyway.
Once in a blue moon, I do natural insemination. Usually it's because the women feel like it'll be more effective because there's less exposure to air and less variables. They
Does
feel
he
like it's
actually
just gonna
get
be more
paid to
effective
do
and
this?
Using a cervical cup or having sexual intercourse, if you timed it well, it's going to give you the same odds. Some would say cervical cup will give you better odds because you're putting it close to the cervix, but that's never been proven. But I would say at least the same odds.
Motivationally, some might say they want a genetic legacy, but what they really mean is that they have the biological desire to procreate, but lack the desire to stick around and raise a family of their own. They want the
Yeah.
personal gratification of having children without having
They
to
don't
deal
think
with the
that
realities of it.
what they
And that's
believe is actually worth
interesting.
replicating, or
the
that it's
thing that I
natural
get out
to
of it,
come
I
to
get
the
a kid out of
conclusions
it.
that
I
they
could
get
obviously
to.
say, well, I'm altruistic, I'm doing this, but in reality, I am kind of getting a kid out of it. Like, I mean,
No, you don't give a
even
fuck
when
about
you
the
go to
kid.
Sperm bank, you're
not
to have
getting a kid out of
for
it.
free, essentially.
You're getting the
assume
ability
you
to
don't go
tell
to trust,
people
but
you've
you
got
are.
a kid.
It is free, so I am technically getting a kid out of it.
After researching these guys online, which of course is a small portion of all donors, I do think that they are the types of men who heterosexual women would not typically choose to partner with. They often seem pretty selfish, kind of unreliable, immature, and ignorant. all traits that are undesirable when selecting someone to have children with. So in a way, these men are circumventing natural selection, getting the opportunity to pass on their genes without having to be an attractive partner. Just offer your sperm to a lesbian couple and never have to confront yourself.
You are risking women's lives by your very deliberate actions.
No, I'm not. I'm helping women achieve their dreams.
You are not helping anyone.
No
You're likening yourself to some doctor on call, waiting to assist some poor woman. But in fact, it's quite disturbing what you're really about.
The real risk is that a woman will die a spinster without a child. The real risk is you're going to go right off the edge of the evolutionary cliff because you're hypnotized by propaganda.
The real risk is
because you're hypnotized by propaganda. Who is hypnotized by propaganda? This guy is fucking a creep.
Gene. The idea that the animal is a survival machine for its genes. Quote, the animal is a robot that has a brain, eyes, hands, and so on, but it also carries around its own blueprint, its own instructions.
All the Richard Dawkins motherfuckers
because if the animal gets eaten, if it dies, then the blueprint dies as well. The only genes that get through the generations are the ones that have managed to make their robots avoid getting eaten and succeeded in living long enough to reproduce. In a world where women have more reproductive choice than they've ever had, where queer couples can get married and live openly in many places,
as if they're indistinguishable from animals, which is the actual problem.
It makes sense that we would see a rise in quote-unquote undesirable men taking their reproductive goals to the extreme.
I guess that is problematic mostly because it relies on the mirror, which is the anthropocentrism of liberalism, when in fact we're in an incredibly complicated dynamic in relationship to our aesthetics, our
it's like the perfect Venn
choices, our
diagram of
ancestry.
evolutionary
This looks
drive,
like a
narcissism,
fucking...
and ignorance, and ideology or
Fuck!
morality. In the end, the super donor is a man who believes he must reproduce,
This is an actual like
and
Charlie.
is uniquely valuable in doing so.
Whoa!
I have everything taken care of right now, and so helping all these people. I got it covered.
This is a cow outfit for sure. Same as the one before the other brat.
Occasionally, you'll hear an argument saying that these men are addicted to having babies. Addiction is a complex
No,
phenomenon,
that's
so
not-
I'm reluctant
that's not
to make
an
assumptions
addiction.
about
No.
that. But I do think we can
Girl,
see
you can
how the
confidently
pleasure
say that's
gained
not
from
an
getting a
addiction.
woman
That's
pregnant
bullshit.
might have some addictive
They're literally
qualities,
doing the
especially
irony.
if you're a donor without a family of your own, or all your friends are also
This is a
sperm
cool one.
donors.
This is like a Lady Gaga.
World record ever. Make sure no one's going to break it. Get as many as possible. I reckon I've got about 800 or so far.
I think the fact that you've got such a high sperm count probably helps towards it too. It's like
You high sperm count. We got high sperm count.
There's probably an element of belonging
got a lot
to the
of
group and
cells
competition
building
among
up in
other
me
donors
balls.
that mimics a kind of gambler's mindset. I actually think it's a bit sad, really, because a man having loads of kids that he doesn't provide for is a pretty big red flag for most women. Like, Gordy said something about why he started donating in the first place.
I pretty much started because I didn't think I was ever going to get in a relationship and have kids myself. So I figured if I can go and, obviously help someone have a kid. And then, obviously I guess it's a kind of a
He
sense
didn't
that
want to
it
put
allows
up
me
with
to
like
have a kid
living
as
with
well.
somebody and
I'm one of those
establishing
people
like
that I'm just not a
boundaries
relationship type
and
of person. It's just what it is. But also, if you look at most people that end up together and have kids end up divorced or they
this is
break
why
up
I'm a
anyways.
right winger,
Like,
because
my
like
parents
this shouldn't
got
exist.
together and they were
Women
only
shouldn't
together
feel
a few years and have
alienated
kids, but now they broke up and then they have a
and
strange
need to talk to
relationship.
losers
But
like
me,
this.
It's like we were never together.
But
so
maybe
us having a
the
kid
liberal in me
and
would say,
whatever, there's no
like we
drama
all
in
we
a
all
sense,
looks
like,
match.
we didn't break up, we don't hate each other, you know what I mean? So it's a very simple thing.
How old were you when you did your first donation?
I think I was 22.
I mean, he was pretty young. Like, potentially things could have changed for him within a couple of years. But committing to this behavior,
He could have gone to, like,
especially the
auto
reality TV
sales.
stuff, is probably going to make finding a stable partner much harder for him.
How the
And it
fuck-
didn't have to be that way necessarily. I just
How
think
the
it's
fuck
a bit
did they get
sad
number
that
one?
these guys start out with the idea that they're never going to have a relationship and a loving family of their own, and then
was
by
number
doing this
4.
for years,
I
basically
was
secure
close.
that as their future. Now, not all donors are this way.
I was the best
There's
brat
probably
costume,
some good ones
actually.
out
Let's
there.
fucking go.
Probably many who don't feel the need to be in the spotlight all the time. Maybe some watching this video right now. In one small study, there was a decent portion of private donors who were older married men. Men who have already had families of their own, who value the role of the parent and the father, and who don't see donating sperm as just genetics. As in, they're willing to have contact with their children and play some kind of familial role. There's also men like Drew Sollenberger,
I hope
who
their
was labeled as
wife
an
knows,
extreme
or maybe they're doing it
altruist.
to like make ends meet. You know what I'm saying?
Sperm donors.
I guess it's a donation though. You don't usually get paid.
But there are many good donors.
Drew is an extreme altruist who donates thousands of dollars to charity.
He's
and
an
even donated one of his
effective
kidneys to a
altruist.
child.
Then there's Ari. He's like the Seinfeld.
This guy
of sperm
looks
donors.
like
I honestly thought this guy was doing a
Gavin
bit when I first
Newsom
saw him, but
on
no,
crack.
this seems to be who he is.
You know, you were telling me this 10 years ago, right? Or 5 years ago, you told me to stop. But then I would have been a stat on all these cuties, right? You're trying to tell me they don't bring me joy because I already have 20 others?
Ari has that same stupid grin on his face that those dads from Britain's Biggest Families have when they're asked about their kids.
We did say we wouldn't have any more, and we were quite adamant that we weren't going to, but I think we weren't quite ready to quit, were we? We just wanted another one.
Like, they just fucking love making kids. It's amazing. But Ari is also one of the public sperm donors who's caught up in the child support discussion. So let's talk briefly about some of the legal cases and laws surrounding parental rights and responsibilities. When you donate to a sperm bank, you'll be asked to provide a detailed medical and family history, tests for STIs, genetic conditions, and drug use. They'll evaluate your semen quality, including how many swimmers you've got and how fast they can move. They also might put you through a psychological or behavioral screening. If you're one of the lucky ones who pass the test, then you'll sign contracts about how your sperm will be stored and used and limits on how many children you can have, which is to prevent accidental incest. You'll also sign papers that waive your parental rights, as in you will not be the legal father of any children that are born with your sperm. You won't have custody or visitation rights. You won't be financially responsible for the child. Basically, you won't be required to pay child support. If you choose to donate privately, however, even if you draw up a legal agreement that states that you won't have parental rights or duties, you can still be declared the legal father and ordered to pay child support. There's plenty of cases of this happening.
Right now, I'm about to go to family court. Mom refiled, try and get more money, so I'm trying to, you know, explain that I'm already broke.
How much are you paying now in child support? Well, that's some number. It's
This guy's broke from child support. That's so fucking awesome. He's so dedicated.
Arrangements when done with clear legal contracts. But for right now, this is the exception. On the other side, sometimes it's the donors who try to get parental rights over the children, even when that wasn't part of the original agreement. On Reddit, a now deleted user posted "Off my chest, filing for custody," where he writes, "My daughter is 4 months already. I'm heavily involved, but I have never met her in person. They have only sent me photos and videos. I'm filing to take her custody tomorrow, 10 a.m. I'm her dad. I was never a donor and would never do it again. It's been 13 months of intense abuse from this couple, but the game is going to change tomorrow. If they didn't want their baby to have a dad, they should have done it through the right channels." Now, I'm not sure why you would post that in this specific subreddit if you were not a donor, but okay. In 2025, the case of Robert Charles Alban, also known as Joe Donor, was decided. Alban took a same-sex couple to court for parental rights over their daughter conceived by sperm donation. He lost the case. With the judge saying that Alban was seeking to control the vulnerable women who contacted him for his services. Judge Poole said Alban uses litigation and applies for parental responsibility and contact as a way of securing his immigration status. The judge went on to say that not only does Alban gain sexual gratification from being a sperm donor, but quote, he also has a more profound psychological need to be validated, recognized, and to assert himself over others. And he seizes opportunities to do this when it suits him.
I can't believe the fucking court brought that up.
180 children worldwide.
Fucking wrecked.
No, I worked at the math, and in the United States, I would have like a limit of maybe 2,500, and I'm nowhere near that.
I worked out the math.
No problem.
He's going state to state.
2,500 little Joes.
County.
I mean, it's just. I mean, I'm averaging about 10 a year, so hopefully I live that long, but I don't think so.
I think Frankenstein would wear
the tool
jeans.
by which this happens.
Joe Donor certainly is a tool.
And speaking of court cases, remember that Netflix docuseries from last year about Jonathan Jacob Meyer, the man with 1,000 kids? For recap, Meyer was flying all over the world donating sperm and lying about how many children he had. He allegedly was playing sperm roulette with his freaky friend where they would mix their sperm together to see whose genetics would win. And allegedly, he was part of a super sperm donors boys club that wants to bleach Africa. Honestly, if you haven't seen the series,
he's a
anyway, a
insane
group of women
racist
who had children with Meyer took him to court, and in 2023, a Dutch court
that
ordered
gets
him
off
to
to
cease all
insanely
sperm
perverted
donations. The court imposed a fine
dynamics.
of 100,000 euros for any future violations,
this
and
is
mandated
actually-
that Meyer request
yeah,
the
this is
destruction
big.
of his stored semen in clinics
What's
worldwide. In
the-
2025, he faced further legal action for attempting to contact his donor kids via YouTube, resulting in a court order to remove those videos or face additional fines. Now, you can go find him on YouTube, but I would not recommend it because his videos are incredibly
This is probably
boring.
just the outfit.
Also, it's my opinion that this guy does not deserve any more attention or ad revenue.
What is this?
Jonathan, we have to make clear that you have been given a lifelong ban on sperm donation by a Dutch court. Yes?
Yeah, but that's, yeah.
And that goes worldwide.
That's
the
true.
Dutch court has said that that should be a worldwide
Currency
ban on you
collection?
donating sperm. So there's clearly a
Oh,
real
I guess
level
this
of
is all
concern
the shit
about your
that you, like,
activities.
buy.
Given that, and we appreciate that you don't share that view, do you now accept that this is something that you should desist
Holy
from?
fuck.
Listen to me. The Netflix documentary was
No,
recorded
of course,
in the
you have
United
not
States, right?
convinced
In the
him
United
of
States,
anything.
of
I'm talking about
25 donor
Dutch
children
court, Jonathan.
per 800,000
You're
inhabitants.
not
So in
gonna
the United
convince
States,
him. You're
a
not gonna
sperm
get him to
donor
show
can have
remorse.
Up to 10,000 children. That's legal there. That's totally normal. So
But you're not
whether
in the
that's
United
court
States.
says
Totally
this,
normal.
It's very cultural. It's super cultural.
It's
That's
very
actually-
cultural.
You
Recognize-
This guy is
Jonathan, if you don't mind.
kinda crazy.
550 is a lot. Don't you think
Jonathan?
that's...
There's also been cases involving sperm donors who pass on inheritable genetic conditions to their many offspring. James McDougall was publicly named for donating online and fathering 15 children despite knowing he had an incurable genetic disorder known as Fragile X syndrome. And just this year, sperm from a donor that was used to conceive at least 67 children throughout Europe has been linked to 10 cases of cancer developing in those kids. The worst part is that this was all done through a sperm bank. The vice president of communications at the European Sperm Bank says the donor has been thoroughly tested even above the required standards, but preventative genetic screening is reaching its limits here. Every human being has about 20,000 genes, and it's scientifically simply not possible to detect disease-causing mutations in a person's gene pool if you don't know what you're looking for. Basically,
well, no, you
it's not our
can.
fault. Some of the worst court cases are about doctors who use their own sperm to inseminate women without their knowledge.
You can
or
screen
consent.
for genetic
Dr. Jan
mutations.
Kabat fathered
But
at
it's
least
expensive to
49
do a whole
children
genome
fraudulently at
sequencing.
his
That's
own
why the
fertility
federal
clinic
government
in
is
the
doing it for
Netherlands.
us.
Former doctor Cecile Jacobson, known as the Baby Maker, had up to 75 children under false pretenses and was convicted in 1992 on multiple accounts of fraud and
It
perjury.
is sort
And
of
during
like
the 1970s and
an
80s,
attempt
Dr.
at
Donald
like
Klein fathered at least
clawing
94
at
children
the
at his
political
fertility
power
clinic.
that women
The
are
women thought
afforded
they were
due
getting
to their
donations from
biology.
anonymous medical residents working at the
Or due
hospital
to
across the road.
you know,
But instead,
the
Klein would just go into his
translation of
office and
genes,
whack
the
one out.
transcription,
Or in a few cases,
the
women brought their
transcription of
husband's sperm
genes, the
along to
translation
insemination by
of genetic
Klein,
material
but he did a
into
bait and
protein,
switch.
into functional
You know,
units.
it's like a bad dream that's recurring. You're going to wake up. Every time you wake up, it's not a dream.
Which then develop into organs and capabilities, yeah. Oh, this is a cool one.
And for him to act like nothing happened, I think that's the worst part of it.
And no, he has never been convicted for this because fertility fraud has only just been written into law in the state of Indiana, thanks mostly to the advocacy work done by some of Klein's donor kids. Cases like these are becoming more prevalent because of at-home DNA kits like 23andMe and Ancestry DNA, which let people trace their genetic history. And it's promoting discussions about global regulation and oversight for the donor industry, including the need to impose international limits on how many children donors can have worldwide, as well as a push for laws around fertility fraud in cases where there's a bait and switch or the donors lie about how many children they have or their medical or genetic history. But we still have a long way to go.
Nationalize everyone's genetic code immediately.
Talk about incest.
Oh boy. Is this Frankenstein?
Incest
No.
is one of those complicated topics.
I don't
like
think
cannibalism that I'd love to dive
I don't
deeper
think
into in another
Princess
video.
Alice
So let me
has
know in
ever
the
seen
comments if you want to
Frankenstein.
see that. But in terms of male breeders, I think the most important questions are how likely is this to occur, and
It's
why
about
does it
social
matter?
friction
I watched
at
a
the end of the
podcast
day.
with Carl
These male
Gordy and
breeders,
another
it's
sperm
about
donor in Britain,
social
where they
friction.
chatted briefly about incest.
How
was
is
gonna
this
play a
fucking
clip for you
Frankenstein?
here, but it seems that the account has taken down the video where this donor named Daniel interviews Carl Gordy. Luckily, I did take fairly extensive notes. So at around 47 minutes,
Or you
the
could have
topic of
downloaded it.
incest comes up, and Kyle says, to be honest, there's really no risk of incest. People have thousands of cousins, like second, third, fourth cousins. No one ever says anything.
This is
so I'm
Nico
gonna respond
Lol.
to Gordy's two claims.
This is
First,
literally
that
Nico
there's no
Lol.
real
No,
risk
no,
of
no, no.
incest.
This is not
And
Frankenstein.
second,
I don't know
that
what the fuck
relationships
these
between
bitches are
second,
playing.
third, and fourth cousins are perhaps
I'm making the
harmless as
podium
relations
just by
between
merit of
half
actually
siblings.
following
In
the
terms of
prompts.
risk, if you have, say, 100 kids and they all live in the same country or region, then the chances of two half siblings attending the same school, using the same dating apps, or even marrying without knowing they're related goes way up. We see an example of this in the Jonathan Myers story, where multiple families had children attending the same school. It turned out that he had at least 102 children via 11 sperm banks. In the
Yeah,
Netherlands,
because like,
as well
what
as
if like
unknown
ladies
amount of
will like
private
start
donor
telling each
kids
other
all
about
living
how
in
like nice
proximity
it was,
born
and like
a few
within
years
their
of each
like
other.
local
But
group.
the concerns about donor kids being at risk of incest goes further than just proximity, because of something called genetic sexual attraction (GSA).
Bro, how the
a
fuck am I
phenomenon
not
where
on this
close
podium? Are
biological
you fucking
relatives who
kidding
meet as
me?
adults without prior bonding feel unexpected romantic or sexual attraction.
Robbed.
Like, imagine you're at your
I
favorite
got
place in the world,
fucking
Disneyland, and
robbed.
you're dressed
Are you
as your
kidding
favorite
me?
character, Peter Pan.
This
while waiting in
didn't
line for a
make
churro to
podium
see this
for
girl Disney bound
Frankenstein.
as Wendy. What the fuck? Your eyes meet. It's love at first sight. You share a quirky sense of humor, the same pointy nose, and late diagnosed attention deficit disorder.
They didn't even
You
finish
know
their
that
models.
Your dad had to have a ball removed after a severe case of testicular torsion when he was 13, and that your parents used a donor to conceive you. Being related to this girl isn't even on your mind until that fateful date night, 6 years down the line, when you check your 23andMe DNA results together. The test was supposed to be fun, and now it's a nightmare.
You just don't do those fucking tests.
Of my genetic half-sisters, and one of them sat right in front of me, and I found her very sexually attractive.
Unintentional consanguinity, so hard to say, or accidental
Very
incest is
JD
a real
Vance
thing that
coded.
happens to people.
It just felt very surreal, and sure enough, within a couple of weeks, you know, he sent me the screenshot that said, "You are my sister." And, you know, the mind-boggling thing about it was just, as he sent me this screenshot, it also, you know, you have the notification on your phone from 23andMe, you have a new half-sibling. And so just that realization, it's just felt like I was on the Truman Show.
I can imagine that many sperm donors negate these points about accidental incest because they say they spread their donations out across different countries. And yes, if you really did not have more than a few kids in one area, the odds of incest would drop significantly. But without an international registry of children born from your DNA, like, how are we to know the true level of risk? Assumably, donors have more kids in the areas that they live and work, right? And just 25 to 50 kids in one population can increase the risk of accidental half-sibling meet cutes significantly. If we're not tracking anything or imposing limits on how many kids you can father, at what point is a donor's right to anonymity and freedom negating the rights and health of the children that they help create? And if you still think that this is all theoretical, in 1975, researchers put the rate of children born of incest at 1 in a million. But recent studies show the number has reached 1 in 7,000 in the US. Yikes, that's too close for comfort. There's still a lot of debate around exactly how many children one man should be limited to globally to ensure we don't end up with an incest problem generations down the line. In 2015, a group of experts published their recommendations after debating the genetic, psychosocial, operational, and ethical points of view, and determined that while genetically it may be safe to have up to 200 offspring per donor worldwide,
There's no ears
all the other
otherwise.
considerations like the experience of the children, the consensus was that no man should exceed 100 families globally.
When we get a new sibling,
100 families
please
total?
don't let it be somebody I know, or please don't let it be somebody I dated.
Gordy's second point is about distant cousins versus half siblings. So let's clear that up. Second, third, and fourth cousins share very little DNA actually, about 0.2 to 3.1%. While there are many laws regarding incest, relationships between distant cousins are not considered incestuous by law or genetics. Half siblings, on the other hand, share about 25% of their DNA. Sexual or romantic relationships between half siblings are legally considered incest in most countries. And this is because they carry significantly higher risk of passing on recessive genetic disorders if they happen to have children. Saying people don't worry about distant cousins, so siblings are fine, is completely missing the point. No laws or bioethics boards are worried about fourth cousins marrying. The concern is about first-degree relatives.
Holy fuck, these pants go low.
And that's exactly what unregulated sperm donation risks creating. The reality is, incest has been widely studied both historically and scientifically. Yes, today it's a cultural taboo in most countries,
of people looking
but
at
there's
incest
clear biological, psychological, and social evidence that it's just not a good idea. There's something called inbreeding depression, which describes the reduced biological fitness that happens when closely related people reproduce. It's a drop in health and survival due to reduced genetic diversity. Basically, all humans carry some recessive genes
that I do wonder is like how do
it's
we
not usually a
keep
problem
our
unless both parents pass on the same gene. Siblings are far more likely to share the same recessive gene. And if you have a kid with your half sibling, that child can inherit two copies of one of these genes and end up with genetic disorders like Tay-Sachs, cystic fibrosis, and hemophilia, or health problems like lower cognitive ability, decreased IQ, heart problems, cleft palate, and fertility issues. Charles II of Spain was born as a result of 16 generations of inbreeding. He couldn't walk until age 6, and by age 10, couldn't read or write and struggled to speak. He was sterile, mentally and physically impaired, and died childless at age 39, thus ending the Habsburg royal line. In evolution, diversity equals resilience. Marrying your cousin might make sense for your monarchy, but it doesn't create strong, adaptable, and fertile populations.
How about that? What's the difference between variety and difference? I guess we'll never know.
Taboo is completely justified by what we know about it. Any sperm donor who dismisses these concerns or chooses to remain ignorant is, in my opinion, dangerous.
And yeah, should be castrated. I agree. Chop them off. Sew the hole shut.
Nowadays and everything like that. If you know your parents used a sperm donor, send your DNA off straight up. Might go on the family tree. I mean, we're always
like Katy Perry.
Easily.
Now, we've spent some time talking about male breeders and the legality of it all, but I just want to finish by highlighting some of the experiences of some of the children who were born from sperm donation, because they didn't ask to be born this way, but this is their life. They can have similar experiences to kids who are adopted, where they struggle with their identity, feel abandoned, worry about genetic health issues, and just like have questions.
What's going on? Why don't I feel like my classmates?
The very first offspring to speak out against it. They want it banned.
Yo, we're getting there.
And syringes. You are the genetic combination of people who wouldn't touch each other with a barge pole. You didn't even want to look at each other. That gets to you.
Talking to these adults, they say they feel incomplete. Some of them say they look in the mirror and they don't know who they are.
I'm so sorry to hear that, but I'm not sure.
I'm so sorry you feel so alienated. Bro, these bots
done for so many people should be dismantled.
At least vote for me if you're going to be a bot.
To these children.
These are basic things that matter to people. Your medical history, your ethnicity, who your parents, your direct genetic parents are, your siblings. These are things that ground people. It gives them a sense of identity and belonging and who they are. I have that need just as much as everybody else.
I mentioned earlier about Dr. Klein, the fertility doctor who was featured in the documentary Our Father.
Every time that a new sibling pops up, I know that I'm going to call them and I know that I'm going to ruin their life.
When it all hit me, I kind of just sat and stared for the rest of the day. And then for the next couple of weeks had a complete identity crisis. And I couldn't look in the mirror. I didn't want to think about where I got my hair from or where I got my eyes from, because I had always thought those were from my dad. My parents trusted their doctor, who said that it would be better for me to not know and that I would never find out.
I mean, it's just common for me to pass people on the street, at work, wherever I may be. And I mean, I'll look at them and think, oh.
Is it worse
way
to
you
be
stand, the way you
inbred
walk.
or to have fetal
You could be
alcohol
related
syndrome?
to me.
A lot of the modern private super sperm donors, the ones that we've been talking about in this video,
Well, it's not that they could be related to you. They are related to you. You're a human. Stop fucking crying over being an incestuous
these
baby.
kids will be affected or what they'll need from them in the future. I'd argue that any man who claims that having hundreds of children is purely a good thing is drastically under-examining his own actions
Slaying.
and the potential
Fucking
consequences.
slaying.
I know you're in contact
all
with
over
lots of
this
kids. Have
fucking
you thought through
game
how
right
you
now.
approach and what you tell kids as they get older, especially like, hey, you're my genetic father, but you weren't in my life. How do you talk about that?
Basic as fuck. Average cocaine bitch.
I think it's gonna be very
Who?
casual. Like,
Three,
hey,
fine.
I'm probably gonna
I'll
be funny
give-
about it. Honestly, I'm probably gonna be funny about it and be like, hey, kid, I made you.
I'm gonna be
I'm your
ironic
daddy or
about
something.
it. I'm gonna
try to
be.
joke about it. You know what I mean? I think I look at it this way. It's better to joke around.
It's
than
about
sort of being serious.
the
To me,
paradox
like, that's how I look at it.
between
Like, if you go out and you're funny and you kind
not
of
having a
about it, I think you're gonna
personality,
take it a lot
not
better than
engaging
you
in the
say,
friction
well,
of raising a
honestly, I
child
did
and
it,
passing
and I
on your
just,
morals,
whatever.
because
So
it's
I'm probably
obvious.
gonna,
Like if
be
you
funny
meet,
about it
if
and
you
get
ever
along
meet
and
a child
everything.
of
But if
yours,
a
then
donor-conceived
you don't
person
care. It doesn't matter.
says, if
Who's
you
this?
really
This looks
cared
like
about
Dua Lipa.
me, the result of your actions, you would know I don't need 100 siblings.
No
This is a
man
Dua
in the
Lipa
world has
outfit.
any control over what the mother of a child is going to do.
You're
This
helping, you're
has
helping
gotta
these
be
women. You
Ariana
know that
Grande.
you're
There's
helping
no
to
fucking
create.
Because every person is always happier
Or some
existing
other
than
K-pop
non-existing.
bitch. Fine.
There's this underlying sense that they don't understand or maybe value the role of the father. The children that these men have fulfill some greater personal goal of having a genetic legacy or proving their own dominance, but there's a distinct lack of acknowledgement that these are real children that are being created, that the role of the father isn't just a sperm donor, but
Could
it's
be
as
anybody.
a caretaker, a consistent, reliable
anybody.
presence in their child's life, a responsibility that none of these men seem to value above their own personal pursuits of fame, money, and accomplishment. If
Yeah,
you're
it's
having
about
children
the
without taking on the
performance
responsibilities that
of
go with being a
masculinity.
parent, can you really call yourself a father?
To other men.
No,
Not
but
to
he
women.
gave up his rights and responsibilities in relationships. He created a
This
job
is the
he had no
same
knowledge
fucking
of, he held
bitch.
no
Alright, you're getting
responsibility
1 star.
for. Look, I wasn't
These
raised by my
have
genetic
gotta be
father.
like
That's
farming
a sense
bots.
of abandonment. I'm sorry to say, it is.
He's not my father.
Our father.
share But he's not my father, and he never will be.
We all share proletariat DNA. This is a cool outfit. Better than the last one.
To sum it up, the fertility industry is far from perfect, but people still want to have children, and whenever modern medicine
Far
lets
from
us
perfect
down, you
and
bet there's a guy on Facebook ready to fill the void. Progress in
When
terms
modern
of
medicine lets
regulation
us
and laws
down,
is always going to be
'cause
slow.
it's too
Unfortunately,
expensive.
we have to learn from our mistakes. When it comes to having children,
Because
both
it's highly
women
regulated,
and
I
men
guess,
want
so
to
you
feel
go to
like
the
they
black
have some
market and
autonomy
you get
over
some
the
shitty
process.
stuff.
I get why
So
people
we need to
feel more
abolish
comfortable being
regulations
someone
on
in
genetic
person and relying
material.
on their own
Now!
biological instincts, but the unregulated path comes with some huge risks, and some of these
Oh, never
men
mind.
clearly have issues. At the end of the day, you're responsible for whatever happens to that child, and you'll be forever tethered to whoever supplies the other half of the DNA used to make them. If I was thinking about using a private sperm donor, at the very least, I'd want evidence of recent sexual health screenings, medical and genetic testing. I'd want to spend some time with this
this is a
person
fine
where I can get a
outfit,
proper
whatever.
feel for who they are. I'd
Who
want to
cares?
ask about their
It's the
motivations
same outfit
and
she's
be
wearing,
convinced
actually.
that they truly understand the ethics of what they're doing. And I'd absolutely get a lawyer to write up a contract and make sure that we're all educated on the laws and regulations where we live.
The best that they can do a background check on every donor. Simple background check costs $8. If the donor has some history, criminal background, then that's a red flag. One, that's something
Yeah,
that the
no-
mothers
no-
would want to know. And two, it's a red
Don't be
flag
passing on
candidate
your
for mental
criminality
illness.
to the
And
next
then check
generation.
their educational history.
I mean, but it's
One
probably
of the
more
big
like low
selling
life.
points for sperm, a product, is that the donor
High
is
IQ
highly
sperm.
educated and has a high IQ. If that's
Yup.
not true, then
Oh
that's
my
something
God.
that's very easy for the sperm banks to find out.
But that's just what I think. What do you think motivates these super sperm donors? Are you yourself a donor who's thought deeply about what you do? Are you a donor kid? Are you looking for a donor? I want to chat in the comments. As always, a huge, huge thank you.
Thank you. She did a great video. This is awesome. Let's get into the vapid stuff. Let's fucking go. What do we have to learn?
Dupe culture is killing fashion.
No, it is not.
Is it getting out of hand?
No, it is
Let's
not.
have a conversation about it. We got to chit
It
chat
is
about
not.
this thing.
Okay.
Hey, good people. It's Sharp Politics of Fashion. Welcome to another episode of Hot Takes. And this one is going to be my hottest take.
I was
ever.
at the
This is a
bottom.
guideline
You're
guideline
fucking kidding me.
hot
These people
fire
are
hot
actually
take,
racist.
Because I know there are some strong
And
opinions
bots.
about this one, and I encourage you all to sound off below because I'm kind of in the middle. There is so much nuance to this. I'm an attorney, so there is legality surrounding this, intellectual property. I think there is also some arguments to be made about inclusivity.
Prom
and
again? I'm not doing prom again. I'm actually done.
A black and white opinion. There is a lot of gray. But again, sound off below because I would love to hear your opinions.
What are you thinking?
An argument for and against dupe culture, and also lay the foundation of how we even got here.
Oh, she's pharmacological with it.
2011. So I predate as a creator social media. And there's something about the rise of social media, and especially I would say TikTok as the apex of this, that dupe culture has become omnipresent, right? If I wanted,
because there's broke bitches everywhere. We live in a fallen economic system that's been only getting worse by the affordances that we give them. I would have to study the brand. I would have to eBay, the lackluster leadership really find that dupe. From particular individuals.
Right? I would necessarily, even as a creator, have the knowledge to be able to spot the bag as the dupe. But between the Google hack or the iPhone hack or whatever kind of device you have that lets you screenshot an item and actually find it down at the Amazonia,
you can.
And other hacks like that, the average consumer is able now to say, I don't want the YSL shoes. Let me get this pair from over here at Amazon. And making an argument for dupe culture makes me say that's not actually a bad thing. I mean, many of these
the argument for
are
dupe culture
incredibly overpriced. Okay,
hold on. The argument for dupe culture is generally the people who are manufacturing these products abroad are the same people who get fired and move on to another workshop or like cycle through multiple workshops depending on like conditions in relationship to like reputation in the area. And so from a main factory, you can probably get it from like a side factory, like an independent factory. And it's just cheaper. Pretty much like the same materials, just without the name brand. Maybe there's imperfections. And so it brings fashion into exclusively the purview of not just wealth, but also artistic composition. $20? I'll take that. There you go.
The issues around equity and inclusion that exist down there, as far as luxury fashion is concerned, they definitely, many of the brands, not all, but many of the brands, shepherd and perpetuate a Eurocentric standard of beauty that is skinny and white. And if you don't fit within that, then there's something wrong with you, which we know that is a bullshit
and this has changed
argument, but it still exists nonetheless. And what's wrong with everyday
people
it
is still the
being
dominance
able
of it,
to have a design that they love for less? It is more inclusive and possibly much more equitable. But then in my other mind, I said, now wait a minute. Wait a minute. As a lover of fashion, and as someone who sees fashion as art, what I wonder is,
there we go,
away from the
based as fuck,
and the creativity and the designer themselves. Malcolm Gladwell calls it your 10,000 hours towards becoming an expert. So there could be 50,000 hours of education, training, skill, study, and development behind any one garment that you see on the runway. Are we doing those people and those artists a disservice by saying, let me just get the dupe? And please note that I am saying dupe, not replica. Those are two different things. A dupe is a piece that is inspired by. A replica, that's the knockoff LV bag down there on Canal Street.
Oh, I was arguing for the replicas, but the dupe is the low off the runway shit.
It's more difficult to find the original thing than it is to find the dupe. When I tell you everywhere, I mean everywhere. The amount of times I either see something myself or my friends share something with me, and I think to myself, that's not only a dupe, that's a dupe of a dupe. What a time to be alive. So while I
trends evolve. You partake things from clothing that's popular. Don't develop a style. Yeah, that's what you end up with.
And I think
you can say that because you're literally just wearing like a pretty chill outfit. Whatever, fine.
You see me, you see a loafer. I want to be a loafer. I am a loafer. A loafer is me. You know,
30 minutes of what's in your closet? I'm sorry, I'm not. We're also not watching Fashion is Power because that's obvious. Let's see this one.
Let's start with
this is actually an important one.
Clothing and whether this is a problem for humans or not.
Are we getting xenoestrogens from our plastics?
How can polyester be an issue for humans? And to be fair, there are no studies in humans, but there are some very interesting studies in dogs, which I will talk about in a moment.
Dogs wearing polyester.
Flinging your testicles or covering your lady parts in polyester clothing or underwear might not be a good thing
intimate
for both
parts
male
shouldn't
or
be
female
polyester.
I didn't believe it when I first saw it, but it's interesting and it's compelling and it makes sense evolutionarily. When would we have had such synthetic fabrics next to our skin? So increasingly, I have been trying to eliminate
That's not an
all
argument for
synthetic
evolutionarily.
fabrics from my life.
That's just me.
To the point
That's an argument
I'm
for
wearing
natural.
only cotton shorts. I'm in Costa Rica most of the time. I don't have to wear underwear because what's the point of
You-
underwear? When
yeah,
you're in Costa Rica,
you've
just wanna jump in
front-loaded
pool anyway.
the argument.
And when I'm jumping in my pool, I can wear cotton shorts.
Based
which you guys
on
have seen
people that
my
would already
videos,
click
and
on
always ask what
the
kind of shorts I wear.
video.
If you guys really want, we will build a company that makes natural clothing, natural swimwear, natural loungewear, natural shorts.
And he's plugging?
Create something like the shorts I have. The shorts I have are just cotton. There's nothing special about them. But if you want something special, we can do this, but only if you guys enjoy this or you really said something that you really are asking for. But regardless, in my own life, I wear cotton shorts the majority of the time. This shirt, which says Kale is bullshit. This is the new version of the Kale is bullshit shirts, guys. These will be available soon on the carnivoremd.com website.
Oh, he's a carnivore. All right, it's all coming together. It's all coming together.
You better believe they're all cotton.
Because I was about to say
To
the
point that I have changed
tamest
my
argument that
surfwear,
he's
my
made so
bathing
far
suits,
is that you
and I'm
shouldn't
working on
use it
because
in your
I'll tell you
intimate
this much.
areas.
Cotton bathing suits, cotton board shorts don't exist. I use my sort of short cut cotton shorts to surf in now, and they work okay. But I'm doing an experiment to see if I feel any differently. And version 2.0 of the cotton shorts required that I cut.
Okay, so
cotton
it's
off touching
him
water
doing
while
these
surfing,
experiments on
delaying
himself.
me as
Never
I'm
mind.
trying
I
to
thought
cut
this
back
was
up.
going to
I
be
had a pair of cotton
informative.
shorts
Like
that are my surf
we
shorts
could
now,
actually draw a
but I cut
conclusion.
back pocket.
Fine. Like
But I wanna
wear
show you
polyester if you want.
This
Fine.
study, which got me.
Do you have a study?
First down the rabbit hole. So this is from
A. Shafiq, one author. From
the title is an experimental study of the effect of different types of textiles on conception.
One author.
So these were dogs, 35 female dogs divided into 5 equal groups, 4 test.
How
and
is this
control.
one author
Each
for
one of the
35
4
female
test
dog
groups was dressed in
experiment?
One type of textile underpants.
What?
Made from either 100% polyester.
Bro, this is the same
50%
outfit you had
polyester,
last
50%
round.
cotton, 100% cotton, or 100% wool. The pants were worn for 12 months. So these are female dogs. Dogs were followed during this period and for 6 months after the removal of the pants by measuring serum estradiol, 17 beta estradiol, and
so they wore pants all the time.
And progesterone, and by mating. The electrostatic potentials were also measured on the textile-covered skin. 8 female dogs wearing polyester coating containing textile showed diminished serum progesterone in the estrus of the oestrus cycle. I have to
in a particular phase of the estrous cycle.
To do a little research on what this terminology means in dogs. But
Bro, you're an MD. Oh, and you don't know what it means in dogs.
Research on what this terminology means in dogs, but
it's an estrous cycle. I'm sorry. In a mammal. Is that really like your critique of this article right now? You care about the electrostatic potentials measured on the textile covered skin, and what you're honing in on is the O before the estrus? Okay, so they had less serum, less progesterone in the serum. Okay.
Imagine this is the ovulation period, or perhaps the luteal.
No, it is not.
Phase of the
in the estrus
cycle.
Yeah, it's probably the
human women have
the menstruation
so
period.
Decreased progesterone
for dogs.
In the luteal phase, presumably this is what this is talking about. That's not
or
good,
this article is just like a hack that was published in like a low impact factor.
Able to implant and will not be able to stay
journal.
in the uterus and await sperm for insemination or conception. And they go on to say they did not conceive on mating or insemination. 5 months after the pants had been removed, the serum progesterone
35 dogs, 4 tests
had normalized, and they conceived. The electrostatic potentials were detected on the skin of all dogs dressed in
what? Inhibits ovarian function. Okay, so this is just the electric world hypothesis from a single author in a low impact factor. All right, we're moving on.
Hi, it's Monday, November 24th, 2025. Welcome to Why America.
They want you thin
I don't know about you, but my
and
page has been dominated by discussions about the rise in popularity of extreme thinness, perpetuated partially by the current press tour for the second installment of the Wicked franchise. Many people have noted the extreme change in body fat.
This is the Ariana Grande makeup, and it's so bad.
Specifically Ariana Grande, Cynthia Erivo, and Michelle Yeoh, all of whom appeared on red carpets recently looking especially hot.
This is not Looksmaxxing. This is anorexia. Okay, Looksmaxxing actually makes you like look half good. I don't think anorexia does. Same mental illness though. Just different faculties of like what beauty looks like and your role in society.
Online tends to trend towards black
Bro,
and white
how the
stuff,
fuck
and
did I make podium with that?
It also tends to ignite a firestorm of back and
You're
forth
fucking
debate
kidding me.
in a way that few other subjects online tend to do. I made
Third
one obvious
place,
single-sentence
and they
comment
left.
in a video a couple weeks ago about how I don't like diet culture because I think there are better things to be doing than starving yourself, and y'all had more to say about that single line than about the entire rest of the video, and there's a lot to unpack there. Which
Let's
we'll
join
get
the
into.
pro server.
So I wanted to get to the
I'm
bottom
not
of this discussion
allowed.
and figure out correlation versus causation, cause and effect. Are we all getting more obsessed with thinness because of the fascist takeover in the White House. This headline from CNN.
Or maybe it's because people are stressed and depressed. I mean, alternatively, they would like
that has helped to spark the discussions about thinness and fascism online. Using the Ground News browser extension, I can see that in the US,
for like
CNN is
coping.
considered left-leaning. To get the big picture, I can click on full coverage. Which
yes, the Ground News subscription. Do your thing.
My partner on today's video, Ground News, uses 3
VIP only Pro. How many stars do I have?
Bias rating for each publication. Each news monitoring organization has their own methodology, including editorial reviews, blind bias surveys, independent reviews, and third-party research.
I've got 284 stars, and that's it.
They are limited by the data available to them. Their analysis is done in the context of the U.S. political system. Our Overton window has shifted so far right that CNN is considered left-leaning. That tells you a lot about the context within which the media you're consuming operates. And thanks to Ground News, I get even more context, including
Rose server is 3,000 plus. Oh
giving
man.
me a well-rounded idea of the motivations, biases, and accuracy of the news I'm consuming. Wouldn't it be great if everyone in America had that much information about the news they consume? Because depending on where you or your family members get the news, you're going to get very different takes on the same story. This is where Ground News comes in and why people tend to dismiss it as just an epithet that doesn't mean anything anymore because we use it as a label for everything. And the reality is that fascism is hard to define. It doesn't fit into a box.
Let's see what sort of fits people make in free mode. I'm curious.
On the state in which it arises. Robert Paxton's book, The Anatomy of Fascism, helps to give us
but there's,
a kind of
it's not a competition.
Under
I see.
Interpretation, fascism is a mass anti-liberal,
there's a dead drop
movement, radical in its willingness to employ force, where nationhood and membership in a dominant class is put above all else, and where national unity and distinction from a class of horrible others is reinforced by the state. And by anti-liberal, he didn't mean liberals like we use the term in modern United States, like liberals versus conservatives. He meant the term like liberalism to mean liberal economics, the idea of unrestricted free trade, a la neoliberalism.
Not the political liberalism. Economic liberalism, completely different from political liberalism.
Pro-nationalist movement that revolves around membership to a prescribed group, and anyone outside that group is seen as a threat.
You are dressed like a protein bar.
One way or another. The unique thing about fascism is that it matters where it develops, because 1930s Germany was far more susceptible to in favor of putting the nation above the individual, whereas 2020's United States, fascism is wielded by appealing to the rugged individualism that is so ingrained in U.S. culture. But the pieces are all there. There's the tariffs to reinforce protectionism and bring back manufacturing and fight against globalization. There's the radical willingness to use force exhibited on January 6th, 2021, and perpetuated in our
Okay, but why does fascism want you to be thin? I mean, like the fascists generally, especially after Gamergate, have had a hate boner for degenerate art, and that degenerate art is just like ugly people or old people. Like stuff that isn't literally Gooner material is actually how it's sort of devolved into, which is just so fucking embarrassing.
Take a moment to acknowledge that it is not an overstatement to call Trump a fascist or his regime fascist. Leading scholars of fascism use the term to describe this regime. We are not being hyperbolic when we are saying that we are living under an increasingly fascist regime, okay? And it is true that historically, fascist regimes like Hitler's, like Mussolini's, placed a lot of emphasis on bodies, on the physical human form as a symbol of nationhood. Arno Breker was Hitler's favorite sculptor, and he helped create the mythology of the Aryan race in Nazi Germany. Perfectly personified, lean, muscular male figures and slender, athletic women. The agile, athletic body idea was directly tied to Nazi propaganda with the strength and health of the nation, which was a really enticing image in a country that was struggling to regain its strength after World War I. The first president of the Weimar Republic in Germany between World War I and the rise of Hitler, Friedrich Ebert, was photographed in a bathing suit next to Defense Minister Gustav Noske, and the two were openly mocked for years afterwards because of how unfit they both looked. The public seeing this as a metaphor for the weak and flabby state of the government of Germany after the First World War. Of course, Hitler himself wasn't exactly the model of perfect athletic Aryan beauty, but we've all seen Trump in his golfing whites. That doesn't really seem to matter. As Robert Paxton told the New York Times,
the Mar-a-Lago look
leaders, Paxton has long held, is a distraction when trying to understand fascism. What you ought to be studying is the milieu out of which they grew, Paxton said. For fascism to take root, there needs to be an opening in the political system, which is the loss of traction by the traditional parties. He said, there needs to be a real breakdown. Fascist movements succeed, Paxton wrote, in environments in which liberal democracy stood accused of producing divisions and decline. And that was true in post-World War I Germany, and it sure as hell is true today in the United States, where income inequality is at an all-time high.
You're being manic. You're being manic.
Food, education,
no, the guardrails will hold.
To keep themselves alive.
Trust me,
bro. The MAGA movement has capitalized on this desperation and directed it into hatred for their chosen other, immigrants. And much like the current milieu in the United States is ripe for fascism, it's also ripe for the re-emergence of the heroin chic aesthetic. But the thesis that I would like to present to you
The
today is that
heroin
while I think
chic?
it serves the fascist agenda, I think that this is merely a happy coincidence for the fascists
There we
and
go.
not the result of some vast fascist conspiracy. Because it turns out we've been policing bodies and weight for a long, long time, and that policing serves not to uphold fascism, but instead to uphold the various ideologies that happen to serve fascism, like eugenics, the patriarchy, and neoliberalism. And listen, I can already picture the comments section. Some of you may think it's really not all that deep. In fact, I went unwillingly into the bowels of Reddit to understand.
It's not that deep. It's not that interconnected. Our world is so simple. It's all organized by just nature.
A community of 35,000 weekly visitors who see themselves as healthy or aspiring to be healthy and promoting health, and feel that they are diametrically opposed to what they call FAs, or fat activists, who are engaged in, quote, lengthy diatribes about how everything is society's fault. According to the page's About section, quote, falling victim to fat logic means accepting misinformation that will harm efforts to
Fucking
keep
jump
your body
scare.
at a healthy weight or lose weight if you need to do so. There is so much to unpack about this, but I noted some common objections that these health warriors had to so-called fat activists, equating thinness with fascism, because I have seen these same ideas swirling all over the place online, including in my own comment section. Those objections include that it's not that deep. Not everything has to be political. Though I feel like if you're watching my content,
Everything is political. Life is political. You're making choices constantly. You're having your autonomy robbed.
To rub two brain cells together and think about it. That's not to say that
She's
everything is a
spitting.
conspiracy, but everything exists within society, and the way that we think and feel about ourselves and our bodies is absolutely influenced by the society we exist in. To pretend otherwise is willfully ignorant. Okay? And then a lot of the other arguments that they had against the idea that thinness serves fascism, I think stems from this idea, which again I've seen all over the internet, that there is a very strict binary here. Anyone who isn't preaching the gospel of maintaining a healthy weight is instead advocating for everyone to be so immobilized by their obesity that they can hardly get off the couch, which is also, I think, a willfully ignorant interpretation of the body positivity movement. Is there problematic behavior within the online body positivity movement as well? You bet your ass there is. But from my experience, consuming that content for literally a decade at this point, whether I wanted to or not, the general idea that is most often touted by people in the body positive community is that a person can be healthy while not fitting the stereotypical ideals of what a healthy body should look like. That the BMI scale doesn't actually dictate a person's lived experience in their own body, because some people can feel fine and have perfectly healthy test results and exist and function normally and still be considered obese on the BMI scale. That thin people who do fit the body ideal could be incredibly ill. That judging a person's worth
I'm not ill. I'm not ill. I'm fine.
problematic, and that there is
I
discrimination
only
that
sneezed
happens
twice.
against fat people because our society has placed certain levels of worthiness onto people. That
Mass
calories
moves the
in,
mass.
calories
I don't
out
know.
doesn't capture the whole picture of a person's weight.
It's
and
true.
health. That things like poverty,
Yeah,
childhood trauma,
this is
and
a cool
mental health
outfit.
disorders and autoimmune disorders that are especially in women criminally understudied and misunderstood play a huge role in someone's weight and someone's ability to lose weight or gain weight or maintain a healthy weight. At its best, the body positivity movement helps to complicate the conversations we
Yeah, I
have
did sneeze
around
again, but
weight
that time I
and
muted.
health.
You're
It's not
welcome.
black and white, and we actually know very little relatively
Mwah,
about
just for
nutrition
you.
and how the body works, despite all the advances in modern medicine. That
You do not have
But for the people in
aviators
the
on this
Fat Logic
outfit.
subreddit and
It's just a
comment sections
blue,
across the
cute
internet,
outfit.
having
We're not
those
taking it.
conversations just glorifies being unhealthy and is nothing more than a misunderstanding of the clearly established basics of biology and physics. Okay, but instead of fully engaging in those arguments, I do actually want to take a step back, because this is a
That's
symptom
like
of a
Ice
larger
Spice
issue that we
makeup.
should
What
have
the
a
fuck?
conversation about when we're talking about bodies and how they are policed in order to serve the ends of the government. Because
Okay,
what all
all
of
right,
these conversations
fine.
revolve around,
I like the
whether within
presentation.
Fat Logic subreddit or the body positivity movement or elsewhere,
Meh,
is this idea
overall,
of being
though.
quote unquote healthy. Not only that there is one singular ideal of what healthy looks like, but that it is assumed that all
Yeah, it is a
self-respecting
telos
people
of the
should
human
strive for
human
that
body.
singular
Oh
ideal of
man.
health. And whether or not someone strives for
There
health
we go.
determines their worth on some level.
Wow.
This pervasive obsession
Eat
with
it,
health,
eat it,
or even
eat
trying
it.
to convince people that health can exist at every size, kind of turns us into the proverbial fish that is so surrounded by water they don't even realize they're swimming in it. In trying to convince people that fat people can still be healthy, we are taking for granted what
Just
health
let, like,
is,
I don't know,
and that it should
just
be
let
the ultimate end goal for everyone, and that someone's
it take
failure
its
to at least
course, you know.
attempt
You don't
to
have to
be
give
healthy
you
is
don't
a
have to give
deep
shit
moral
to
failing.
fat
Once we step
people
back and identify
because you
that
know you're
assumption,
insecure.
now we can start having conversations around
This
the
is
politics
awesome.
of bodies. Instead of infighting in the comment section over whether or not Ariana Grande is healthy, let's discuss
She's
why
not.
we have placed so much moral emphasis
Or even what
on
healthy
health
looks like. How
to
about
begin
that?
with, because that is its own social construct that
No,
has
health
been
is fine.
orchestrated and promoted by individuals
Yes,
and
it is
governments
a
for centuries.
it
And
is
of
a
course, now
social
that one person ever
construct
makes this
that
point, there's
is
a great book
fine,
called
yes.
Fearing the Black Body, The Racial Origins of Fat Phobia by Dr. Sabrina Strings. So if I haven't convinced you that it is in fact that deep, please consider giving that book a read. It's really
It's
revelatory.
fundamental-
Because when we start
uh,
examining how notions of health and what is the correct body to have shifted and changed throughout history,
It's based
that's when we start
on
to see how these
capability.
notions perhaps are not
Capability
orchestrated
is
by fascism, but are certainly
associated with
convenient for
prosperity
fascism. If
doctrine,
we go back to
prosperity
the Renaissance, which was
doctrine,
the
wealth.
1300s through the 1600s, the aesthetic of
You know,
the
which sort of
woman
race has
was
the
the
most amount of
European
wealth?
beauty
Yeah.
standard. These women were stately. burly, to say the least, often somewhat muscular.
Usually fat people aren't rich unless they're men, because that's like an exception. God forbid,
fat. Fatness equated to wealth, but also fertility, especially where you have
who's on the fucking thing?
Dominated by feudal lords and the peasants who serve them. Then came the transatlantic slave trade, the growth of the sugarcane trade that allowed for imports of larger and larger amounts of sugar into Europe, making it a lot more affordable and accessible to the everyday commoner.
Wait, how much money do I have? I've got 1,600 money.
That helped precipitate a growing awareness of fatness and body mass, because oh no, now the poors are getting fat. But it was the othering of enslaved Africans that helped precipitate the fear and dread of having a higher body fat percentage. The European fascination with the wild, uncivilized black body is best exemplified in the story of the South African woman named Sarah Bartman, who was put on display as a kind of freak show in the early 1800s. People from all across Europe would come to gawk at her because she was allegedly double-cheeked up, and the Europeans saw it as a sort of living natural history museum. Not a human, but simply a freakish example of the exoticism of the African continent. She died at the age of 26 in 1815, and afterwards her remains, including her brain, genitalia, skeleton, and a body cast,
what the fuck, they preserved it?
In various museums.
Holy shit, 12.8?
Displayed facing away from the viewer to emphasize
7K?
continued interest in her exotic proportions, and remained on display until the mid-1970s. Her remains were eventually repatriated to her homeland in South Africa.
The dollars get turned into this currency.
2002. Like, history is not that distant from us, you know? The point is that it was around this time, the late 1700s, early 1800s, and beyond, when the transatlantic slave trade was at its peak, when Europeans were being indoctrinated with the savagery of the Africans, that body policing away from full-figured women and towards a thin ideal began to first take shape. Victorians were real weird about labeling and categorizing.
You get both?
And a lot of pseudoscience sprung.
Bro, the swipe is like, no wonder people can blow entire fucking credit cards because their children like pick up the credit card out of their wallet and run it through fucking Roblox. No fucking wonder.
In time, the accumulation of body fat was equated with an out of control and barbaric black race, and it was the duty of the European woman to get as far away from that body type as possible. To be thin, to control one's intake, was a sign of refinement,
modesty, refinement,
of godly self-control
wasting
that
away.
No African could ever possess. Body policing coincided with the invention of races as a means of justifying continued
Okay, never mind. She's back to spin facts
and worth less than us
in Foucault,
and attempting to reinforce the supremacy of Europe and of the white race over others. This is of course
yeah, I'm not sure what you know, being the ideal
that sounded legitimate but was based on
body type would ever have to do with anything.
Or BMI scale was
nah, it's not. She's just calling fucking dress to impress races. That's ridiculous.
In fact, the BMI scale
that would never happen.
By Francis Galton, one of the primary developers of eugenics. It was originally created by a man named Adolf Quetelet, who was on a mission to determine the social ideal of the average man. His index was never meant to be used
who
as a
is
medical
the
test,
ideal
but
man?
was
Well, obviously,
a measure of the ideal
it's
average
me.
normal distribution of weights of men in 1835, and not even men generally.
He took the normal distribution of
Scottish
weights.
Highland soldiers and French soldiers, all male.
These people
It was,
cannot.
as is still the case for most medical studies, a metric designed for European men. The term BMI was coined by Ansel Keys in 1972 in a paper in which Keys also noted that the BMI was not fully satisfactory, but was, quote, as good as any other relative weight index as an indicator of relative obesity. Not of health, of relative obesity. He also noted that the BMI scale was a useful tool for population studies, but not appropriate to be used for individual evaluations. So for studying population trends and data, BMI numbers may prove useful, but for evaluating the health of an individual, it is not a particularly useful tool. But because it's so simple and has been repeatedly published since it was originally created, it's been adopted as a tool to judge individuals based on their weight as compared to the average Scottish or French soldier in 1835. Okay, but that's kind of an aside. The point is that the popular notion that thin is preferable has origins in the transatlantic slave trade, fear of being associated with blackness, and religious ideals of piety and self-control, also as a means of differentiating.
No, not the Protestant work ethic, the Weber Protestant work ethic. Fuck you.
Over time, thinness
Would you
has
know?
transcended
There
race,
we
becoming a
go.
symbol of wealth and privilege across
Holy
communities.
shit.
For black women, thinness now operates as a form of social capital, a means to navigate a
And then
world
let's get the
that
Guy
places
Fury.
black bodies with even greater scrutiny. In spaces where thinness is equated with success, health, and desirability, black women are pressured to conform to these standards, further erasing the rich diversity of body types within black communities. And thinness definitely plays a role, but I would argue that it's
doesn't it
health
add
that has
variety?
become the
I mean,
status
it goes
symbol,
into a
the
direction
commodity
that's
of
not
the rich.
exactly like
Women can be
accessible,
trade
and it's
trash
due
and also
to
skin, for
inequality
example, but it is
and
health
racism.
that is put on this
But it
pedestal,
is adding
because
variety.
It is so unattainable for the average person who has high cortisol from the stress of working and trying to pay for rent and healthcare and everything else that's expensive but necessary for living. Someone who doesn't have time to go to the gym or meal prep or
it's not great.
3 balanced, high-protein, high-fiber meals every day.
Yeah, this is the actual point. There we go.
Class capable of truly
some people have to work 2 jobs
level that society
and can't
has
sustain
correct. This is not a product of
shit.
Fascism or being caused by the rise of fascism.
Well,
this
it's
has been an issue since
neoliberalism.
before Trump got elected. Heroin chic existed in the 90s under a Democratic president. Our boomer parents are almond moms with fucked up relationships with food and their bodies because beauty standards in the 50s and 60s were so specific that weighing 10 to 15 pounds more or less than you should would lead to ridicule and public shaming. That our fascist overlords can get away with more because we're all starving ourselves into oblivion is merely a happy coincidence of years of conditioning us to
also it's just cheaper to starve into oblivion. Stress eating, it's kind of expensive, you know, snacks are kind of getting expensive.
Anti-vax land where health
fucking Takis are like $6 a bag now, which is insane.
Science worldview, one that is based partially on well-founded fears that our world is full of contaminants from major corporations that don't care about our health, and partially on conspiracy theories and pseudoscience. It's not a plan formulated by the Trump regime, but instead the Trump regime thriving where body and health policing has already taken hold. This racism, this patriarchy telling us to stay small and quiet, this was all already within us. Fascism just stepped in and said, how can I exploit this? So while I do love to blame the fascists for the ills currently being inflicted upon this country,
it's the political system that comes in and preys on natural human sins.
Long before today's fascist takeover. Say it with me, neoliberalism. Okay, mid-century America saw post-war prosperity and a blossoming middle class. That, combined with free market neoliberalism, to emphasize the individual, the entrepreneur.
I mean, yeah, this is like the Gamergate, the fat retards that sit on Twitter talking about gaming, want like pretty things all the time in front of them, like this. Video essays.
The promise of becoming enough.
4 minute and a half.
For the world, enough for yourself.
Video essays.
It's addictive.
By girly girls.
The thought that there's always a version of you that could be better, more powerful, because beauty is power. But where does that version of you exist?
It's draw.
Who are they? Would they have everything you desire? The job?
Would they look like this? Would I be able to assemble them into a cool video of me looking awesome?
In your dream life. Part 1.
The
system that profits from insecurity. We live in a world that is programmed to knock women down.
Well,
we have a whole system that
is that just age or what?
Think about it. The beauty industry alone is worth billions. It thrives on telling us that we're not enough.
Yeah.
Not pretty enough, not skinny enough. And we keep buying into
it.
Literally. But here's what I want you to
That's a fucking outfit
separate
right
creation
there.
And creativity
Put it up. Put it up. Put it up. Rack those stars. 5 stars across the board right now. I want to be number 1.
A lot of women haven't found their voice. They don't navigate the beauty market with confidence, but with insecurity. How do I fix this? How do I look like that? How do I follow this trend? How do I copy this influencer? That's a big problem.
Well, it's insecurity mixed with periods of security that are torn down with the ever changing and dying images that are brought to us by social media.
You cannot change your internal self by changing your external.
I mean,
tell you what true
you can. It can definitely influence it.
Freedom, a peace of mind. So why are you letting yourself be owned by the patriarchy by being addicted to consumerism? True beauty comes from experiences. Comes from getting to know yourself.
True.
While attractiveness comes from taking care of your body.
True.
You don't need all these superficial things.
I mean,
Part 2.
They're symbols.
Breaking free from the cycle.
They're
so
tools.
Where does all this leave us?
Breaking free. She wants to abolish capitalism. Oh my God. Women one moment be wanting to abolish capitalism and the next moment be shopping for fucking bags.
The key to breaking free is using your freedom. Discover yourself in the world.
Not bringing up ecology, just referring to it with like attractive destinations and a series of like aesthetic pieces put together of like how life could be
lived. What I mean by discovering yourself is simple. Put down your phone and start living your life. Find new friends.
One ugly bitch put into this video.
Travel and explore
I'm beginning to think that this is
try new activities and find out what
my best interpretation would be that this is not the artists themselves putting themselves inside.
Stop wasting money
this like visual
Use that money
poem
to save up and invest in yourself.
And instead it's just random people, not her.
Even an index fund. You can
maybe
still
it's a mix actually.
Without spending a lot of money.
But it's like predominantly young, attractive
Invest in yourself,
people.
your health, your mind, your growth.
So,
rather than sinking into the next beauty trend or product. Conclusion. Own your beauty, own your life. You can find your own beauty without becoming a slave to consumerism. Once you start investing in and discovering yourself, you realize that you don't need to chase an unattainable beauty ideal anymore.
You can just be yourself. You can just be in the moment. You can be you.
Because you are unique.
Bro, I'm number 4. I didn't make the fucking board, bro. Ass fucking outfits.
You don't need to be anyone else.
I deserve that W.
Now that you watch this video, let me ask you.
Alright. Nope. I'm pretty sure it's gonna be the same shit. Because look, it's her. I think she just like spliced herself in occasionally. Taylor Lawrence, the queen, the inconsistent, the hit or miss diva herself, is chiming in on Roblox.
Introduced.
We're grooming. We're going back to grooming.
Now, Roblox has been under a lot of fire recently because there are a lot of like pedophiles basically using Roblox, or people that are seeking to, I guess.
It's like a frog outfit.
You know, get in touch with children. I think if you're a responsible parent, oh, sorry, my face looks so tired. You should be monitoring your child's activities, and you shouldn't just be letting them go on Roblox all day and talk.
All right, she needs to be on 2X
all the time. I
think this is a stream highlight.
Oversee that type of thing. But no parent wants to ever do this, you know, their job. They want the government to do it. And so now Roblox.
That's such a base fucking quip. They want the government to do it. That's so awesome and true.
So Roblox has rolled out mandatory age checks for all users. Chat features are locked unless you submit a full face scan, of course, because they're harvesting biometric data.
We saw that.
They
tried to get me, but I've got no face cam on this PC. That's right. I'm never fucking face revealing. Fuck you guys.
All of these laws are so tightly wound up in the mass expansion of AI surveillance generally.
Thank you, Lawrence. Diva.
Will basically.
I like your cravat and that it's green in contrasts with your checkered shirt.
This is the thing. A lot of people are like, oh well, Roblox. Oh, I don't care.
Who's a vendor?
Data. Oh, I want to.
Persona.
You know,
like the game.
It's fine. Like it's fine for games to do this. You know, whatever. I don't care if Roblox has my data. Well, okay. Roblox doesn't have the resources. Even a game like Roblox doesn't necessarily have the resources to enact mass identity verification. So because of that, they work with these third-party vendors. And they work with these third-party vendors to do this because they can't just do it themselves. It's actually extremely expensive to do it themselves.
To train a model.
So in this case, you'll see that they've partnered with Persona. Persona, that sounds like a total like benign name. Like what's Persona, right? Like that's probably just some identity verification company. Well, you're right. It's the biggest third-party identity verification company. It's actually worth
behind Oracle and Google.
Look, guys, look at the irony here. I'm gonna jump out this window. I click on a single news website. This website processes personal data.
She feels trapped at all ends by these systems that she can see through. She knows she's in. This is the consequences of being a noticer, like Taylor Lawrence.
Where I feel like I'm like.
I remember waking up the day of November 6th. And looking at my phone after Trump won and getting hit with an advertisement. I was like, yep.
Like lately I've been trying to get all my friends to use cash. I'm just like, everyone's harvesting data on us. Anyway, so let's learn a little bit more about
W-Schizo.
Persona hit a $2 billion valuation last year after it raised a Series D. Guess who, guys, invested in Persona? Some of the most evil
among other people, it looks like.
Ever. They work with OpenAI, they work with Lime, they work with all these tech companies.
Teal.
But, oops, I lost my.
Oh no, Taylor Lawrence, the vibes.
But who
reel it back.
But who their
is it Teal?
Funding round was led by is none other than Peter Thiel.
Let's fucking
go.
I mean, among other
funded by Peter Thiel, and the data is all intertwined with Peter Thiel's network of
Palantir
influence.
Yeah.
So.
Palantir and fucking Roblox. Let's go.
Roblox, whatever, it's fine. Well, guess what? It's not Roblox.
Data.
I'm gonna get demonetized.
To fucking human behavior and predictive. Let's see them predict this fucking outfit of mine. They'll never see it coming.
I think it's really important to
I need to get that.
about these companies.
Mask, actually.
You can go on the actual Founders Fund website and see a little bit more about Persona. They tout it as one of their top analytics and software investments. Persona offers trusted identity infrastructure. Oh, here's their other, of course. Here's their other evil. Look at SpaceX, Palantir, Anduril, weapons manufacturer, Airbnb, Neuralink, Facebook.
I'm dressed as that fucking gecko guy.
So this is what Roblox, this is who Roblox has aligned themselves with. This is who Roblox.
They're just making witches.
This is the data that this is who Roblox is trusting. to
Skinny
collect and process
Adams.
their data.
Wednesday Adams.
And of course, you know, the way that these persona algorithms work. So persona uses AI, again, of course, it's all AI and big data, to put people into these categories.
Big
And
data.
then they
Actually
basically,
Indian.
Allow you to access different features based on those categories. So a lot of people have been speaking out against this. Actually, no one I've seen has talked at all about the Peter Thiel connection. No one seems to care. But
No one's noticing
it's
like
caused
her?
a lot of harm to creators. First of all, because a lot of people suddenly can't access Roblox. Like adults can't access Roblox because they're unable to provide the correct amount of data or verification. We also know that that biometric data scans are not a reliable way of verifying ages. So of course they're put in these age buckets, but they're often inaccurate. Like I've talked about this before, but you know, age estimation is just a really bad technology. Like there is no meaningful difference between the way a 16-and-a-half-year-old and a 17-year-old. Like the night that you turn 18, for instance, like you don't look suddenly different, right? You don't look different an hour before to the
I
hour
fucked
after
up
you
so
turn 18. There's no
badly.
way to tell.
You're
Some
kidding
people age at
me.
different rates. Like
It's just
some
decoration.
people look older, some people look younger. Like this is the whole problem, right? And I actually love that.
I feel
Roblox
like
tweeted
people
this
have
out,
been
recommending
looking
whatever,
younger
age
recently.
tests.
They're
I love the
they're
community
spending
note.
more time
The community
indoors,
note is
less
great.
like
I'm so happy
exposure to
see more
sunlight.
community
They're
notes spreading
using
the truth out
retinol.
there and debunking these corporations who put out a bunch of propaganda. So readers added the context that people might want to know. Facial
Damn,
age
so it doesn't
estimation has
work.
been shown to have numerous issues, including being easily bypassed, producing false flags, placing adults into underage groups and vice versa, creating in-game moderation issues, and more. And then they give examples of different cases here that we can go to and see what it has to say. So, here's great. He can just bypass the age verification. Oh, he drew a
He drew a
it
fucking
looks
Sharpie
he drew, like, a
mustache.
beard on his face to bypass the verification.
That's
Let's see what
so
else
awesome.
people are doing. Oh,
she's floating. Yeah. That's cool.
so this is crazy. Your age will be set by default to 1 year old, and you won't be able to use chat. Yeah, guys, I'm sure a 1-year-old is really using Roblox. I'm sure a 1-year-old.
I'm using it right now.
So this
Birds
person,
age at a
driver's license
very
proving
different
that
rate than
this
humans,
person
I'll
is
have you
19
know.
years old is
So
valid
these
enough.
sorts of like
Facial
age
scan, which I've seen
discussions
before the
and
driver's
sex
license is valid enough.
discussions,
So
a little out of my wheelhouse.
it's ridiculous. You know, it's ridiculous. None of this stuff is a good way to do things. And again, I just have to say, they're partnering with this evil company to do all of it. That's the worst part of it. Oh my god.
I'm just gonna keep the nails up.
Back.
We're keeping the
That's
nails
worst
up for the
part
rest of
to
the
me
stream.
is that they're partnering with, oops. Oh my god, sorry guys. Sorry, I was trying to make it easier to read. They're partnering with this.
She's such a fucking boomer.
With a Peter Thiel company.
But
They're partnering with
she's
Peter Thiel company
cooking.
to do it all.
I mean,
I
not
think actually
this-
that
this is
person
not a
DP who I've
potion.
become a fan of, who also talks a lot about this stuff,
This
says,
is
if
awful.
Roblox gets hacked, it would be one of the most catastrophic data leaks of all time. The point is that it's not Roblox, it's Persona.
Yeah.
It's Persona. And yeah, if
If
Persona gets hacked, it would
Palantir
be
gets
atrocious.
hacked,
And of course, also like none of this keeps kids safe. This is all nonsense. People are also already
cool.
selling age-verified Roblox
this is
accounts.
just Galinda. I've seen so many
Roblox will have
Galinda
you re-verify if
outfits.
They text something out of your bracket.
Anytime
Like,
magical,
this
it's
whole thing is just
Galinda.
ridiculous. And also, if you already have an age-verified account, like people are getting around this, but also adults are getting censored and blocked, and the whole thing is just such a complete disaster. And one of my cousins let me in his Discord server with like a bunch of like my cousin's friends and stuff. And obviously these are like teenagers. And they were like, okay, we'll let your like old ass weird cousin play with us because she's clearly desperate to play Fortnite. But it's like, I don't know.
She played
there's so many
Fortnite with her
times when
cousins.
People live in
In
multi-generational
Discord?
households, and maybe like a 19-year-old wants to play with their 14-year-old brother, or I want to play with my cousin, or I want to chat with someone. And it's just like this whole thing is just, yeah, it's somebody said here, it is so much like the moral panic around this violent video games in the 90s and the
This is
early
not
2000s.
potion making.
The difference is
This
when we had the
is-
moral panic about the violent video games, we had these moral panics previously, we didn't have AI. Like Peter Thiel had not built this like mass surveillance infrastructure. So they couldn't really crack down in the ways that
She's
they can
cooking.
now, and they can't enact mass surveillance the way they do now. So like, yes, those moral panics were bad, and yes, they had devastating consequences, but now,
All right, where did I
what's
score?
so bad now is that these crackdowns on video games are being used to enact mass AI surveillance and to harvest data for the worst, most
That's not
foolish tech billionaires out there for profit.
I actually scored
And
high.
yeah, Persona's partnered with OpenAI. Somebody said that they used it with like VR
okay, I'll
chat or
take it.
something as well. I mean, Persona's
Yeah,
the
it's
biggest-
over.
it's the biggest,
Liberalism is
first-party
over.
age
Shut the
verification
fuck
tool. No,
up.
it's
Stop
not a
yapping
good
about
thing,
it.
terrible. I just like got
You
addicted to it
can
for,
you
like,
can
4
do
months
your
because of friends.
heroic little.
And I actually just recently gave away my Nintendo Switch because I was like, all right, I'm not playing this
do the
anymore. I
liberalism.
played so
Yeah,
much
yeah,
Nintendo
yeah,
Switch.
sure.
I also like was in this other Discord with a bunch of
What
like
do you say?
people in a Canadian metal band. They were all like Canadian metal band players, and they're still my friends. And we had a Discord meetup one time in LA, and it was really fun. But yeah, like I just think all of this stuff is bleak, and like Roblox, as I've talked about, is such a social experience for young people, and it is essentially like a metaverse
It's
for
the
young
it's
people.
the
and
digital
for,
lunchroom.
it's like it is a social platform as much as it is a game. And I think when we look at these places, like there's no evidence that Roblox is causing like mental health problems. There's no evidence of Roblox leading to depression or Roblox leading to anything. It's just it's a place for kids to go play games and be creative and hang with friends. And And now not only can less children do that, but less adults can do that. And none of us are safer because of it. All this means is that Peter Thiel has even more of our data, again, to feed into these AI systems and discriminate against us. And it's just really sad and it's really bad. And none of this protects people. And let's not forget
Wild
that
West,
kids are
we can do that.
the most likely way that kids are groomed is by someone they know. Like this is like the whole reason why this like stranger danger nonsense is just so ridiculous. Like the primary way that kids are abused is by people that they know. It's by people in their life. It's people that are already their connections. They're family members sometimes. They're teachers.
I mean, it's also pretty easy
So
to just
this idea
grab
that,
up
like,
a
there's
kid.
just like masses of like strangers that are gonna like prey on your children on Roblox. Like it's just stupid and weird, and it's like it's not true. There are so many things that Roblox can do to make the platform safer for kids.
No, this should be
before
like
doing
an off
identity verification with Peter Thiel.
white cream.
There's just so much. So
And
yeah.
the second
And kids today
needs to be
are
something
isolated
else.
primarily because they're growing up in a late capitalist hellscape and they're forced to do enormous amount of work. School is significantly more competitive. For these children, also they're forced to participate in the economy at younger and younger ages. It's horrible. Somebody asked me who Candace Rogers is. I love Candace. I love her. She's wonderful. I have tried to interview
Candace
her.
who?
I think just because of the backlash and abuse that she's gotten from all of the Jonathan Haidt people, she wasn't able to talk. But
Which
Alice
Candace?
Marwick is another one who's really great. I think she's friends with Candace, but they're both like Alice Marwick, Candace Rogers. There's like this
How do I
group of
change
women
the color
that
of
dedicated their
this
lives
vest?
to studying the impact of technology on young people, and they've all come out time and time again and said that this is a moral panic, that none of this is like helping children, that these are all just pretenses for pushing through extremely reactionary laws. And it's so depressing that we're at this point where
How do I
this is the
change?
default.
Is it just gonna be red
So,
forever? What the fuck?
Roblox sucks, and I think you guys need to keep an eye on Persona. And when you see these identity verification things with gaming companies, especially, you'll note that they're constantly using this company. And
There it
I think
is.
a lot more people. There's not a single article. Sorry.
Oh no, this one wants to be like.
There's not a single article like
tan.
all these articles on Mashable or TechCrunch, etc. None of them point out the Persona stuff. None of them say that, and yet Roblox says this in their thing. Like, I mean, they'll mention Persona rather. I'm not saying they don't mention Persona, but they don't point out
Yo, I
who
can
funds
get
Persona
some
and what Persona
cow
really does.
pattern. Let's
They just
fucking
sort of say,
go.
oh yeah, they're using this third-party identity verification tool. And it's like, yeah, well, what third-party identification tool, and what is that tool up to? It's not good.
Get the boot cut.
Has anyone else noticed that Roblox is absolutely filled to the brim with licensed branded experiences now? A couple weeks ago,
I've
Roblox
noticed.
had 47.3
I'm
million
noticing.
concurrent users, breaking
Yo,
the
watch
record
this.
for most concurrent
Damn!
users on any platform. So to say that the game is popular is a bit of an understatement. It's not just about making and sharing dinky little games anymore. It's an industry, an ecosystem, a global platform where developers compete to create the next big moneymaker, the next grow a garden or steal a brain rot. Roblox
It's
has an
literally
active,
free
engaged
labor, by
audience
the
of
way.
millions, and seeing how staggeringly
All
popular and
across
lucrative these
Roblox.
viral games can be, all kinds of companies are hopping
You
on
get
the
money
Roblox
for making
advertising
games that people
bandwagon.
like.
From H&M to Alo Yoga to Amazon to
Or
Chipotle to Shein
in-game
and Klarna,
currency.
there are hundreds of immersive brand experiences on Roblox, and they're all uniquely terrible
Why
in
is it
their own
pink?
way. Today, I want to explore this hellscape of corporate Roblox games to figure out what exactly is going on here and why these games are all so terrible.
There we
I
go.
played well over 20 terrible corporate Roblox games for this video, so buckle in. Before we begin, incredibly ironic sponsorship segment incoming, but I want to give a huge thank you to Squarespace for sponsoring this video and also being cool with me making
Why is
videos
it
like
ironic?
this. Squarespace
Go
is the
ahead,
all-in-one
let us
website
know.
platform for creators to stand out and succeed online. Whether you're just starting out or managing a growing brand, Squarespace makes it easy to
This is
create a
not a
beautiful
great
website and
haircut.
engage with your audience. With Squarespace's intuitive drag and drop editing, beautiful styling options, tons of visual design effects, and a whole library of templates, literally anyone can build an epic custom website to fit their needs. Not only can you sell
Awful,
products,
fine.
but Squarespace makes it super easy
I need
to offer
boots.
services and get paid all in one place. From consultations to events and experiences, you can attract new clients and grow your business with Squarespace. And for that extra professional little touch, Squarespace
Can't
Domains is
be
a great way
put
of giving your
on.
site a unique name. Every Squarespace
Yo,
domain comes
wait.
with advanced privacy and security tools included to ensure that your domain
Yeah,
remains
it
online
works, it
and
works, it
protected.
works,
And Squarespace provides everything you need to bring more of your dream to life, whether that means
Alright,
building a website
what else
or
can
adding
we
a
throw on
professional
here?
email service. Go to squarespace.com for a free trial, and when you're ready to launch, go to squarespace.com/izzy to
Yes,
save 20%
yes,
off your first touch and
Squarespace.
stop playing.
I'm
And
sorry.
I just kind of assumed that Roblox would eventually fade into obscurity and remain as a nostalgic childhood memory. And then it absolutely blew up. Again, looking at this Google Trends graph for the search term Roblox worldwide from 2004 to now, we can see an increase in searches from around 2016
What is
to
this?
2019.
It's
So
a
there's no
sparkler.
concrete explanation for this. Many users have their own theories. The rise of gaming YouTubers like Dan TDM, who began doing Roblox Let's Plays around 2015, the 2014 mobile port that made
We're
Roblox
so
more
in.
accessible for kids who only had phones or iPads, and advertisements placed on social media sites like YouTube around the mid to late 2010s. All of these things came together at the right time, and suddenly Roblox had a second wind. But this was nothing, because the biggest, sharpest spike on this graph came around March of 2020, the beginning of the pandemic.
Why
Roblox
can't
had
that be
always
put
been
on?
popular, but the past decade of popularity couldn't even hold a candle to how big, how viral, how all-encompassing it became throughout this time. With everyone off work and school, stuck inside and bored out of their minds, Roblox was a free, widely available, and easy-to-run game with something for everyone. There were always new viral games popping up, and the games were always relevant and on trend because users were making them, not some big corporation. At this point, all Roblox had to do was sit back and let the money flood
There we
in
go.
as their players made viral game after viral game, attracting millions more players in the process. Searches for Roblox reached an all-time high
Yeah, they
just
got
a
an
few months
internal
ago in
economy.
August 2025, and with over 78 million players players, it seems like it's only going to get bigger from here. With Roblox's explosive success and huge active audience, it was only a matter of time until a bunch of brands got involved. We're living in the internet age, and brands and agencies are constantly on the lookout for new cutting-edge ways to advertise, whether that be influencer marketing, Instagram brand deals, or YouTube sponsorships. Fortnite collaborations and Roblox games are an even newer form of advertising. They are highly effective, shown to keep players engaged for minutes at a time, a huge increase on the 2 to 3 seconds a banner ad or reading a sponsored post. Rebecca Evans, a psychologist associate at the University of Liverpool, writes about something called meaning transfer. The idea that if players have a fun, positive experience in a branded game, they will automatically associate those positive feelings with the products and brands in question.
That is more than likely true.
Integrated or subtle, so young people are less likely to recognize
it's also classical conditioning.
Consumer defenses. What is the real motive behind this advert game or brand world? Chipotle Burrito Builder, Walmart Discovered, Shein X Klarna Wonderland, Fenty Beauty Experience Regloss. These are just a few of what Guardian writer Callum Baines refers to as corporate theme parks. And Roblox, despite how goofy and ridiculous they look, they're getting millions of visits. So let's take a look. One of the first games that I played was H&M Looptopia, and that's loop with 3 O's, by the way. The gameplay loop, pun intended, consists of running around the level opening mystery boxes that contain either a color, pattern, or an item of clothing. Once you have one of each, you take it to the loop machine to make a custom piece of clothing which you can either recycle or wear. You gain XP by opening mystery boxes and creating clothes, and the higher your level, the more areas and clothing designs you can access. Rinse and repeat.
Fucking awesome. Peak masculinity. We found it.
Because it really does just feel like an infinite
It's Brad Pitt
traversing through this rainbow hellscape of a city for t-shirt colors and patterns. Most items and areas are locked behind level 10, 20, and 30, and considering how long it took just to get to level 2, I genuinely find it hard to believe that anyone has progressed that far. I also
Wait, so how does it relate?
Unlucky, but I kept getting the same.
Are these just like not good games then?
So I just had to make ugly Squishmallow shirt after ugly Squishmallow shirt, hoping I would come across a different pattern.
Oh,
also, for some unknown reason, this game
this is OnlyFans model stuff. Nice.
Looptopia is just a huge
work that shit. Yep.
That has like 20,000 different things to do and no explanation for any of it. Everything's bright as hell. There are hot pink glowing tokens everywhere. There's scooters, rail grinding, slides, and bounce pads. There's
so it was made like awful.
Down it.
This is not a cowboy outfit.
Overload. The worst part is that even though
the leather's not it,
and exciting
or the denim is not it.
Start playing, you realize how big and empty and devoid of interesting things to do it actually is. And that, as you'll soon come to find out, is kind of a defining trait in the Roblox corporate game genre. They're huge, confusing, bright, and overstimulating, yet simultaneously incredibly boring. It feels like advertisers are just cramming
it's to attract children while they're young and implant them. It's an investment is what it is into the future of your product with affect development.
Fashion by allowing customers to recycle old clothes into new fabrics. I would point out the irony of one of the biggest and most disruptive fast fashion companies wanting to close the loop, but I don't need to do that because they are currently getting sued for it. A lawsuit was filed in 2025 alleging that H&M's sustainability marketing was misleading, with the plaintiff claiming, quote, H&M makes various misrepresentations regarding the sustainable nature of its products, including H&M's ability to close the loop and prevent textiles from going to the landfill through its recycling program. H&M's claims that old clothes are turned into new garments or that clothes will not end up in a landfill.
This is just a cow.
In reality, recycling solutions either don't
you get a 2 for being on
at scale for the vast majority of H&M's products. The plaintiff also noted that it would take H&M more than a decade to recycle what it sells in a matter of days. I don't know if this was intentional or not, but the Roblox game coming out at the same time as the lawsuit is kind of hilarious.
Welcome to the Aloe Sanctuary.
This one looks good. This one looks like properly curated by HR.
Aloe Sanctuary is a virtual yoga simulator exploration game created by the activewear brand of the same name. The goal of the game is to travel
polish
around the
is
map,
there.
The sanctuary and discovering new yoga poses.
This one doesn't have like all the bright colors that we were promised.
Though Aloe Sanctuary is intended to be a sort of digital yoga retreat with an emphasis on gentle
it's
exercise
the participation in spectatorship of
deep breathing,
using your body,
moving your body
and feeling your positioning.
For activewear that no kid can possibly care about. The very first place that these little collectible red orbs lead you to is the Aloe Yoga shop with shelves upon shelves of caps, shirts, sports bras, and yoga mats. Instead of spending time practicing yoga in real life, you're instead encouraged to roll out your virtual Aloe yoga mat and watch your
press E to roll out mat.
Watch an official Aloe yoga instruction video, of course. Also, I don't know what's up with these NPCs, but I think they're a little too zen. The sanctuary is huge and sparse. Most of the time, you'll just be running across giant empty hills and bridges. It has a kind of liminal vibe, especially with this calming music that constantly drones on in the background. I had to play this game for a second time because the first time I recorded it, the footage was really bad quality, and I was genuinely dreading having to play it again because it was so boring. I understand they're trying to take a more mindful approach to a Roblox game, but at the end of the day,
let's go. Second place? I think I've only gotten second place once before. Holy fuck. That's marketable as fuck.
By this point, I was scratching my head and trying to figure out, who are these games for? How do they work? Is the marketing meant to be subliminal? Like kids will associate the Aloe name with health, wellness, and yoga, and when they're older, they will immediately go to buy that brand because their mind is making that connection? Or is it meant to be for parents who are checking over their kid's shoulder and subconsciously see the Aloe brand and are like, damn, I need some yoga pants? Or are players genuinely just seeing games like Aloe Sanctuary, playing them, and then just straight up buying the products or asking friends or family to buy it for them? This started me down a whole rabbit hole of research, and we'll get to that soon, but for now, let's cover a couple more games.
Oh,
Paris World was easily one of the worst branded
This is
games
like a
I
gun.
played. Not only does it look terrible, but the very game mechanics it's built on are
Oh, this
so
is cool.
flawed, so fundamentally broken that I hesitate
This is
to
really
even
cool.
call it a game. It's more of a museum of failure.
Like, actually,
Every Roblox
like,
game
manga
developer should play
posture.
this to learn from its mistakes. Paris World is a dress-up game in the same vein of Dress to Impress. Every round a theme is randomly chosen, and you have about a minute to dress to that theme. But instead of having a big stocked level full of different clothes, in Paris World you run around collecting floating shirts and pants that randomly spawn in each round, and then whatever you've collected at the end of the round is what you have to work with. You then have about 30 seconds
That's
to
an
put on
awesome
your
one.
Urban Decay TM makeup and lock it in with Urban Decay TM setting spray, and then walk the runway. The biggest problem with Paris World is that you get themes like Halloween,
Yo,
fire,
it's
or
the
Marilyn Monroe,
JoJo.
but the only clothing
Yeah, we're
items that
definitely taking
spawn
that.
are Paris Hilton shirts
Art
and hot pink Paris Hilton
Princess?
branded
What the fuck
sweatpants.
is
There's
that?
absolutely no diversity whatsoever in the clothing selection,
What
so
the
it's
fuck?
impossible to dress to any theme unless the theme is Paris Hilton. The game is also just so ugly. The entire level consists of a giant grey slab of land with bright pink Paris Hilton
Pop
themed shops,
art
including
princess.
the Diamond Baby Pet Shop, which has nothing in it and serves no purpose other than to reference Paris Hilton's real life dog, you know, just a deep cut for the real Paris heads. Also, I was consistently the only player in the game, so I won by default every time. Truly a thrilling game experience. To my surprise, there was another Paris Hilton game called Sliving Land. For those of you who don't know, sliving is Paris Hilton's original word, which is a combination of slaying
What the
and
fuck?
living
So
your best
is this
life.
just her going through a bunch of like different worlds that they've made? No, I'm going back to. We're going to
Hello and
fashion.
welcome back to another episode of your favorite educational podcast.
That's correct. It's her, my favorite. Men are not chic. This is
I think men
genuine
are afraid of the word
gender
chic.
discrimination.
It's quite a feminine word. A couple of months ago, there was a trend going around on
Well, it's
TikTok
niche.
where women
Niche
were making
chic.
videos on niche things they find
Men
chic.
want to blend
These
in.
are
Is that what
very
you're
niche
saying?
things that, in my opinion, make you so cool. Also, these are things I find
Also, I'm
very
gonna make a
chic.
statement. I'm not gonna put a face.
Incredibly chic. I have seen so many people do this, and I just want to do this trend. It's going to be super niche. So some of you might not even think these are chic. These are just things I'm obsessed with. First and 100% short nails.
Autistic
and I
interests.
concocted a very interesting
Is chic.
commentary on whether or not this was true. And in case you've forgotten, I actually ran a statistical test that used raw data I had gathered myself that determined that short nails are not in fact niche. But that video was read through the feminine lens, and today I wanted to analyse the word chic through the masculine lens. Men use the word niche where women use the word chic. But I think you are misinformed on the definitions of both, to be honest. So for the
Oh, they're
misinformed, I've
different.
taken the liberty of sourcing the dictionary definitions of both
Oh,
niche and chic.
no.
Let's start with niche.
Why are you
the
bringing
adjective
dictionary
niche, because you
definitions?
also have the noun niche, or how we in the industry like to refer to it as your niche, the shortened term for finding your niche. A common phrase used in the era of everyone wanting to
I don't
have a
know what
YouTube
my
channel
niche would
when
be.
you were deciding what to niche down on. Again, another
No clue.
Another definition.
No
of
idea.
Niche. You may also know it as your niche.
Your
which
niche.
is absolutely ridiculous. What an ugly word. Sounds like itch. But anyway, the definition of niche as an adjective, which is the most popular use
Fine.
of it, I believe,
It's okay.
at the moment, denoting products, services, or interests that appeal to a small, specialized section of the population. Okay, so you can see by this definition why it may not be considered.
It's
niche
just
to have
artistic
short
interest. That's
nails,
all niche
and I
is.
tested that under the parameters that niche, something niche,
No,
applies
no, no,
to.
no, no, no. Chic
deaf
is
and intelligent
autistic
population. If we
interest.
consider niche to mean
Niche
less
is
than
like
or equal to 10%
an
of the
archetype.
population, our null hypothesis is less than 10% of
Or like
people
something
will have
outside
natural
of
nails.
an archetype, or like
To
a
be
very
considered niche.
specific
Using a sample size of
distillation
3,299
classification
men and
of
women, with an
reality.
observed proportion of 65% of people having natural nails, we can calculate the standard
Or niche
error
is just
as
like rare.
0.0051.
That's
The
what
resulting
they're
Z-score
getting
was
away with. Fine.
107.84, yielding a p-value of close to 0. Given that the p-value is much smaller than the significance level of 0.05, we can reject
Holy
the null
shit,
hypothesis and
what an
conclude
outfit.
that more than 10% of people have natural nails, so by its quantitative definition we gave niche, natural nails are not niche. Okay, but really, actually, I wanted to talk to you about the word niche. No, the word chic. Really? Dear, oh dear. I wanted to talk to you about the word chic, because the word niche, you can do that one. So firstly, dictionary definition. Chic is defined
Oh my God,
as
stop it.
elegantly and stylishly fashionable. Now, immediately we can see here why men are so afraid to call themselves chic, because you can see in the example definition.
Yeah,
how
but
you would
all
use
the
this word in a sentence.
examples
They
that you
use a
gave
word
on an
to
artboard were
exemplify
like
the
women
definition. Furthermore, if we look
interested
up the
in
definition of
some
elegant, we are provided with a linguistic aid.
thing that passes
She
the
will look
Bechdel
elegant in
test.
And then, of course, being the pedant I am, I also looked up stylishly and fashionably, and the definitions both referenced each other, so I found the argument getting rather cyclical and I was getting a bit bored. Nevertheless, of course, you would have guessed it.
It's
So you had no
autistic.
hope,
That's just
really.
it. You're gatekeeping
Or
autism
men.
behind
On this channel, we don't
femininity.
discriminate. I don't hate men.
I'm pretty sure that's what
I
it
don't
is.
hate women. I hate everyone. But by that
Base.
definition, if you're a glass half full type of person, firstly, you would hate me.
I'm coming out on the record right
but
now.
also,
if you're a
if you
misogynist,
equally
you
hate
better
everyone,
be a
you will also
misandrist.
equally love everyone.
You cannot be a good misogynist without being a
Is that
misandrist.
true?
Because women are
I don't
crazy.
know,
It's
I'm
true.
confusing myself with my own pessimism. Equally hating someone is the same as equally loving someone, isn't it?
They're schizophrenic. Okay. Whatever. Philosophically, this is untrue, as love is not necessarily always present in the absence of hate. However, I am a mathematician, not a philosopher, and there's a much simplified mathematical model where love is defined as the inverse of hate. Equal hate would imply equal love, as they can be represented on a single axis. Multiple axes. Okay, then just make a fucking matrix if you're a mathematician.
I'm confusing myself here. What I'm suggesting is that hating everyone equally is the same as loving everyone equally, in the same way that a glass half full is the same as a glass half empty. That was a rather long-winded explanation for something really quite irrelevant. I think we need to redefine chic. Chic, by its dictionary definition, is the same as quiet luxury, actually. Quiet luxury, according to Wikipedia, is a lifestyle characterized by understated elegance. And quiet luxury, old money, stealth wealth, all the same thing. They're just different verbal iterations.
Yeah, you just don't have a lot of like branding on top of it.
I think maybe you could argue.
Wait, okay, so like chic is like not having branding. It's being coy. It's like, you know, knowing your materials, and like what, like having not having branding. Are men not allowed to? Men are particularly allowed to
of old money, but
be chic. They're always,
let's just say that same
I guess,
quiet luxury, old money, whatever,
performing so they can't be chic.
An aesthetic that perpetuates the idea that you are so rich.
They're performing for men, so they're not chic.
Dictionary definition, we would assume that chic would mean the same
and
thing.
chic
However,
women are women who dress for themselves while being inspired by the male gaze, or what?
Are really chic when people have like a big bag that's like really overfilled and almost messy. Next one, distressed denim, but you can tell that it's actually like lived in and worn in distressed denim. There's something about it.
So in this TikTok, chic is being used wrong. Grammatically wrong. A messy bag and lived in distressed denim is not elegant. By definition. And funnily enough, I actually sourced for you the definition of messy. And would you believe a man is used in our example of its use?
Oh, it's cleanliness. It's okay,
chic
sure.
At the moment means trendy, I believe, because you go through TikToks and
marketable.
It
means cute, I guess.
Point will all reference the same thing.
But like an adult version of cute.
Everyone was referencing short, plain nails.
There are some niche things that I just find so incredibly chic. Perfectly short cut, maybe a little bit of cuticle oil.
Having short nails. It's simple and it's minimal. Anything minimal is very chic.
First and 100%
Sure.
short nails.
This
There's
is
no
cool.
two ways
Sure.
about it.
On
I
a
think
scooter
short nails
or
are the
whatever,
cheapest thing ever.
fucking.
And now it's apparently
Pulling up with the
bags
mustache and the fucking
jeans
curls
with
down, whatever.
A big bag that's like really overfilled and almost messy. Next one, distressed
No,
denim,
get to the
but
fucking
you can tell that it's
misogyny
actually,
though.
like, lived in and
Men
worn
can't
in
be chic.
distressed
Tell me
denim.
why.
Find out the chic for the people that just naturally give off a chic vibe.
This is not chic. By the way, not a chic outfit. Wisdom yapping? Yap.
So actually, neither of these definitions I want to talk about today, because in our first example, I feel like we are just using a more heavily gendered, possibly less politically charged version of
This
the
is
term
not.
quiet luxury.
Art is
or old
blind.
money.
Fine.
And in the second definition,
3.
if we follow this, we'll all just look the same. So that's a bit boring, isn't it? So men, I invite you not to be afraid of using the word chic, but instead be proud that you are not chic. And so for the core of this video, I wanted to list some things I find very unchic. Number one.
Okay, messiness, labels, high textured fabrics. It's sort of what it's
You
going
don't
for.
have to wear jewelry. You do not have to accessorize. I think that 2024 and 2025 has been the pandemic of over-accessorizing and how we like to phrase it on this channel, doing too much. Skin as an accessory is very underestimated. She says, looking as she does. In terms of elegance, and going back to our first definition of elegance, in the 50s, the Marilyn Monroe era, it was very popular to have a backless dress that revealed the butt crack. I believe that
Elegance
is
is suggesting something
Whenever this dress
else.
was worn, and
Something
throughout history,
superficial,
this dress was
suggesting
worn,
depth.
It typically
Is that what
was not
chic
to be
is?
worn with any
Men
jewelry.
don't
The
men
butt
don't
crack
have
is the
depth
jewelry. The
and
butt crack
are
is an
thus
accessory. I think we should bring that back. I think that is
they
very
don't have the
unchic,
the mental
using our
interior
definition
mental
of
lives
unchic.
in
And I
order
really
to
rather
be
enjoyed
chic.
that. In recent years, during the pandemic,
To
of
suggest to something
over-accessorization,
deeper.
we've been adding jewelry belts that dangle between the cheeks,
Is that
necklaces worn
chic?
backwards and stuff like that. And men, if we are reclaiming the word chic, or rather, if we
Suggestive
are being
is
proud
chic?
to be unchic, I would suggest to you that in order to be unchic, maybe we would like to not accessorize. The human physical form is a very beautiful thing, particularly the aesthetic of a hand is significantly ruined by a signet ring. Just be aware that as well as intentionally accessorizing, you can also intentionally unaccessorize. Next, in the words of Lady Gaga, baby, you were born this way. I think it's very unchic.
When you're developing your
Being a compliment
basically what
to
she's saying
have
right there is when you're developing your fashion, your sense of style, you don't need to wear all the things that you have bought and you sort of regret. and you feel like you need to do it anyways and like wear
crooked teeth,
that's not an outfit. That's not an outfit.
Some kind of unique appearance. I really like that. Whoever redid Finnick's teeth should be hung, drawn, and quartered on the spot. There's so much personality in a unique smile. It's endearing, it's charming.
Oh yeah, this is another thing. Suburban bitches don't be showing their smile. They be doing the closed lip smile. Worst thing. Easiest way for me to
don't have straight teeth.
Schizophrenic.
Neither do I have gleaming white glowing teeth. I am fortunate enough to live in an era where I am able to change that if I so wish. But just because you can, just because everyone else is, just because you have the money to do so, doesn't mean that you should. And I choose not to. I intentionally choose not to. That choice, choosing not to do that, is a chic decision or an unchic decision. I'm getting myself mixed up with my definitions now because in my definition, unchic is the colloquial definition of chic.
Why the fuck is that? Interesting.
I need to stop this. Next one, perfume. You do not have to be niche to be considered nice, or to be considered interesting. And in a world where everyone is perfumed, maybe it is the most niche thing to just smell clean. You don't have to smell of blood, sweat, sperm, and saliva to be liked, to be accepted within society. And I just can't imagine it smelling nice. I mean, I can't lie. I have not tried and tested it for myself, but I do know what the components smell like. And I can't say it's the most delicious smell ever. Personally, I like the smell of white florals on myself, but I do think that there is value in each individual person having a unique scent and you having a unique scent. And I don't think that that necessarily needs to be the smell of aftershave or some wildly expensive potion and lotion. I personally would much prefer someone to smell clean and neutral than perfumed with an underlying layer of bad hygiene. I did the whole shebang on that a couple of videos ago, so whatever. Next, I'm done, bored. Next on my list is texture over color or layering. So by this I mean that it is interesting. An outfit can still be made interesting by texture. You can tell the quality of something through its texture, I believe. I examine fashion and clothing garments enough to know what a bad quality material looks like and what a good material quality looks like.
I mean, also you just have to work with materials for a little bit.
Not only will it visually look different than a polyester, but also on yourself it will feel different. And adjacent to that, when you have something of higher quality, the feeling not just against your fingers as you touch it,
like the Night
but
Stars.
The weight of it will also be different depending on its quality, and the weight of it also changes how it moves when you walk.
We're gonna have to figure out
how
the
it
faces.
falls when you wear it. That's a chic consideration to make, or an unchic consideration.
That bitch looks like the fucking futurist movie with like the blue people on the planet and the red eyes.
White,
holy
silver,
shit.
grey, navy blue. Whenever you hear the TikToks of the niche things I find chic, it's always silver rimmed glasses and things like that. And actually a lot of people are asking for a colour analysis, colour theory video. But before I make that, I will have to educate myself on the topic because actually I don't really know much about it at all. We can't be spreading information, so I will read up on that and provide you with an excellent
You don't know colour theory? Bruh.
Is that
that's so lame.
Is cool. Luxury is cool toned. Affordability or value is normally reds and yellows, warm tones. It is quite disturbing how many similarities you can draw from the marketing of fashion and the marketing of food. But let me provide you with another. If you go to a supermarket and find a basic item, it will normally exist in more than one form. You normally have the option to pick a more affordable value item that, yes, is cheaper, but may not be as high quality, or you can pick the more expensive luxury item, which costs more, but hopefully would be nicer. And there's definitely a colour palette dynamic. I do think it's interesting to mark the similarities between food marketing and fashion marketing, however disturbing they are, because fashion and food culture
but
what
are the colours that you're
very closely, because ultimately what you eat
affect that these colours are drawing
for
the
cheaper
in fashion. What's the
value
connection?
Affordable item is always warm toned. The luxury item is always cool toned. But anyway, the point I was actually making.
Okay, the luxury item is generally cool tones. Very interesting.
But this was this
is not something that I've noticed
is a
before.
more interesting consideration than colour or layering. You don't have to make
texture
an outfit
is
interesting by
the quality of the
shoving a load
fabric.
of things on. Personally, I hate an overlaid outfit. I hate an over-accessorized outfit. If you mindfully buy individual pieces, you should enjoy each individual piece enough that it can exist by itself. I've spoken before, in particular reference to jackets. I will always do up all of my jackets.
Let's stash this shit away.
Sweatshirts, jumpers, because when I wear the jacket, I want the jacket to shine by itself. I don't want it to be dulled by whatever I'm wearing underneath. There's only a certain level of attention you can deliver. You have a maximum capacity. I don't want the attention to be divided between lots of little things so that the attention is very small on everything.
It is an outfit that's trying too hard.
Which I should have. I want to show off that jacket. I don't want to divide the attention between all the other things.
It's not something that you wear to go out and do groceries.
I don't like it. I don't like it. Do whatever you want. I don't
an
care.
incredibly performative outfit.
The final one, which so many people say now, and it's actually it's actually boring me. It's actually boring me, but dress for yourself. And so many people say this, but let me just give you a couple of examples. I actually don't want to speak about this for too long because I think there's actually been a shift in the trends of fashion videos on the internet. Where they used to be, this is the product I enjoy, they are now, this is who you should be. And in some cases that's quite disturbing, actually, because what if you don't know who you are? You don't like who you are. But I feel like this is maybe too much of a deep psychological discussion.
That kind of hit
for
deep
right now.
Yeah.
But maybe in the future we'll have it. Whilst
okay, can we get back to the point?
Products and what to wear and where to buy it. Zoella doing her monthly favorites. That kind of deal. Whilst that is sort of perpetuating consumerism, in rather an unhealthy way, I think, particularly if these are influencers being paid to promote certain products.
Well, okay, like
However,
the problem that you're identifying is that your favorite creators are people who are being put onto a treadmill of having to produce content, and so obviously they run out of products that they like at some point. They might not want to actually do like sponsorship deals, otherwise they might come off as compromised. And that's what you're seeing.
Fashion channels.
By the way, this is awesome fucking outfit.
I feel like I'm shooting myself in the foot here. You know how fashion channels that say, be yourself, and that's fashionable. But what if you actually want fashion advice? What do you do then? So yes, I think my last point here
easy.
Of
Slayed.
being unchic is be yourself. As I'm saying this, as you can see, I'm convincing myself.
It's okay.
But this is a good thing to say, because what if you don't know who you are? What if you don't know who you are? Sometimes it is actually nice to just follow a trend because you want to fit in. What if you're not good at anything? Or trying to find something to be good at because you're not good at anything yet.
Damn, Ash, that kind of hits deep. Why don't you have like an answer?
It's true for a lot of people, you know, finding your identity and such. But anyway,
yeah, it's your own problem.
Everyone is good at something, because I'm sure you are. And if you don't think you are, you just haven't found it yet. So, dressing for yourself.
It's like a Michael Jackson outfit with the top hat, but it's all neon and it's like a little
when a man
obnoxious, but whatever.
In his work attire, for example.
Is it obnoxious?
Phrase, I love a man in uniform. We love a man in uniform. He, she, they, we. Loves a man in uniform. And this is true. And I don't think it's necessarily that you like the uniform. It's that you like that someone has a passion or someone is good at something. You can
this is not a good outfit.
And they're wearing it. So for example, ladies, isn't it nice when you see the tradies out on their lunch break and they've got their work belts on and, you know, the paint on their trousers and stuff? It's always very nice to see. In contrast, if you were to wear the same thing inauthentically, buying a Carhartt jacket and brand spanking new cargos, it's not the same.
This is work clothes? Oh, she's anti-workwear.
And their tool belts. It's very cute. It's very cute. A Carhartt jacket and cargos doesn't hit the same. And it's the same with a lot of different aesthetics. It's not just the Carhartt jacket. It's
okay, so she's saying there has to be a functionality to the chic.
Aesthetic. Someone who genuinely owns a yacht and a summer house looks something like this, okay? This I actually find more charming and more endearing than this. I personally think that authenticity is being weaponized at the moment. It's another marketing technique. It's another trend. It's another aesthetic.
She's right. She's right. She's based.
Away and just go back to what authenticity
it's preying on the idea of the great man of history. Like, yeah, I could be that person. All I need to do is buy the right product.
And I'm not really sure if I explained that in an exceptional way, but I hope that you understand what I mean. So,
what the fuck? How two without faces?
But who wants to be chic anyway?
Where?
We have time for today.
I'm at the bottom. You're fucking kidding me. You're fucking kidding me. You guys are tasteless ass motherfuckers. How short-term thinking one? That's got nothing to do with fashion. No. Fast fashion, that's like really not like a problem. How to pull women when you're weird and gay? Yeah, that's probably one that we're gonna have to hit. Are they actually the worst? Okay.
If you ever feel like the world has become incredibly focused on short-term results,
what does neoliberalism have to do with
People
this
are living
stream?
paycheck to
I'm
paycheck,
guessing
companies are being
nothing.
managed earnings report to earnings report.
Absolutely
Financial
nothing.
markets are waiting for the next interest rate movement. Political
Probably also
decisions are
nothing
being
to do
made for
with
the next
like
election cycle.
general
Entire industries have been
affect,
created
the
just to be sold to the
disillusionment
next
of
biggest
society, the
investor,
collapse
and all of this is
liberalism.
being held together by loans that
No,
are being waiting to last
none of
just
this
long enough to be bundled up into fixed income assets.
Whoa.
This month, people were losing their minds because for the first time since it was introduced, the Bureau of Labor Statistics did not publish its monthly jobs report because the household survey data could not be collected during the government shutdown. Now, this may be a sign of bigger issues under the surface.
And then they also
most immediate
fired the
problem
guy
right now
afterwards?
is that the Fed can't set interest
Or the
rates
lady?
without completely up-to-date information. These decisions should be
And
made
also
on
they
long-term
can't
strategic plans,
set
not noisy,
interest
and let's
rates
be honest,
without
questionable
federal
month-to-month
investigations
data.
into
But a few things have changed,
the
which for a lot of markets
dollars
means that bad news
being
is good
charged
news.
for
A
fucking
lot of people are actually
construction.
hoping for more
Theme,
unemployment
favorite
because
color?
job
Oh,
losses
this is
force the
the
Fed to
most
lower
vapid
interest
bullshit.
rates, and lower interest rates
What?
means cheaper
I
borrowing,
just
and
like
cheaper
dress like
borrowing
a-
means debt-fueled speculation can go on a little longer. Now, if you think this
Here we
is
go.
all a little bit dumb, that's because it is.
Easy.
But at the center of all of these issues, there is the question of, is our entire economy just surviving quarter to quarter?
Klarna's buy now, pay later
Yes.
free loan model may be backfiring.
It's the difference of the future. It's called systemic obsolescence.
It's not making any money. In fact, it's burning cash.
Cisco has officially completed its $28 billion acquisition of Splunk.
Record revenue in the third quarter.
It's just, you know, you just got to keep the inequality of money. That's what makes it valuable, surely, right?
I work full time.
Can't be having that money going around being velocitous
Last
and
month, a
fucked.
report by Goldman Sachs found that more people than ever were living paycheck to paycheck. Now, I know that by itself, this is a trend that
I'm
is
gonna
not
make
that
a hair like
surprising
red or
anymore.
something, I
But
guess.
it goes beyond this. More people than ever weren't even making it that far. Living paycheck to paycheck is a luxury compared to the new reality of living wage advance to credit card bill. It's no secret that prices for everyday goods and services have increased by a lot
Wage
in the last
advance.
5 years. But prices are a function of supply and demand, and demand itself is a function of what people are willing and able to purchase. Prices have only been able to stay this high because, for now at least, people have been able to afford it. But that ability has increasingly come from new and creative forms of debt. It's also no secret that the hottest
Meh.
new form of consumer debt bridging that gap is buy now pay later
Oh,
services.
there we go.
Now, these
Actually,
loans
we're
are
in.
technically not counted as official consumer debt for some reason. So the exact extent of their lending is hard to get precise data on. However, by all estimates, it's still in the hundreds of billions of dollars within America alone. Now, I am not bringing this up just to rant about inflation, consumers
go.
being stretched, or predatory buy now pay later systems.
I think this is
I have
awesome.
done that in plenty of separate
Run
videos.
it.
This industry is just one example of a bigger trend. The point
Of
here is that none of these
neoliberalism or
buy now
what?
pay
Are you
later
gonna
companies
say
make
it?
any
Say
money
the evil
either.
thing?
Most of them are still burning billions of dollars of
No,
investor
I don't
money
think he's
every
gonna
year
say
to
it.
gain market share in a market that hasn't actually made any
It's just
money
describing,
yet.
like,
So
venture
we have households who
capitalism,
can't afford to pay up front for basic
debt,
purchases,
the
being financed
cycle.
by an industry that can't afford to operate beyond the next quarter without
he
being
gonna
supported by
describe
investor
the
dollars. Investor dollars
diminishing
that are primarily coming from
return
venture capital
on
and private equity
investment?
firms, who themselves are financed by a complicated network of debt
Not
and
just
internal
revenue,
dealing,
but
all
also-
of which is now showing questionable real returns. Now, bad
there we
businesses
go.
come and go all the time. That's the nature of capitalism. But what is different today, more than ever before, is that everybody involved in this string of failure is still making life-changing amounts of money. Founders and early employees are cashing out on their stock, private equity managers are making enormous
Yeah.
bonuses, investors are enjoying returns
is the
that look good on
inequality, that's
paper,
what it is.
and regular people get to finance the burrito.
Yo, what the fuck
Along
are
this
these
chain,
wings?
nobody is actually making any money, but everybody is getting paid. Even if this whole industry implodes tomorrow, most of the insiders could walk away having made enough money that they will never need to work again. Taking short-term rewards at the
Whatever,
expense of long-term objectives is just human nature.
Service jobs
Our monkey
instead of,
brains
you know,
need a lot of
manufacturing.
discipline to stop us from enjoying a little treat right now so that we can be in shape for summer 6 months away. In the past, these trade-offs were true in business as well. Long-term diligent saving, investing, and operating would be rewarded over short-term cash grabs. The problem is that we have allowed our market system to reward some people in the short term and place long-term consequences somewhere else entirely. Over the last 4 decades, there have been 3 distinct changes that have slowly altered economic
I'm not
incentives to
noticing
favor
anything.
surviving to the next quarter above
Nothing
all
to be
else.
noticed.
The worst thing about all of this, though, is just how easy it would be to change these incentives back. So it's time to learn how money works
Into
to find
something
out if
else?
all of this is just the new way business gets done, or
No,
if
it
next
is just
quarter...
the way that it gets done,
Good
and
morning.
it's
I
fast
actually feel
fashion.
incredibly awkward. Today I'm going to be talking about menswear as a woman.
Oh.
This is also she's an Austin Powers
Because if the role were
girly.
reversed, it was a man talking about what a woman should wear.
What's up? I'm here with Cameron Downs and Jason Cannon.
It would be highly unacceptable, and this video would find itself on the unintended side of the internet. But this is what you asked for. This is what the men specifically asked for. So it's your fault. Don't go blaming me.
Yeah, we
and
asked
just to
for it.
pass further blame, I do actually have my laptop here. I'm looking at photos of men. Let me just formulate a disclaimer quickly.
But this is why
As a
would you
woman talking about
ask? Just
menswear, I
enjoy
do
the
not
things that
represent
you
the female
wear.
opinion as a whole. Neither do I
Yeah.
represent male opinion as a whole. I'm merely commenting
Okay, this
on
is
the
where to find
aesthetics of an
inspiration is
outfit,
probably
as I
the
do not
most
know how an outfit would feel to a male, both
most
emotionally
useful.
and physically, as I am not a male. If
I don't
you do
know.
want to, please
You guys
just
can watch
open
this by
another
yourselves
tab
if you want.
and mute this one.
Yeah, at
but
least
keep it
fashion.
running.
This is
Hello,
Aura.
welcome
Here we
back to
go.
another episode of your favourite educational podcast.
Aura
In today's
is
episode,
also
I
very
want to tell
important
you
for
everything that is
Looksmaxxing.
more important than fashion. So we've talked a lot about the source. A popular word on this channel to mean aura, swag. I can't think of any others. We normally talk about it in terms of fashion, of course, because that's generally why we gather here today on days like these. However, I also often say that fashion, it's not just an aesthetic appeal. That's why we name it the source. the source. That's why we name it source. It's not just made up
It's
of
personality.
aesthetic components. It's an
Interests.
all-encompassing sensory emotional appeal. And I wanted to explore that today by actually taking out the fashion aspect of the source and try and dissect what we need to work on before we start picking an outfit. Because I do believe that actually there are more important things. Probably not great marketing for this channel. Please keep watching anyway. Because I want to buy an island.
Oh. I don't think you're getting that on YouTube. Sorry.
Doctrine, I'm not going.
First, I want to talk about the sauce. I think sauce is a great term for it because there are ingredients to it. And the problem is...
He didn't want to
when
wear
we
the
farm
lederhosen.
ingredients from TikTok, it all gets rather
wouldn't
complicated.
either.
More people
Wouldn't
should
fit
dress their
my birdie body.
Also come with a hat. But today it's sunny, so she don't need one.
There's many avenues, and everyone is trying to
That's
prove a point.
a
Everyone's
gay
trying
man.
to prove a point either to the audience and trying to get followers, or prove a point to brands. In neither case is it authentic. And that's why you just get people wearing layers and layers of
There we
clothes
go.
because they want to tag every brand they can. You know, type beat. That's why everything looks a little bit
Easy.
complicated, and that's when you get a rather artificial taste.
It
in
feels
sauce.
like she's
What
got
you
this.
want is
She's got a
simple enough. It's
singular
going to be simple
outfit
enough.
that
It's
she's
not
got a
as
problem with, and it's the huge pants with like
taste
a
in sauce. What you
button
want is
down
just
and
simple,
tie.
you know, type beat.
That's
why everything is
the
on
outfit
sauce,
that she
The tomato
doesn't like
ketchup
in
the
men,
bottle
and
that
that's it.
lasts for 10 years on the shelf.
Okay,
It's
sure,
going to have
cool.
far more E numbers
Cool-
in it
cool-
than
cool outfit.
Nonna's tomato sauce. Nonna might put in her sauce tomatoes, olive oil, and salt. So let's say for ease.
It's cultivated.
how's
Nana
this composed of
cultivates it
ingredients?
through
Physical,
experience.
emotional, and behavioural. Within the physical, we of course have fashion. Please go and watch my previous material if you wish to brush up your knowledge on that. But within the
Sissy
physical components, we also have
01688
physical appearance, raw
is
physical
slaying
appearance, voice,
across the
fragrance,
fucking
and gait are the things that I have
the
identified within
fucking
physical
runway.
of the source. We have
Good job,
emotional
Sissy.
components, which may include
01688.
confidence, composure, and mystery. And finally, we have behavioural components, which may include things such as social awareness, authenticity, charisma, and consistency. These are not components of a human being. These are essential for the source. The source is like an elevated human being. I feel like I'm going to get myself in trouble saying that. Regarding these three ingredients, you will judge someone first by their physical components.
They've got
then
like
by their
opposite
behavioural, simply because that
ratios
is what is manifesting first. You see someone across
of
the room,
color
you don't know their
distribution.
political views.
You're supposed to have 70% one color, 20% another color, 10% another.
Maybe.
And those, you know, you can push a little bit
Maybe
here and
that's
there
one
based
example. You see
on
someone across the room, you don't know their favourite flavour of
what
ice
the
cream. And if you're allergic to
attire is.
strawberries,
This
and that
is
person's favourite flavour of ice cream is strawberry, there's an incompatibility there. However, you do not come across that without experiencing the physical first. So you know
I'm
how
having
and people say, I don't have a type.
fashion
I don't go for
fatigue
looks. I just
from
You're
not
going to find out
in
if you're
general,
funny if you don't
but
like
by
the
how
look. It's the
limited
reality of it.
this
Looking
game
at
is,
these,
how
what does every highly
little
sourced
actual
person
options
have?
there are,
Not
not
everyone who has
just
source
like
looks the same.
you know
What is the
VIP
common
and
denominator
everything else,
between
but like
everyone who has source? I'm going to have to
Yeah.
break these down to the raw components, and I have. These can be broken down to your basic needs, your psychological needs, and your self-fulfillment needs. The physical is your basic need because this is what you're going to judge someone by first. You're not going to
psychosocial
get to the
model
other stages
of
without
human
judging someone
cognition.
by
Here we
the
go.
physical. Source is different to attraction.
It's
okay, so
who you
source
hang out
is
with as
someone
well.
being cool, right? Attraction is sort of sexually appealing to someone, okay? These are different things, and maybe I'll talk about that in a different episode. But for someone to have source, they still must have that physical element to them. I don't know, maybe I'm wrong.
Consciousness of mortality and
anyway, on a
beauty, I
hierarchy,
guess,
you have your
is
basic needs, your
is
psychological
sauce.
needs, and your self-fulfillment needs. You need that
Not
person
taking
to
yourself too
if someone
seriously
smells really bad,
because you're in the moment.
you're not going to make the next move. This is very easy to fix by being clean. Take showers, wear deodorant.
That's
Next
just
move,
being a normal
psychological needs
person.
are they
Just
need to be nice. If someone is
be a
not nice,
normal
it doesn't
person.
matter if they're clean, you're not going to want to be their friend. Similarly,
Be a
if
Christian.
they're not nice, you're not going to want to go on to
Easy.
the next stage. You are not
Bro,
going to
I
sit
had-
down and
I
find out
fucking
if
ranked
they
under
have
Sissy
other admirable qualities. It's
01688.
fundamental that someone is nice to you. And if they're not, don't be their friend. Finally, at the top of this hierarchy,
I'm pretty
once
sure
you
this
have
is a random
discovered that
number.
someone
There's
is
no way that's
clean
dog whistle.
and they're nice to you, they then
Oh,
also
there.
need to be
At least we
cool. And looking at this
ranked
hierarchy,
above
being cool
silly
doesn't mean
Sissy.
you're not nice. You can be nice and uncool.
Stupid
You can be
motherfucker.
clean and uncool.
Got
But
him.
you can't have the source and be uncool, unfortunately. The colloquialism on the streets is the ick. A lot of people may say. I think the
What?
ick is the manifestation of someone being clean and nice, perfect on paper, yet just not being cool. Being cool is a fundamental ingredient to the sauce. These are our fundamental components of the sauce. In this video, I thought it would be easiest to navigate the physical. Again, this is everything you have to get right before the outfit. And again, there are also other components, including emotional and behavioral components of the sauce. However, I think it is a lot easier to change physical appearance and also a lot easier to teach, learn, educate on physical appearance than it is to
Just be a
educate on
transhumanist.
how
Clavicular
to
supports
I can tell you to wear a hat
the
and I'll go to
transes.
therapy for you. Emotional and behavioral, they're a bit above my pay
not
grade,
because
so
of
let
any
me, at least in
particular
this video at
desire
least, we're going to
to
go through some of the physical. But just keep in mind that emotionally and behaviorally,
support
you have to
marginalized
be
communities
nice and cool,
who
okay?
experience violence.
So often in my videos, I say
no, it's
what
not
not to wear. I often say,
At
don't
least
wear
he's
this, don't wear
consistent.
that,
That's
because
awesome.
you'll look stupid. I think it is a lot
Theme
easier to say
freestyle?
what not to wear than it is to say
fuck?
what to wear, because people look very different in different things, as I've said before. And I think this is why trends do not work, because you have lots of different people trying to pull off the same thing. Not everyone looks good in blonde locks, but the people who pull it off really well. This is the core reason why I think I'm addressing in this video the things that you need to get right before you work on your outfit, because in reality, fashion is far too subjective to say do this and do that.
And I mean, you go through like phases in your life. Like your fashion might be better in like certain phases or other phases.
To blanket things with being uncool than it is.
And it's all like retrospective.
For example, skinny
Otherwise,
jeans.
like, why would you be wearing the stuff that you wear?
Skinny jeans, yes, worn in a certain fashion, in a certain way.
If you are wearing skinny jeans, you are a flag
sort of like the indie rock stars
waving patriot.
That's a vibe. It's just far too subjective.
The way
it's
it's
completely
crushing your fucking circulation.
Anyway,
by the way, I think we're done with this video. One of the most important things about circulation is the back of the legs. It is a low pressure environment. There's a lot of material that's stacked up on top. Making sure that you work out your legs is super important for circulation. How to pull women when you're weird and gay? Let's do this one. Whatever. It's tied to capitalism.
Do not smoke. Making addiction has made my life so much worse. And I wouldn't wish that on anyone. Any and all the victims of smoking in this video. Comedic intended to portray smoking as stupid. If you're currently smoking, quit. If you don't smoke, don't start. It will ruin your life. Again, don't smoke.
Oh, is smoking the aura? Yeah, it is. Okay.
Oh, hey, didn't see you there. Oh, this Newport. I like to keep it cool. Just kidding. I've actually quit smoking. We could even say I'm an expert in quitting smoking. I've done it 5 times already.
Oh. Oh, this is a cool... Okay, so this is going to be a video essay. This is a cool video essay.
Somebody dropped a cig there. Crazy. I'm just doing my part for the environment. Me and nicotine go way back. Well, not that far back, actually. Like millions of others, I started vaping in high school. It must have diffused into my system from the bathroom air. Later, when I visited Europe, I couldn't find any vapes. They were only selling cigarettes and this weird-looking thing, so I figured, went in Rome and bought a pack of cigs. And curiously, I discovered that the packs looked...
You gotta roll them yourself, you foreigner!
Speak French, and neither should you, so who knows what they were trying to tell me. From then on, whenever I couldn't find vapes, I'd buy some cigs, which eventually became its own habit. And just like that, I became a chain smoker for the next 5 years. Thankfully, I've quit. This was just for the bit, so... Look, I don't buy them anymore, and though I may fold and bum a cig from someone when I'm drunk, that's pretty rare. I don't go outside much.
What in the hell is that?
So there's at least one vice I don't have.
Holy. Yes. Holy fuck. Okay, so I mean, this video is like sensual. Is that just the he's trying to aura farm?
Is it just me, or does it seem like people are starting to smoke again? The data says no. Smoking has decreased significantly over the past few decades. But then why does it feel like I still see it pretty often? I think this post is pretty insightful. One possible explanation is a sort of sampling bias. For one, drinking is often paired with smoking. But also, some of the people you see smoking may be doing it in part because they are being seen. Parties aren't exactly known for genuine behavior, and neither is social media. So maybe some people perform smoking more than they actually smoke, and they're more likely to smoke when they're being seen, thus a sampling bias.
Yeah, that's how you get alcoholism too. We talked about that on the former stream.
The marketing strategies from the 20th century were so successful that you'll still find a cigarette in every other student film made today.
It's about association.
By now, the image has been
It is about aura, actually.
Is cool,
that's the selling.
Even sensual. They carry a certain aesthetic that alternatives can't offer, and people are well aware of that.
Whoa, Vape Nation! Back when Ethan was cool.
Between the bejeweled fingers of a Bushwick man, or
back when he had aura, and he wasn't a fat fucking slob.
A giant red flag that you'll probably
kidding.
Or maybe it's a part of
I'm not a scorned Ethan
or a cowboy look, or a wife look, or a dark academia look, or an indie sleaze look, or whatever. And some may call this being a poser. A true addict will gatekeep a fake addict from their prestigious addiction club. You don't really smoke like that. You're barely even inhaling. That's just a prop, loser. Which is funny, because it's a pretty costly performance, both on your wallet and your health. Is a cancer really worth the aura? I feel like it could only be in the 21st century that someone can be accused of faking an addiction.
I mean, the aura comes from probably the understanding. I mean, actually, no, it doesn't come from the understanding. Now it comes from the aura of smoking comes from the understanding that it is dangerous for you. It means that you appreciate the mortality that you experience, and that's what makes life worth living. Why has he got Oh, he's, yeah, aura farming the performative male. This is a performative male.
Oh, hey, didn't see you
video
there.
essay.
Oh, this? Oh, just my annotated copy of the Critique of Practical Reason. Long anticipated sequel to the
The
Critique
Haley
of Pure Reason
Bieber.
by Immanuel Kant. I was taking notes on my phone. Isn't reading great? Isn't it normal to like reading? Well, apparently not, because the immediate assumption when someone is out reading in public is that they're faking it. Being performative.
That is not.
Trying to be a vibe.
That is not.
Lately, there's been a lot of talk about performative males online.
Everybody that I've talked to that is above the age of 40, people into their 60s, every single one of them will say, yeah, nobody gives a fuck about what you're doing. Nobody ever gave a fuck about what you were doing.
Pick me. I think it's important to recognize
And like their greatest regret is that they don't like look in hindsight.
They've left their mark on literature and folklore, for example.
With that in mind.
Vampires, demons, nefarious creatures, skilled and charismatic performers.
This is a W outfit.
I can assure you that this is just the latest version, and there will be other iterations of performativity, riz, and aura every couple years or so.
Okay, so you're getting sold
I
something.
feel like the way that aura has entered the common vernacular makes a lot.
I'm done. Done with the fucking guy. I've actually exhausted myself of like, I feel like a lot of the aesthetic options. I would need to go and buy VIP.
Succumbing to the adulation because you've had it for a good number of years. Some people almost
Well, I think
worship.
if you have any sort of intelligence, you can't succumb to adoration because people adore so many things. They also adore things that you think quite worthless, so you can't take it too seriously.
Holy, what an outfit. That's a 5 just because of her. You can boost your friend, I don't care.
They become older, they still keep trying to be that ingenue. Do you begrudge these years?
The Substance was such a good movie. I do think about it frequently.
If you have any bit of intelligence.
You don't begrudge what you can't do anything about.
That's right. America has a youth complex. And particularly with me, they adore
Damn.
to make me older. And I don't see why they should do that because...
Look at the oranges. I wish it had a third color. I think that'd be like really confident, but like, sure, this is a cool outfit. Have at it. Have the podium. I don't mind.
Youth cult is quite bad.
I've given up on the
You don't
podium.
have that in Europe at all. Because I think it is because
You're
America
ice
still
skating?
thinks that it's a young
It's a
nation.
cool
I don't
pattern.
think it is. It should
But
stop
it's
that.
monotone.
I
It's
think
like,
they have been long enough.
I'm not feeling it.
It could be said that you have been a sex symbol, Marilyn Monroe sex symbol, and so on. You use it, you have used it in the past for a purpose.
Well, I have never used my body. I have played roles where the legs were used and the body was used, but in life I have never done that.
The exploitation stayed with the screen and nothing else.
That is right.
You're the kind of person that a lot of men would like to have loved or felt they have loved. Do you think the nature of love is something that's changing? For example, now the hippie says, I want love, you know, and they say love and peace.
I think the real love has not changed at all. People call all sorts of relationships love. They know themselves that it isn't so, but they say it in order to make it valuable, in order to make it allowed. You know, when a girl says, but I love him, in order to say that's why I live with him, that's not necessarily
Right place.
so.
Not at the
Real
bottom?
love has not
Okay,
changed.
I'll take it.
And the one great love that will never change is mother love.
I mean, but the woke liberals want to destroy that true motherhood love with their pod people.
Such word is relax. This is an American invention. We don't have the feeling like the American has. Now it's 7 o'clock or something, and I have to have a drink and relax. You know, it's not a necessity in Europe. He drinks because
It's
he likes
all
to
part
drink.
of life. For the old country.
The success in America.
For the old
means
world,
a lot
rather.
To a man, and means a lot to his wife and the family. There's a general belief that success is synonymous with happiness. Well, it doesn't, as you know. They don't go together at all. The American is striving for success and works much too hard in order to get...
How does this relate to sex symbols?
More money or a raise or something. And he loses out on all the pleasures of life because of that. In Europe, they have a car and they have it 15 years and they polish it and they wash it and they love it.
Okay, so what? Europeans have a different relationship to commodities and the symbolic regime.
You need because it's on credit, and it doesn't bring them happiness. It just doesn't. Possessions do not make you happy.
All right. Let's
You probably
wrap
took
stream
one good
up.
look at Toji Fushiguro and thought, damn, I really want
I
to
could work out like him.
Minus being broke,
I
and
could do
child
that.
neglect, as well as the gambling addiction.
I
Maybe a little bit of gambling.
couldn't
There's
do
a
the
reason
gambling
this guy
addiction
blew up
as
in
well.
popularity overnight. And it's not just because he's a badass bounty hunter voiced by Dia, but it's also the fact that he is built like an absolute unit with his incredible physique. Today, I'm gonna show you exactly how you can build a physique just like Toji at home with 0 weights. Now, Toji in the show doesn't have any cursed energy due to his heavenly pact. In exchange of cursed energy, he has heightened senses and increased strength and speed. Now, as a result, he has a super amazing physique. Looking at his physique, one of the defining features that he has is that incredible V-taper, aka wide shoulders, little waist. And you can see a lot of that comes from his back.
Have we finally reached the female gaze? Have we moved beyond
that V-taper the most? Of course,
the male gaze for the male
bolder shoulders as well that really pop out of his tight black t-shirts he wears all the time. Of course, we can't forget about the chest. Super defined all around, upper, middle, lower chest. Really pops out. Let's also not forget to talk about his massive arms. I'm not just talking about his
nobody
biceps
that I
and
want to
triceps.
rate
Toji
that are
has
online.
Massive forearms, very thick, which is great. Forearms really add a lot to the physique. Somebody with massive biceps and triceps.
That is what it is.
Tiny
It's fine.
forearms, it doesn't look aesthetic. It doesn't look that great. So Toji obviously has to train forearms. Since Toji's always wearing those baggy pants
can
all
we
the time,
get to the fucking workouts? Is it just gonna be us looking at you? I'm sorry, this is not.
So we can just skip legs. Psych, you thought we were gonna skip legs?
Nah, I'm not getting enough like visual excitement from this video to justify the intense
music. He has to train legs. He's at least putting his squats in. At least. Now, the routine I'm gonna show you follows a pull, push, leg split. So 6 days a week.
Yumiverse? Alright, we're gonna raid the Yumiverse.
Starting with the pulling movements,
Fuck
we
yeah.
have to talk about the bread and butter of calisthenics training, and that's the pull-up. Now the pull-up is
You guys are gonna
work,
enjoy
obviously,
her
the lats,
political
the upper
commentary.
back, but it's also going to target the rear delts as well as the biceps and a little bit of the forearms, training that grip. For these pull-ups, we're going to take a wider hand width so we can put even more emphasis on our back. When we pull up, we want our tempo to be fast on the way up and slow on the way down, controlling. Now, of course, you're going to need
the release.
Like in order to do like your pull-ups. But if you don't have a pull-up bar,
the most underrated thing about Looksmaxxing, when you're doing an exercise, you need to do it correctly because there's 2 types of extensions.
All right, so building that back
or contractions.
We want to do some form of rowing. Doing body rows or Australian pull-ups will do that.
You can either like
you can do them on the bar
start
with no support for your feet, but these
contracted and then slowly release, or you can like burst, do a contraction.
If you don't have rings, most people don't.
Very important to train both.
And do your Australian pull-ups that way. Moving on to the arms, isolating those biceps, we're gonna do curls on rings, or if you have that broom and chairs, we're gonna do them on the broom and chairs. To isolate the forearms, we're gonna do false grip hangs. If you don't know what that is, it's basically putting your entire hand or your wrist onto the pull-up bar and holding it. It really works the forearm flexors. This is a particularly difficult exercise for beginners, so I recommend either doing regular dead hangs, but if you're up for the challenge, use one hand to grab the pull-up bar as the supporting hand, while your other hand does the false grip. This will work 1 arm at a time, and it's much easier than doing 2 arms at a time. Now,
or you could literally just take up climbing, and you're gonna get the fattest fucking forearms. Do it for 6 months, and you'll have the fattest fucking forearms you ever seen.
Let's move on to push. This is gonna be
and make sure you train grip. Don't overtrain grip, because if you injure grip, you're fucked.
Now, you can do these on the floor if you're just a beginner, but if you're a little more advanced, you can elevate your feet on a couch or maybe a couple chairs, and if you're really advanced, you can do handstand push-ups against the wall. Moving on to the chest, we want to target all parts of our chest, our upper, middle, and lower. We're gonna do that with push-ups and dips. Now, for the upper chest, we want to do elevated push-ups, our feet elevated above our hands. This is a lot better if you have parallettes to go really deep into the push-up, but if you don't have that, the floor works just fine. Regular push-ups, they're gonna work that mid-chest.
He's keeping his core tight, his ass low when he's doing these push-ups. Oh, that's a fucked exercise. That is a fucked exercise.
Going lower on the reps, maybe 3 to 5 reps. It is a more difficult exercise than pike
push-ups.
Just
don't be broke. Sorry.
Superset my incline push-ups.
This is like if your Uncle Iroh, another icon of masculinity that should be in the canon.
I like to do sets of 10 to 20, and for
when you're in fucking prison, these are the exercises that you do. You keep these in the back.
We're gonna do pistol squats, aka the one-legged squat. Now, this exercise can be difficult because of the balancing component. So if you have trouble keeping your balance while doing pistol squats, I recommend holding onto a wall or a chair or anything that will give you support, so we can take the balance.
This is intense. Yeah. By the way, if you want to train ass, it's Bulgarian split squats, like every time. And unfortunately, it's really easy to fuck things up because your stabilizing muscles are actually what you're training. So I recommend starting with a low weight
and lower yourself by the hip
and make sure you're doing it correctly.
And then go back up. This is more of an isometric exercise for the hamstrings, but it really does work to
fatigue. Okay, all right.
Legs, I would go 3 sets of 10 for the pistol squats, 3 sets of 10 to 15 for the jumping squats.
We're starting a raid. Raiders, click. We're raiding the Yumiverse. She's dropping hot political takes. She's watching the Nick Shirley interview, which I'm sure all of you would love me to react to. But fuck you. You get slop instead. You get dressed to impress. No, I'm kidding. I appreciate y'all showing up. I'm getting really hungry though, so it is about time to end stream. I hope you enjoy the rest of your weekends. Have a good one, everybody. Bye bye. They're raided. All right, time to clean up YouTube chat. YouTube chat, I'm coming for you right fucking now. Stop streaming. See ya. I'm getting rid of this shit.
Hey buddy, I think you got the wrong door. The leather club's 2 blocks down. Fuck you. Ah, fuck you, Leatherman. Maybe you and I should settle it right here on the ring if you think you're that tough. Yeah, you gonna wrestle your ass. Yeah. Get that away, man. Let's go. Why don't you get out of that leather stuff? I'll strip down out of this and we'll settle it right here in the ring. What do you say? Yeah, no problem. Okay, you got it. Get out of that jabroni outfit. Yeah, smart ass. I'll show you who's boss in this gym. Come on, let's go. Yeah. Huh? See what you got. Come on, come on.
Bruh.